Chapter 3675. Bloodblade was very strong. Fang Chen felt a sense of danger, but it was not to the extent of fear. He could feel the bloody blade qi coming at him. This kind of blade qi was not something an ordinary person could release. At least, in Fang Chen's view, Bloodblade was many times stronger than Lumu. The severing blood formation was ineffective against Fang Chen, which meant that other than Bloodblade, no one else could have any effect on Fang Chen. Therefore, Bloodblade didn't waste any more time and directly attacked. He held the saber in his hand, and the blood light soared into the sky. For eyes stared at each other, and hot sparks burst out in the void. The other younger generation of the Lu family could feel a tremor of power. So strong! The people of the Lu family said in a low voice. They quickly retreated from the range of the severing blood formation and hid in the distance. Kill! Bloodblade roared and waved the saber in his hand. All of a sudden, a scorching light flashed through the void. This light contained an extremely bloody power. Blade breaking the sky. Bloodblade roared. The power in his body surged, and the saber in his hand, with a bloody light, rushed towards Fang Chen. Invincible sword art. Facing Bloodblade, Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless and used the invincible sword art. So far, his invincible sword art had reached the level of a quasi-supreme sword art. In addition, with the Spirit Slayer sword in hand, the threat to the primordial spirit was greatly increased. Boom! The saber and sword collided and the earth shook. The invincible sword qi drilled into Bloodblade's saber with an indestructible aura and then invaded Bloodblade's mind as fast as lightning. Dong dong dong! The Spirit Slayer's sword itself had a certain degree of damage to the primordial spirit of a martial artist. Now, with the help of the invincible sword qi, the power of the Spirit Slayer sword was at its strongest. The invincible sword qi wantonly destroyed Bloodblade's primordial spirit, trying to disintegrate it. However, at this moment, Bloodblade also realized it. He sneered and activated the demon-devouring bloodline. The vast demon-devouring aura completely enveloped his primordial spirit. In his mind, a golden core floated. His primordial spirit was still at the golden core level. Seeing the scene, Fang Chen sneered. In his previous life, his primordial spirit had already reached the level of nascent soul. His attainments in the soul Tao were not something that Bloodblade could compare to. Primordial spirit suppression. After discovering Bloodblade's weakness, Fang Chen devoted himself to the battle. He completely unleashed his soul Tao power. Even though, after his reincarnation, his primordial spirit had yet to recover to the nascent soul level. However, the battle techniques he grasped were enough to suppress Bloodblade. True enough, Fang Chen attacked Bloodsaber's mind with his essence soul. The saber in the latter's hand fell to the ground with a clang. He lost his balance and kept swaying in the air. He let out a furious roar. His face was contorted in pain. Get out of here! Bloodblade endured the pain and used all of his strength to expel the invincible sword qi. However, with the impact of Fang Chen's primordial spirit, Bloodblade couldn't keep calm at all. This gave the invincible sword qi an opportunity. The Spirit Slayer's sword burst out with a hot light. Together with the invincible sword qi, it condensed an illusory sword in Bloodblade's mind. Bang! Under the control of Fang Chen, the illusory sword kept slashing on Bloodblade's primordial spirit golden core. Crack! In the blink of an eye, a crack appeared on the primordial spirit golden core. No! Bloodblade roared, his body shook, and he struggled desperately, but it was to no avail. From the beginning, he was in a passive position and couldn't resist at all. In the distance, seeing this, the faces of the Lu family disciples suddenly changed. What's going on? Why do I see Bloodblade in pain? Could it be that the commander of the military palace is much stronger than the legend, and even Bloodblade can't do anything to him? Someone shook his head and denied this guess. Impossible! Brother Bloodblade is the strongest among the younger generation of our Lu family. His cultivation has reached the 7th Order Saint Realm. How can a mere commander of the military palace be a match for Brother Bloodblade? Then the others wanted to say something, but stopped. This person continued to explain. What you see is just the surface. I once accidentally learned a secret that Bloodblade cultivated the inheritance of an ancient almighty. His attainments in the way of the blade have surpassed most of the cultivators of the way of the blade. However, this inheritance is very special. Every time it is used, it will cause Bloodblade extreme pain. As long as he can endure it, the power that erupts can annihilate heaven and earth. As soon as these words came out, the others looked at each other. Just wait, it won't be long before Bloodblade kills the commander of the military palace. This person kept smiling, still full of confidence in Bloodblade. However, the situation on the battlefield was not what he had imagined. Bloodblade had indeed inherited a powerful inheritance, but he couldn't use it at all, because his primordial spirit golden core had been shattered under Fong Chen's high-pressure attack. What did it mean when the primordial spirit was shattered? Crack! Finally, before the invincible sword Qi collapsed, it shattered Bloodblade's primordial spirit golden core. Immediately, Fong Chen took a step forward and waved the Spirit Slayer sword again. Invincible swordsmanship. Kill all the demons in the world. In the void, the sword shadow instantly condensed. Carrying infinite sword intent, it swooped down and slashed Bloodblade's body. The latter had almost no resistance, and his body was split in half. In the air, blood was everywhere, and on the ground, Bloodblade had already lost his vitality. Not good. In the distance, the disciples of the Lu family exclaimed, "Senior Brother Bloodblade is in danger." They were completely shocked. Even Bloodblade was no match for the commander of the military palace. If they stayed, they could only wait for death. Run. Almost without any hesitation, several people quickly fled into the distance. Only the person who was full of confidence in Bloodblade was stunned in place, not knowing what to do. How is this possible? His head exploded, and he couldn't believe his eyes. The strongest genius in his heart, Bloodblade, died in the hands of the commander of the military palace? No, I don't believe it. This must be an illusion. However, what responded to him was a fierce and overbearing sword light. Pucci! He slowly fell to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. Want to escape? He stopped him on the secret mountain, but now he wanted to escape? Fong Chen sneered. His speed soared to the extreme and chased after him. After a while, Fong Chen returned to the secret mountain on the beheading spirit sword. There was still blood that had not dried. The younger generation, sent by the Lu family, all died under his sword. He didn't know if the Lu family would be heartbroken after this news was sent back. While thinking, Fong Chen came to the front of Bloodblade, stretched out his palm, and suddenly sucked. Suddenly, the majestic bloodline power in Bloodblade's body was sucked dry. As expected of a 7th step saint, Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. The higher the realm, the stronger the devouring demon bloodline power in the body, and the more obvious the effect on the perfect bloodline. If I can absorb a few invincible saints, maybe the perfect bloodline can evolve to the final stage. Fong Chen muttered to himself. However, at this stage he could only think about it. After all, it hadn't been long since he was reborn. Chapter 3676. The Lu family's wishful thinking was wrong. They predicted that the commander of the military palace would go to the carefree mansion to meet Xiaoyao Ho and report this matter. Therefore, they intercepted and killed him in the secret mountain. In this way, not only could they take back the 100 drops of blood without anyone knowing, but they could also kill the commander of the military palace, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. For this, They sent the strongest genius of the younger generation of the family, hoping to be sharpened in this battle. Of course, there was a more important idea. That was, they hoped that as the strongest of the younger generation of the Liu family, Blood Knife could kill the commander of the military palace with his own hands. In this way, Blood Knife's reputation would naturally spread. It would be beneficial to their future plans. However, they never dreamed that Fong Chen was not from the Devouring Demon clan, nor was he from the Source Realm. He came from the Chaotic Realm. Even though his cultivation level was not high, his cultivation experience and combat skills in his previous life were not comparable to ordinary people. Even some invincible saints could not compare to him. Blood Knife thought that his strength was very strong and had reached the 7th level of the Saint Realm. But for Fong Chen, it was nothing to be afraid of. If he was not afraid of using the perfect bloodline and being discovered by the Devouring Demon clan, he would not have wasted so much time to kill Blood Knife. In a glorious city in the territory of the Carefree Mansion, the Liu family's base camp was here. Although it was late at night, the city was brightly lit. In the meeting hall of the Liu family's mansion, all the high-level elders were present. Sitting at the head of the table was an old man with white hair and a withered face. He was leaning on a cane, giving off a feeling that his life was in danger. But if you underestimated him because of this, you would pay a heavy price. He was the strongest of the Liu family and also the head of the Liu family. At this moment, the head of the Liu family's face was extremely gloomy. Everyone could see that the head of the Liu family was burning with anger. The atmosphere in the entire meeting hall was very solemn and dead silent. The situation lasted for around half an hour. Finally, the head of the Liu family spoke, breaking the silence in the meeting hall. Blood Knife's life tablet has shattered. His voice was very calm, as if the death of Blood Knife had nothing to do with the Liu family. But everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. Patriarch, it must be the work of the military palace. The military palace has gone too far. They stole 100 drops of blood from the Liu clan, and now they've killed the geniuses of the Liu clan. Patriarch, please issue an order for us to go to the Carefree Manor to seek justice. Many elders were filled with righteous indignation. The Liu family had planned for so long, and the Blood Blade was the most important part of the plan. Now that he was killed, it was a huge blow to the Liu family. I was careless. Patriarch Liu said apologetically. I underestimated the determination of the military palace, as well as the intelligence of the new commander. According to the news from the military palace, they did not think that the commander-in-chief had the strength to fight against Blood Knife. Therefore, there was only one explanation for the shattering of the Blood Blade life slip. That is, the military palace guessed their plan and sent a large number of martial artists to the secret mountain to encircle and annihilate Blood Blade and the others. No matter what, the result was the same. The military palace had killed a member of the Liu family, so they had to pay the price. My Liu clan will not let this matter rest. Patriarch Liu declared. However, for the sake of the overall situation, we can't spread the news for the time being, let alone attack the military palace. The time was not ripe. The Liu clan still needed to endure. But, an elder said anxiously. But Patriarch Liu waved his hand to stop him. Send messengers to the Bright Lord Mansion and the Tianhua Mansion to discuss the matter of attacking the Carefree Manor. As expected, as soon as Patriarch Liu said this, there was a commotion in the conference hall. Everyone was eager to try. After enduring for so many years, was it finally time to act? Patriarch, I'll arrange it right away. In a short while, the messengers had already left the Liu clan. Patriarch Liu's dark eyes looked at the distant sky and muttered to himself, Duke Xiaoyao, all of this was forced by you. I hope that when the time comes, you can face it calmly. After the ambush in the secret mountain, Fong Chen was obviously much more cautious. He disguised himself slightly and hurried on his way. Carefree City. This was the second time he had come here. He remembered that the last time he came here he was competing with Xiao He and the others for first place in the selection. At that time, demonic mountain venerate valued him and wanted to take him as a disciple, but he was rejected. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and came to the Carefree Manor. He stated his identity as the commander of the military palace and was immediately welcomed into a courtyard. Commander, the Duke is in seclusion. He specifically ordered us not to disturb him for anything, the butler said. If you have something important to do, you can wait in this courtyard. When the Duke comes out, I will inform you immediately. Fang Chen frowned. A 5 elements saint was in seclusion. Who knew when he would come out? Don't worry, Commander. In half a year, the 3 mansions exchange will be held. The Duke will definitely not miss it. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. If he wanted to get the blood, he could only wait patiently. As the personal disciple of Duke Xiaoyao, Xiaohe's status soared like a rocket. In the past few days, he had returned from cultivating in the Forbidden Land. His strength had soared, and he had stepped into the 7th level saint realm. He was walking in the mansion when he suddenly saw Fang Chen. A golden light flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Humph! I was just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to come to me." After he returned from the Forbidden Land, he immediately learned about the situation in the military palace. After learning that Yi Long was killed, he was furious. He knew that Fang Chen was targeting him. So, now that he saw Fang Chen, he was furious. Thump! Thump! After the housekeeper left, Xiao He kicked open the door of the courtyard and walked in. Seeing Xiao He, Fang Chen frowned and was a little displeased. Why, aren't you happy to meet an old friend? Xiao He grinned and exuded a murderous aura. Sorry, we are not friends, Fang Chen said. Haha, when you came from Chincha City, I didn't see you so arrogant. Now that you have become the commander of the military palace, have you become arrogant? Seeing Fang Chen's cold attitude, Xiao He was furious. Bang! He crushed the stone table in the courtyard and said coldly, Lin Qin, I am now the personal disciple of Duke Xiaoyao. My status is not lower than you, the commander of the military palace. You should salute me when you see me. He looked at Fang Chen mockingly. Fang Chen looked up and stared at Xiao He. It was as if he was looking at a clown. Have you said enough? Xiao He was a little confused, but the next sentence made him fly into a rage. If you have, then get lost. I don't welcome you here. Chapter 3677. From the very beginning, Fang Chen had never taken Xiao He seriously. In his view, Xiao He was just a flower growing in a greenhouse. He had never experienced a battle on the edge of life and death, so his survival skills were too clumsy. At that time, during the general selection, if they continued to fight, Xiao He would not be able to resist Fang Chen's attack. However, he was stopped by the demonic mountain venerable, because, in the eyes of the strong, the outcome was already decided, and there was no point in continuing to fight. That time, Fang Chen rejected the demonic mountain venerable. This also gave Xiao He an opportunity to forcefully take first place in the selection and become the personal disciple of Xiaoyao Ho. As for Fang Chen, he naturally became the commander-in-chief of the military palace. After many days, they met for the first time. Xiao He was naturally arrogant, because his identity was no longer the same as before. He was the personal disciple of Xiaoyao Ho, and his status in the Xiaoyao prefecture was second only to Xiaoyao Ho. What was a mere commander of the Xiaoyao army? He did not care at all. That was also the reason why he immediately mocked Fang Chen the moment he saw him. Lin Qin, do you know who you are talking to? Xiao He was stunned, and his face immediately darkened as he said angrily. He did not believe that a commander of the military palace dared to ignore him. Don't you know how you became the disciple of Xiaoyao Ho? Fang Chen said impatiently. You. Xiao He was completely enraged. He pointed a finger at Fang Chen and said coldly, Humph! You think you can do whatever you want just because you became the commander of the military palace? Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Master, you disrespectful bastard. As his voice faded, Xiao He directly attacked. On his body, his robe fluttered without wind, and a terrifying force swept across the world. In an instant, the sky above the courtyard darkened. Dark clouds covered the sun, and a vast force rushed over, only to see Xiao He stomped his feet, and the ground trembled. Kill. As soon as Xiao He came, he directly used his killing move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each of his attacks contained a terrifying killing intent. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Fang Qin. Otherwise, if he allowed Fang Qin to meet his master, things might change, even if the other party was the commander of the military palace. However, even Xiao Yao wouldn't say anything if Yi Fuqian accidentally killed him in a sparring match. He could only blame himself for being inferior. Crack! In the void, a thick thunderbolt swooped down and bombarded Fang Qin. Noisy. Fang Qin couldn't even be bothered to make a move against Xiao He, only to see, just as the incomparably shocking thick lightning bolt was about to come into contact with Fang Qin, the latter actually slapped it away. That was right. It was just a slap. It was a simple slap, as if it was just a casual slap. Boom! While Xiao He was still in a daze, the thunderbolt exploded. An incomparably strong force spread out, causing the surrounding void to shatter. He felt a scorching and terrifying power backfire, and he quickly retreated. Pucci! Even so, his sleeves were showing signs of being torn. You! Xiao He's face was solemn as he stared at Fang Qin. How is this possible? He couldn't understand. As the personal disciple of Xiao Ho, he received guidance from his master and even went to the Forbidden Land to undergo life and death training. Now he had broken through to the 7th level Saint Realm. He knew that no one in the younger generation in Xiaoyao Prefecture, Tianyuo Prefecture, or even Wise King Prefecture was his opponent. However, the guy in front of him was busy managing the military palace, and his cultivation resources couldn't be compared to his. Under such circumstances, his strength could be raised to such a terrifying level. Don't look at others with your narrow-minded eyes. Fang Qin shook his head. He had come all the way from the beginning, and it wasn't luck that allowed him to grow to where he was today. It was real hard work and talent. He had seen geniuses who had talent but were extremely arrogant and looked down on others. Their growth would always be limited, and they would never be able to reach the top. Xiao, he was just one in the vast sea of people. There was nothing special about him, even though he was the personal disciple of Xiao Ho. It didn't help. Humph, pretentious. After being stunned for a moment, Xiao He quickly stabilized his body. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a look of disdain, and then he attacked again. Moon slaying. Xiao He put his palms together, and a silver cross appeared in the void. Die. The silver cross slash contained his strongest power. Too weak. Just like what Fang Qin had seen, Xiao He had talent, but he was arrogant and condescending. He had been blinded by hatred and refused to admit that others were better than him. This also led to his attack was a little chaotic. Swoosh! He waved the Spirit Slayer sword. With a slash, he directly disintegrated Xiao He's attack and continued to attack. Pucci! Wherever the sword light went, the void shattered. Xiao He's body, as if struck by lightning, fell heavily to the ground. Is it that hard to admit that others are better? Fang Qin glanced at Xiao He, turned around and left. Pucci! Xiao He's throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He stood up with difficulty, looking at Fang Qin's back with a complicated expression. No, I can't lose to him. Xiao He couldn't accept this fact. Die. As long as you die, I'll be the strongest genius of Carefree Mansion. Xiao He's killing intent surged. Taking advantage of the moment Fang Qin left, he let out a low roar and used a ghostly movement technique. In an instant, he appeared behind Fong Qin and punched his head. Bang! Xiao He's body exploded into two halves, and he screamed miserably. At this moment, Fong Qin turned around, his face cold. I wanted to let you live, but you chose this path of no return. He slowly walked toward Xiao He. The latter seemed to have realized something and screamed desperately. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. Fong Qin muttered to himself. Swoosh! The sword light flashed, and Xiao He's head rolled on the ground. He didn't close his eyes until he died. He died with a grievance. The commotion here alarmed the butler. Whoosh! The butler came over immediately. When he saw Xiao He's dead body, he couldn't help but gasp. Commander-in-Chief, you! Xiao He was the personal disciple of Lord Carefree, and he was killed. This was explosive news. I'll explain to Lord Carefree, personally. Fong Qin said coldly. If Lord Carefree insisted on avenging his disciple, then he didn't mind falling out with him. At most, he could just leave and go somewhere else to get the demon swallowing blood. Lord Carefree is about to come out of seclusion. During this time, I hope you can stay in the mansion. The butler said, his attitude somewhat cold. This was a disguised grounding. Fong Qin didn't care about this. The butler ordered, and the place was quickly cleaned up. As for Xiao He's body, it could only be dealt with after Lord Carefree came out of seclusion. Soon after, it was quiet again, but from time to time, a powerful divine consciousness swept over, as if monitoring Fong Qin. In the Xiao Yao mansion, there were gradually sounds of discussion. They were all discussing what would happen to the commander-in-chief. Chapter 3678. Xiao Yao Ho's personal disciple was killed. This was no small matter, and it soon caused a huge commotion. Everyone was paying close attention to this matter. They wanted to see what kind of punishment the military palace's commander-in-chief would receive. After all, Xiao Yao Ho was famous for being protective of his own people. What would happen if he came out of seclusion? Some people who had grudges with the military palace began to make enemies of the military palace. Humph! The military palace has always relied on the Xiao Yao army to do whatever they want. The new commander-in-chief doesn't take anyone seriously and is very arrogant. Now he dares to kill the Marquis' personal disciple in the Xiao Yao mansion. He is too bold. That's right. If this kind of person is not severely punished, who knows what will happen to the Xiao Yao army in the future? If this person has evil intentions and leads the Xiao Yao army to rebel, the consequences will be unimaginable. We will jointly write a letter to the Marquis to severely punish this person. Countless people began to mobilize each other to increase the exposure of this matter. Moreover, they tried hard to portray Fong Qin as an unpardonable evil. They wanted to completely destroy the military palace. Among them, the most active was naturally the Moon Palace Palace Master. Logically speaking, his status was equal to that of the military palace's commander-in-chief. However, because of the Xiao Yao army, the military palace had always been suppressing the Moon Palace. A long time ago, the previous commander-in-chief of the military palace even openly threatened the Moon Palace Palace Master and injured him despite everyone's protests. This matter made the Moon Palace Palace Master a laughingstock. He had always held a grudge. He hated the entire military palace and hated Lin Chen even more. What did he do to deserve to be on equal footing with him? Now that he seized this opportunity, he would naturally make a big fuss and would not let it go easily. These few days, people came and went in the housekeeper's residence. All the important figures came to ask when the Marquis would come out of seclusion. There were also countless pairs of eyes around the courtyard where Fong Qin was. Humph! At this time, he is still putting on airs. He is courting death. The Moon Palace Palace Master sneered. Lin Chen's indifferent attitude made him very unhappy. Xiao, he is not only the personal disciple of the Marquis, but also a descendant of the Marquis. The Marquis will not let Lin Chen go. That's right. I believe that the day Marquis exits his closed-door training will be the day of Lin Chen's death. After Lin Chen dies, the military palace will be leaderless. Our lunar palace will take this opportunity to snatch back all the resources that once belonged to us. Soon, our moon palace will become the strongest palace within the carefree prefecture. The people of the lunar palace already started imagining the future. There was no other way. Who asked the commander to kill the personal disciple of Xiao? Serves him right for being unlucky. In the courtyard, Fong Qin sat cross-legged. He had more or less heard the discussions in the outside world. Regarding this, he ignored it. Fong Qin sneered when he sensed the countless eyes watching him from the dark. Time passed day by day. Finally, on the 9th day after Xiaohe's death, Xiao came out. When the Marquis came out of his closed-door training, the whole carefree mansion celebrated. Congratulations, Marquis. The many upper echelons of the Lunar Palace, including the Palace Master of the Lunar Palace, all cupped their fists and bowed, welcoming Xiao. In front of the secret chamber, Xiao slowly walked out. He stood there without moving, but his body released an oppressive aura that shocked everyone. Did anything major happen while I was in closed-door training? Xiao asked. His voice was filled with a powerful pressure. Marquis, the steward stammered. He was a little scared. Speak. Xiao frowned, seemingly unhappy. Did the Tianyue Prefecture and the Bright King Prefecture do anything? He thought that there was a change in the 3 prefectures. Marquis, just 9 days ago, your personal disciple, Xiao, he returned from the Forbidden Grounds. Unexpectedly, the commander of the military palace made things difficult for him. The palace master of the lunar palace stood out. The two of them quarreled, which then turned into a fight. The commander of the military palace used his spirit slayer sword to kill Xiao, despite everyone's attempts to stop him. As soon as this was said, the void was silent. No one dared to make a sound. They could almost imagine that Xiao would be furious. They only hoped that he would not implicate them. Buzz! The void trembled. A layer of invisible ripples spread out. Everyone felt their bodies tremble and involuntarily prostrated themselves on the ground. Even the palace master of the lunar palace could not withstand the terrifying pressure. Her face was filled with pain. Xiao, he is dead. At this moment, Xiao spoke. His face was expressionless. No one could tell what he was thinking. But this Xiao was even more terrifying. This old servant did not protect Xiao. Please punish me, Marquis. The steward took the initiative to take responsibility. What happened? Xiao frowned. With Xiao's strength, how could he be killed by the commander of the military palace? He remembered clearly. When he gave the order to appoint him, the commander of the military palace was the second to be chosen. The commander of the military palace, Lin Chen, came to the mansion not long ago to see Marquis. But at that time, Marquis was in closed-door training. I made arrangements for him and let him wait. Who knew that he would clash with Xiao, who returned from the Forbidden Grounds? By the time this old servant arrived, Xiao was already dead. So, you did not see the battle clearly? Xiao asked. The steward nodded. Where is Lin Chen? He is in his residence, waiting for Marquis to come out, the steward said. Bring him to see me. The steward left in a hurry. A moment later, he returned with Fong Qin. Greetings, Marquis. I am Lin Chen from the military palace. Fong Qin was neither servile nor overbearing. He cupped his fists and greeted. Xiao looked down at Fong Qin from above. His face was as calm as an ancient well. There was no expression on his face. Only the powerful aura emitted from his body was oppressive. Fong Qin looked up and met Xiao's eyes. Presumptuous. The palace master of the Moon Palace scolded angrily. Fong Qin met Xiao's eyes. This was a great taboo, but he did not care at all. You killed Xiao? Xiao looked at Fong Qin and asked. He was also a little surprised. When he summoned the three of them, he remembered that Fong Qin was only a Saint King. How long had it been since he stepped into the Saint King realm? At the same time, he also knew that Fong Qin must have come to him for the drop of demon swallowing blood. In the face of Xiao Ho's question, Fong Qin nodded. Xiao, he gave Yi Long a token as Marquis personal disciple, allowing him to overstep his authority and manage the Xiao army. Later, in my investigation, I found that Yi Long and General Li Shu colluded to harm their own people. They were executed on the spot. Since then, we have a grudge. I came to Marquis this time because I have something important to report, but Xiao He used his status to suppress me and even wanted to kill me. Fong Qin said. However, he did not expect that even though he stepped into the 7th level Saint realm, he was still no match for me. In the end, I killed him. He could only blame himself for not being as skilled as me. You are lying. The Palace Lord of Moon Palace jumped up and angrily rebuked Fong Qin. It was you who was jealous that Xiao He became Marquis, personal disciple, and tried to kill him. But you are lying here. Do you really think Marquis is easy to deceive? The others were also criticizing Fong Qin. Only Xiao Ho. When he heard that Xiao He had stepped into the 7th level Saint realm, he was slightly stunned. Then, Chapter 3679. He was well aware of Xiao He's potential. He had even taught him personally when he took him in as a disciple. Xiao He had a high level of comprehension, and his demon-devouring bloodline was strong. He was a rare genius. In the entire Carefree Mansion, he could be considered a hero among the younger generation. Xiao Ho had expected him to reach the 7th Order Saint realm, but he had never expected that. The fact that Fong Qin was able to kill him was something he did not expect. Deputy Xiao was expressionless. He scanned Fong Qin and sized him up seriously. Fong Qin was fearless as he looked back at Xiao Ho. Everyone was guessing what kind of punishment Xiao Ho would give him. However, a few seconds later, Xiao Ho suddenly stroked his beard and said in a low voice, Xiao He asked for it, "Let's forget about this." At the same time, he looked at Fong Qin with some admiration. "Lin Qin, if I'm not wrong, you've already reached the Saint Emperor realm?" Fong Qin nodded. "Indeed." Xiao Ho grinned. "It's not easy for you to kill Xiao He, a 7th Order Saint, with your Saint Emperor realm cultivation. You're a rare genius. My demon-devouring clan has always respected the strong. Although Xiao He was my direct disciple, he provoked me first. You killed him to help me clean up the mess." At this point, Xiao Ho continued to ask, "I promised you before that if you reach the Saint Emperor realm, I'll give you a drop of blood. Now I've changed my mind." Hearing this, Fong Qin was stunned. The reason why he hid in the Carefree Mansion was because of this drop of blood. Now, Xiao Ho had changed his mind. What was he thinking? Was he not going to fulfill his promise? "My lord, this guy killed Xiao He," someone yelled, unwilling to accept this. Noisy. However, Xiao Ho's response was a slap that sent him flying. Instantly, the surrounding void was dead silent. Everyone shut their mouths, not daring to say anything. "How can a drop of blood be worthy of a peerless genius like you?" Xiao Ho smiled. "I've decided to make an exception and let you cultivate in the Devil's Pool for a month." "What?" Everyone exclaimed in surprise. The Devil's Pool that even his personal disciple Xiao He did not have the qualifications to enter was actually open to the commander of the military palace. Moreover, it was open for an entire month. Everyone was in disarray. They couldn't believe their ears. However, some people seemed to understand what Xiao Ho meant. The potential of the commander of the military palace was obviously many times stronger than Xiao He. Since Xiao He had already died, if Lin Qin were to be executed as well, it would be a great loss to the unfettered mansion. Therefore, Xiao Ho pondered for a while and quickly made a decision. Between Xiao He and Lin Qin, he chose the latter. "Many thanks, Marquis." Fang Chan was stunned for a moment before he cupped his fists in thanks. He had thought of countless ways to deal with this, but he never thought that Deputy Xiao Yao would grant him the demonic pool. During his time in the military palace, he had read many records regarding the birth of the origin world. Among them was a detailed description of the Devil's Pool. The origin world was divided into many manners. Every governor had the combat strength of an invincible saint. They were the absolute core of the demon devourers. In order to continuously nurture the younger generation and let them awaken powerful bloodlines. In the early days of the Origin World's establishment, the Demon Devourer clan leader built a Devil's Pool in each mansion. The Devil's Pool contained a trace of the Demon Devourer clan leader's blood essence. Countless complex formations gathered together, causing the Demon Devourer blood in the Devil's Pool to undergo a fundamental change and completely integrate into the Devil's Pool. For generations, any martial artist who cultivated in the Devil's Pool would be able to awaken extremely powerful bloodline power. In the future, he was very famous in the Origin World. The Devil's Pool in the Unfettered Mansion had not been opened for 300 years. This was because no one had reached the standard to open the Devil's Pool. Go back and prepare. I will open the Devil's Pool for you in 3 days. Xiao Yaoho was very satisfied with Fang Qin. The latter nodded and left. At this time, the Moon Palace Master and the others asked in confusion, Marquis, the cultivation of the commander of the military palace is too low. He is not qualified to cultivate in the Devil's Pool. Yes, if he cultivates in the Devil's Pool, what will the geniuses of the other palaces think? Many people objected. Shut up. Xiao Yaoho's face was cold as he said coldly, What do you bunch of idiots know? His gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone was afraid wherever he looked. Even the Lunar Palace's palace master shrank back. Lin Chen's potential is the strongest I have seen in my years of cultivation, Xiao Yaoho said in a deep voice. Just now, when he learned that Xiao He was killed, he was furious and secretly tested Lin Chen. After that test, he was completely stunned. A Saint Emperor was actually able to force out the aura that he had secretly released. Very few people in the world could do this. After that, he checked Lin Chen's primordial spirit. It was very sturdy and abnormally powerful. After various tests, he concluded that Lin Chen had endless potential and would become someone great in the future. Therefore, he chose to bet on Lin Chen, because it had been a long time since a peerless genius appeared in the Unfettered Mansion. Once upon a time, among the many manors, the Unfettered Mansion had always been far ahead. At that time, the Unfettered Mansion had sent countless geniuses to the 4 branches, but now they were not even qualified to send geniuses. Back then, when the Unfettered Mansion was at its peak, the Sky Moon Mansion and the Bright King Mansion did not dare to send troops to the Unfettered Mansion. Now that the 3 manors were in chaos, the 2 forces could join forces to deal with the Unfettered Mansion at any time. Considering all factors, Xiao Yaoho decided to make a big gamble. The winner takes all. He had chosen his own path. Even if he lost, he would have no complaints. This, the Moon Palace Master and the others looked at each other. After returning to his residence, Fang Chen was thinking. The Devil's Pool was built by the Demon Devouring clan's patriarch. If he entered to cultivate, would he be discovered? This question had been bothering him. However, he did not want to give up. Cultivating in the Devil's Pool was a transformation. After the Devil's Pool's refinement, his perfect bloodline would definitely reach a new height. When that time came, there might be a surprise. I must not rush it. Fang Qin calmed the excitement in his heart. Adjust my body's condition. He sat cross-legged and gradually forgot his worries and entered a state of enlightenment. 3 days later, he would face a severe test. If he was discovered, he would face the pursuit of all the demon-devouring clan in the Source World. Moreover, his plan in the Chaos Realm would fail because of this. Meanwhile, in another courtyard, the Moon Palace Master was unwilling to give up. He was secretly plotting how to disrupt Lin Chen's cultivation in the Devil's Pool. Palace Master, the Devil's Pool is heavily guarded. It will be extremely difficult to take action while Lin Chen is cultivating, the subordinate said. The demon-devouring aura in the Devil's Pool is very strong. When the time comes, we'll get close to the Devil's Pool and detonate the aura inside to cause a disturbance. Chapter 3680. 3 days was enough for the Lunar Palace to plan everything. Inside the Lunar Palace, everyone was beating gongs and gongs. As the person with the highest authority in the Lunar Palace, the Lunar Palace's Palace Master was currently in a hidden secret realm, talking to an old man who had 1 foot in the grave. A go board was placed between the two. The Lunar Palace's Palace Master held the black pieces, and the old man held the white pieces. Looking at the situation on the go board, the black pieces held the initiative. However, the Lunar Palace's Palace Master's face was tense, not smiling at all. Her expression was grave, and her brows were slightly furrowed as if she was thinking. Opposite her, the old man stroked his beard and chuckled. Everything was under his control. You are too impatient. Seeing the Lunar Palace's Palace Master hesitate for a long time before placing a piece, the old man shook his head. The Lunar Palace's Palace Master did not understand. However, the old man picked up the Scirocco and placed it in a very tricky position before the Lunar Palace's Palace Master. When the Scirocco was placed, the old man, who was originally behind, instantly gained the upper hand. What do you think? The old man smiled and looked at the Lunar Palace's Palace Master. The latter was surprised and stared at the go board. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. In the end, he smiled bitterly and cupped his fists at the old man. I admit defeat to Old Yun's Go skills. Old Yun put away the go board and said, playing Go is also a form of cultivation that is often neglected. However, many people do not know that cultivating the body and mind is the most important part of cultivation. Old Yun pointed out the Lunar Palace's Palace Master's shortcomings and commented, You have been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to progress further. This is also related to your mental state. You also need to calm down to comprehend origin energy. Elder Yun asked after he finished his evaluation. Speak. Why are you looking for me? The Lunar Palace's Palace Master woke up from her daze and hurriedly said, Old Yin, the demonic pool will open soon. This slot originally belonged to my Lunar Palace, but Xiao Ho arbitrarily let a sage emperor in. I hope that you can secretly take action. Oh, Old Yun grinned. You want me to kill the person Xiao Ho sent into the Devil's Pool? The Lunar Palace's Palace Master did not say anything. She knew that Old Yun had this ability. You overestimate me. Old Yun shook his head and did not beat around the bush. Right now, my strength has not recovered to its peak. If I were to forcefully attack, I would be discovered by Xiao Ho. At that time, not only me, but also your Moon Palace would be eradicated. However, I can secretly draw on the demonic chi in the demonic pool to create a powerful repulsive force. Mere Saint Kings won't be able to resist it at all. They'll die in the end. Hearing this, the Lunar Palace's Palace Master revealed a smile. Thank you, Elder Yin. Elder Yin waved his hand. You know what I need. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Early in the morning, the housekeeper personally came to Fangchen. Marquis, everything is ready. Commander, you can set off now. After the previous incident, the butler's attitude towards Fangchen had become extremely friendly. He also tried his best to please Fangchen. After all, he was just a housekeeper, while the lieutenant was valued by Xiao Ho. Xiao Ho was even willing to break the rules and open the Devil's Pool for him. There was no other person in the entire Xiaorao mansion who had such an honor. Under the guidance of the housekeeper, Fangchen came to the foot of a mountain behind the mansion. The Devil's Pool is at the top of the mountain. Xiao Ho appeared out of thin air. Are you ready? Fangchen nodded. Xiao spread out his hands and formed a complicated seal. In an instant, on the top of the mountain, a dark aura spread out. This is the demon-devouring aura. Fang Chen's pupils shrank. He felt the demon-devouring bloodline in Xiaoyao's body, which resonated with the devil's pool at the top of the mountain. It was as if heaven and earth were about to collapse. Go up! Xiaoyao's voice could be heard. Fang Chen leaped and jumped to the top of the mountain. Dong! After he disappeared, the devil's pool closed again. Whoosh! Xiaoyao heaved a sigh of relief and left the place. I hope you can gain something. The devil's pool was personally built by the demon-devouring patriarch and contained his powerful mind power. Therefore, every time it was opened, it would consume a lot of energy. Xiaoyao went into seclusion to recover his strength. Not long after he left, a large illusory figure suddenly appeared. Xiaoyao, oh Xiaoyao, you're too anxious. This person was Elder Yin. His body was transparent, and no aura was released. His body quietly climbed to the top of the mountain. During this period, no one noticed. When he reached the top of the mountain, he saw Fang Chen entering the devil's pool. Kid, you can only blame yourself for appearing at the wrong time. He saw. Elder Yin flicked his finger, and an illusory light shot into the devil's pool. In an instant, the devil's pool overturned rivers and seas, and a monstrous aura rushed toward Elder Yin. Bang! 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 Elder Yin's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly retreated. Even with that being the case, there were still traces of tatters on his clothes. How terrifying! Elder Yin was shocked. It had been countless years, but the aura left behind by the demon-devouring patriarch was still so powerful. His eyes were emitting a scorching light. One day, I will also step into the chaotic supreme realm. The devil's pool. Black blood flowed. Fang Chen took a step forward and entered it. Buzz! In an instant, he felt a heavy pressure from all directions, forcing Fang Chen. The latter opened his hands and controlled his body to resist the pressure. Is this the devil's pool? Fang Chen felt a powerful psychic power, which should be left behind by the legendary demon-devouring patriarch. However, he could clearly feel that the psychic power was in a period of decline. Hiss! Fang Chen tried to absorb the demonic blood to temper his body. For the time being, he did not dare to release his perfect bloodline to absorb the demonic aura, because he did not know if the psychic power left behind by the demon-devouring patriarch could sense it. Rumble! After a while, the calm devil's pool suddenly became violent. The monstrous, demonic blood swept Fang Chen's body into the depths. Not good. Fang Chen secretly shouted and wanted to struggle, but it was too late. The demonic blood rolled, and the devil's pool boiled, directly drowning Fang Chen. The aura in the sky disappeared instantly. Dong! Dong! In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen was completely swallowed by the demonic blood. At this time, Elder Yun's mark also dissipated with the wind. Not long after, the devil's pool became calm again. No one noticed anything unusual, not even Xiaoyaohu. In a secret realm, how is it? The Moon Palace master asked anxiously. Elder Yun's face was a little pale. He leaned against a towering tree and said weakly, "It's done." In order to not be discovered by Xiaoyaohu, he used a secret technique to deceive everyone and make Fang Chen fall into the demonic blood vortex. This secret technique consumed too much of his body. Coupled with his injuries, he was now very weak. Thank you, Elder Yin. This is for you. The Moon Palace master waved her hand. Not far away, hundreds of saint-level warriors appeared. They were at a loss. Chapter 3681. A moment later, hundreds of saint-level cultivators died without a trace. They would never have dreamed that after risking their lives for Moon Palace, they would be sacrificed in the end. Hiss! Hiss! After swallowing the flesh and blood of over 100 martial artists, Elder Yen's qi and blood were clearly much better. The aura on his body had also become stronger. How delicious! Elder Yin smiled sinisterly. You've done well this time. Elder Yin was very satisfied with the Moon Palace master. He waved his hand and threw a bronze fragment to her. The latter was very excited. Others might not know, but she knew that although the bronze fragment looked ordinary, it contained a supreme, secret technique. As long as she could cultivate this secret technique, she would have a chance to become a primal chaos supreme. According to Elder Yin, there were 9 bronze fragments in total. Each fragment contained 1/9 of the secret technique. Only by gathering all 9 fragments would one be able to obtain the complete, supreme, secret technique. She had ended up like this because of the bronze fragment. As long as you perform well enough, I will not only give you the bronze fragment, but I will also guide you in your cultivation, Elder Yin said. Hearing this, the Moon Palace master bowed deeply and thanked him. Thank you, Elder Yin. She looked deeply at the bronze fragment in her hand. This was already the 3rd fragment she had obtained from Elder Yin. Over the years, she had been using Moon Palace's spies to search the vast origin world. However, so far, there had been no results. All right, you can go back first. I've devoured so much flesh and blood. I need to consolidate it. Elder Yin closed his eyes. The Moon Palace master left quietly. The demonic pool. Demonic qi covered the sky. The demon-devouring bloodline was completely blocked. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the quiet devil's pool. Then, a shocking imprint shattered the seal of the devil pool and drilled into the depths of the devil pool. At this moment, there was a huge whirlpool in the depths of the demonic pool. In the terrifying whirlpool, Fang Chen's body seemed to be torn apart. He tried his best to resist, but it was to no avail. How can this be? Fang Chen frowned. His face was gloomy. Things had gone beyond his expectations. At this moment, he seemed very weak. I can't stay passive like this. Otherwise, I'll be sucked dry by the devil's pool. Fang Chen said in a low voice. He quickly made up his mind and activated his perfect bloodline. Boom! As soon as Zhang Xian activated his perfect bloodline, a terrifying imprint burst forth from the void. The mark contained a strand of the demon-devouring clan's clan leader's willpower. Boom! The telekinesis had clearly sensed a power that did not belong to the origin world. It was extremely savage and unleashed a terrifying power in an attempt to suppress Fang Chen. Did you notice? Fang Chen's expression suddenly changed. He wasn't sure if the telekinesis left behind by the demon-devouring clan's patriarch when he built the devil's pool still had the ability to transmit the images he sensed. However, just in case, he had to shatter the telekinesis of the demon-devouring clan's patriarch. The power in his body surged, and his robe fluttered as he prepared to resist the telekinesis. However, at this moment, in the depths of the devil's pool, the earth tore apart and a black palm broke out, directly grabbing Fang Chen. The next moment, the telekinesis of the demon-devouring clan's patriarch shattered, turning into countless starlight that scattered to every corner of the devil's pool. Not long after, it was completely absorbed by the devil's pool. At this point, the telekinesis left behind by the demon-devouring clan's patriarch had completely disappeared. The devil's pool gradually returned to its calm state, but Fang Chen had long disappeared. Dong! The earth trembled, and a loud bang woke Fang Chen up. After stabilizing his body, he hurriedly looked around and discovered that he was in a hidden cave. What is this place? Fang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. What on earth had just captured him and brought him here? Recalling what had just happened in the devil's pool, he still felt his heart palpitate. That large black hand could actually shatter the telekinesis of the demon-devouring clan's patriarch. It was too terrifying. Do you want to die? Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, a hoarse voice sounded. This voice seemed to have existed since ancient times and it made one tremble. Fang Chen was startled. Then he looked at a certain corner. There was a skinny old man there. His limbs were all broken, and his body was chained up by iron chains. Looking at his appearance, his vitality was dry, as if he had reached the end of his life. "You are." Fang Chen instantly sensed a familiar aura. A senior from the Chaos Realm? Fang Chen was shocked. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Chaos Realm here. He couldn't imagine what kind of torture this person had suffered to become like this. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. This old man is the Nether King. The old man lowered his head, his long hair covering his face. Nether King. Fang Chen's pupils constricted, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. "You are actually Senior Nether King." He was completely shocked. Who was the Nether King? Back then, Supreme Fu Jian was the only peak powerhouse in the Chaos Realm who stepped into the Chaos Realm. And under him, there were 4 great generals who followed him to conquer the world. One of them was the Nether King. It was rumored the Nether King had long fallen. Who would have thought that he would be trapped here? After so many years, I didn't expect someone from the Chaos Realm to still know me. The Nether King's voice became a little gentler. "You are from the Chaos Realm. Why did you come to the Origin World?" Ordinary people had 2 ways to come to the Origin World. The first way was to be captured by the demon-devouring race as a slave. The second way was to continue the plan that Supreme Fu Jian and the others had made back then. The Supreme Sovereign at the end of the reincarnation road sent me to reincarnate. Fang Chen said. As expected, the Nether King's body trembled as if he was immersed in his memories. Fang Chen waited quietly by the side. After a long time, the Nether King murmured, "It seems that the Chaos Realm hasn't forgotten about the Supremes, Senior." Since he knew that this person was one of the 4 great generals under Supreme Fu Jian, the Nether King, then the question Fang Chen was most concerned about was Supreme Fu Jian still alive? Is Supreme Fu Jian still alive? He's dead. To his surprise, the Nether King answered directly. Back then, Lord Supreme led us 4 great generals to sneak into the Origin World, but an accident happened and we were discovered by the demon-devouring race. He used his own strength, the life-forbidden zones of the Origin World, and the complete heavenly Tao to suppress us. In the end, in order to protect us, Lord Supreme chose to die together with the demon-devouring race. In the end, Supreme Fu Jian died, and the demon-devouring race's patriarch was at death's door, recovering in seclusion. The 4 great generals were also wanted by the demon-devouring race. The other 3 great generals were also dead, leaving only him behind. He was chained here with his limbs cut off and his primordial spirit shattered. His flesh and blood were devoured by the fiend pool. Now, only a trace of his consciousness was left. This Fang Chen was shocked. Even Supremacy Fu Jian was dead? Chapter 3682. After a long time, Fang Chen came to his senses and shook his head in self-mockery. A sense of sorrow rose in his heart and spread out. Even someone as powerful as Supreme Fu Jian had fallen in the Origin World. Could he succeed? For the first time, his heart showed signs of wavering. Once, he firmly believed that he could succeed, and he would never allow himself to fail. But after coming to the Origin World, he had experienced too many things. Especially when he saw the Nether King. His feelings were even more complicated. Can I succeed? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Although Supreme Fu Jian has fallen, his spirit has always encouraged us. The Chaos Realm is our root, and we will not allow anyone to trample on it. Although the Nether King's voice was hoarse, it was sonorous and powerful. His attitude was firm. Even if he died, he would protect the Chaos Realm. The reason why I hung on to this point was to wait for hope. Now, hope has finally appeared. No matter what, after Supreme Fu Jian had fallen, the plan had not changed. Supreme Fu Jian and the others were still carrying out the plan. Although the person in front of him was weaker, he contained an extremely thick, perfect bloodline. This was something that the other executors did not have. Since you have chosen this path, then you should know what it means. The Nether King said in a deep voice. Fang Chen's body trembled, and he slowly raised his head to look at the Nether King. How could he not know that the fate of all living beings in the Chaos Realm was on his shoulders? Dong! All of a sudden, the perfect bloodline in his body squirmed, and a deafening sound came from his mind. Then his body trembled, and his heart suddenly became empty. I am Fang Chen. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes were filled with unyielding determination. I can't give up, even if it's a narrow escape. He recalled his wife, children, and good friends in the Chaos Realm. His heart suddenly became resolute. There had never been such a moment of determination. Unknowingly, the Nether King's words had strengthened Fang Chen's heart and made him recognize himself again. Thank you, Your Majesty. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Ha ha! Seeing Fang Chen's transformation, Nether King Ha felt gratified. His broken body was chained to the ground, unable to move. He raised his head with difficulty, and his turbid eyes slowly looked over. The moment he saw the Nether King's face, Fang Chen was stunned and his heart ached. The Nether King, one of the 4 generals under Supreme Fu Jian's command, had actually fallen to such a state. Senior, Fang Chen quickly stepped forward and helped the Nether King up. The latter's face was pale, and his cheeks were full of scars. He was almost shriveled up, and it was a tragic sight. It's fine. The Nether King shook his head. In fact, the reason he was like this was because he had used a bit of his power when he saved Fang Chen. You're too reckless, the Nether King said in a deep voice. Why do you want to cultivate in the Devil's Pool? He glared at Fang Chen. The Devil's Pool was personally built by the Demon-Devouring Clan's clan leader. It contained the Demon-Devouring Clan's clan leader's telekinesis, as well as the extremely powerful aura of the demon-devouring bloodline. Once the perfect bloodline was released, it would immediately be rejected by the Devil's Pool. Fang Chen was speechless. He did not expect the Devil's Pool to reject the perfect bloodline. He had almost been discovered. Has anyone discovered your identity outside? The Nether King asked. Fang Chen shook his head. Someone wants to harm you. The Nether King told Fang Chen what had happened. The latter was stunned, and he found it hard to believe. Senior Nether King, you mean? Someone used heaven-defying methods to cause the demonic chi in the Devil's Pool to collide, causing me to fall into a whirlpool? The Nether King nodded. The person who did this is extremely powerful. It can't be the Xiaoyao who you mentioned. Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned. He thought about it carefully and vaguely remembered that he had not exposed his identity after coming to the Origin World. His only enemies were the Tianyua Mansion and the Bright King Mansion. However, if they sent someone to infiltrate the Xiaoyao Mansion, they would definitely be discovered, right? Could it be? Suddenly, Fang Chen was stunned. Immediately, he thought of someone. The Palace Master of the Moon Palace. Is it him? Fang Chen frowned. The Palace Master of the Moon Palace was not as powerful as he had imagined. It was impossible for her to do such a thing under the nose of Xiaoyao. Then who else could it be? Fang Chen felt that something was fishy about this matter. Perhaps there was an unknown super expert behind the Palace Master of the Moon Palace? Thinking of this, Fang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. If I had not sensed the aura of the perfect bloodline and brought you here, you'd have been a dead man, the Nether King said. Be careful in the future. Don't put yourself in danger. Senior Nether King, you are right. Fang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. No matter what, this matter was a wake-up call for him. He would not make the same mistake in the future. I have waited for countless years. Finally, a descendant of the chaotic world has appeared. The Nether King said leisurely. I am already a dead man. I am only supported by a trace of powerful telekinesis. Since you have chosen the hope of the chaotic world, I will lend you a hand." After saying this, the Nether King's body suddenly trembled. His entire body turned into a thick black fog. This fog contained a sinister and vicious power. It instantly shrouded Fang Chen's body. "Don't resist. I will use the Nether King demonic art as a guide to refine your body." The Nether King said, "When you have the invincible Nether King body, you will be able to walk openly in this origin world." Buzz! The black fog shrouded Fang Chen. His entire body was filled with pain. The chaotic sword body instantly erupted. A vast sword light tried to penetrate the black fog, but it was in vain. Crack! When the sword light shattered, the black fog drilled into Fang Chen's body and carried out the final refinement. Ah! Fang Chen screamed and then fainted. "Child, have a good rest." The Nether King's hoarse voice echoed in the surroundings. In his sleep, Fang Chen dreamed that his body was being refined by a peerless expert. His physical strength had reached an unprecedented height. At the same time, he was crazily absorbing the energy in the Devil's Pool. What surprised him the most was he no longer needed to disguise himself. The aura released by the invincible Nether King body was exactly the same as the aura of the devouring demon clan. Unless the primal chaos sovereign came personally, almost no one would be able to tell that he was an imposter. In this way, he would be able to travel through the origin world and carry out missions more easily. This dream lasted for a very long time. In the end, Fang Chen felt that his body was a little illusory. He then woke up from the dream. Splash! After he woke up, he hurriedly looked around and found that he was still in the place where the Nether King was trapped. "Senior Nether King?" Fang Chen exclaimed. However, the Nether King replied to him with a sentence. "When you wake up, the Nether King will no longer exist in this world. Everything in your dream is actually real. I hope that my final effort can make your mission easier." Chapter 3683. The Nether King used his last bit of strength to help Fang Chen cultivate the undefeatable king of Hellbody. This could be considered his final effort for the Chaos Realm. The words that came to Fang Chen's ears were sad and touched his heart. Could it be that all the Almighties had died in the hands of the demon-devouring clan? How could such a terrifying clan be born in this world? Such a clan was too heaven-defying and had already gone against the heavenly Tao. Heaven and earth could not tolerate it. Fang Chen felt that the road ahead was too long. "Senior Nether King, have a safe journey." His eyes were unusually firm as he bowed to the dark void. The Nether King had completely disappeared, but he had helped Fang Chen immensely. Is this the undefeatable king of Hellbody? Fang Chen checked his body carefully and realized that his current physique had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to the chaos sword body back then. What surprised him the most was the Nether King had helped him cultivate the undefeatable king of Hellbody and the chaotic sword body. The uniqueness of both had been preserved. More importantly, the Nether King had been trapped here for countless years. He had continuously studied the characteristics of the demon-devouring clan and blended them into his undefeatable king of Hellbody. This way, Fang Chen had inherited the undefeatable king of Hellbody. The faint aura that he emitted was exactly the same as the demon-devouring clan. Phew! Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on his face. This way, he would not be doubted when he walked out of the Devil's Pool. After all, Xiaoho had made an exception and allowed him to cultivate in the Devil's Pool so that he could activate the demon-devouring bloodline. Crack! Without the support of the Nether King, the void became chaotic. In the end, Fang Chen's body rose uncontrollably. Soon, he broke through the dark void and returned to the Devil's Pool. Buzz! Once he returned to the Devil's Pool, the undefeatable king of Hellbody released a strong suction force and crazily absorbed the demon-devouring power in the Devil's Pool. Rumble! The calm Devil's Pool began to shake. Xiao Ho had just come out of seclusion and sensed the devil's pool. With a thought, he appeared above the devil's pool. Looking over, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong. Inside the devil's pool, there was a terrifying whirlpool. Inside the whirlpool, there was a vague figure. "Have you activated your bloodline?" A look of joy appeared on Xiao Ho's face. Looking at the situation, the bloodline that Lin Chen had activated was definitely not weak. Perhaps, after countless years, the Carefree Palace would once again have a genius that could be sent to the 4 major branches. Xiao Ho was very excited and had been waiting patiently. Moon Palace in a hidden secret realm. After Elder Yun sensed the movement of the devil's pool, a cold smile appeared on his face. Thud, thud, thud. The Lunar Palace's palace master came to visit. "Old Yun, what's going on?" He was somewhat worried that there would be a problem with the devil pool. Old Yun waved his hand and gestured for him to sit down. Then he took out a go board. The Lunar Palace's palace master was distracted, unable to focus. For the devil's pool to have such turbulence, it means that the guy called Lin Chen has been completely dissolved by the devil's pool. Old Yin said with a smile. According to his speculations, the devil's pool was currently absorbing the remaining energy within Lin Chen's body. When the two collided, the repulsion was too great, causing the devil's pool to shake. Does that mean that Lin Chen is completely dead? The Lunar Palace's palace master's eyes lit up. His goal was to kill Lin Chen. Only by doing so could the Lunar Palace suppress the military palace. He is just a mere sage, Emperor. With me making a move, how can he escape? Old Yun was extremely confident. He gently placed his finger on the go board. When the black go piece landed on the go board, the situation instantly changed. "I've won." Old Yun chuckled. Old Yun's go skills are superb. "This junior is impressed," the Lunar Palace's palace master said respectfully. "You are just too impatient," Old Yun said. The Lunar Palace's palace master smiled awkwardly. "The main thing is that the Marquis has already come out of seclusion. He is waiting outside the Devil's Pool. I am afraid that an accident might happen." Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Fong Qin had already been in the Devil's Pool for 3 years. During this time, the Devil's Pool had not stopped shaking. The more he waited, the more excited Xiao Ho became. As for the Lunar Palace's side, they could not hold back. What's going on? Why hasn't the Devil's Pool calmed down after 3 years? The Lunar Palace's palace master could not hold back and wanted to check it out. On this day, he arrived at the bottom of the Devil's Pool and looked up. Xiao Ho sat cross-legged in the air, resting with his eyes closed. Rumble. At this moment, the shaking Devil's Pool gave off an unprecedented shaking sound. Then, the whirlpool in the Devil's Pool suddenly shattered. The Devil's Pool crazily spun, forming a huge wave that soared into the sky. This? The Lunar Palace's palace master was stunned. The liquid in the Devil's Pool carried an extremely strong force as it soared into the sky. He instantly felt like the world was suppressing him. Xiao Ho opened his eyes. "Is it over?" he muttered to himself. He could vaguely see a figure standing proudly at the top of the wave. Crack! Fine cracks began to appear in the surrounding array formation. Boom! After the huge wave soared into the sky, it suddenly exploded. Raindrops filled the sky, sweeping over. Amidst the raindrops, a figure swooped down. Dong! Dust flew up and the raindrops fell. Fong Qin stood proudly at the top of the Devil's Pool. That is, the Lunar Palace's palace master, who had finally stabilized himself. Looked like he had seen a ghost when he saw Fong Qin. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked at it again. Impossible! He cried out in alarm. How could he survive when Elder Yun personally attacked? But soon, he realized that he had lost his composure. He looked up and saw that Xiao Ho was ignoring him. He suppressed the shock in his heart, lowered his head, and ran back to the Lunar Palace's secret territory. At the top of the Devil's Pool, when everything calmed down, Xiao looked at Fang Qin and grinned. Not bad. You have activated the superior demon-devouring bloodline. From now on, your future is limitless. Superior bloodlines were very rare even in the Xiaoyao prefecture. Xiao felt that it was a wise decision to make an exception and let the military palace's commander cultivate in the Devil's Pool. Fang Chen's body was shrouded in a black aura. Whoosh! He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xiao could not recognize the invincible Pluto King body. If that was the case, he was much more relieved. Thank you, Lord Marquis, for your help. He cupped his fists and thanked Xiao. However, I have something to report to you. What is it? Xiao was very happy and asked with a smile. After I entered the Devil's Pool to cultivate, someone secretly tried to kill me. Fang Qin told Xiao everything that had happened back then. The latter was enraged after hearing it. Crack! The void was directly shattered by Xiao's kick. His face was cold and full of anger. Someone in my Xiaoyao prefecture dared to do such a thing? He promised Fang Qin. Go back and rest. I will personally investigate this matter and give you an explanation. Xiao looked into the distance with a cold gaze. Chapter 3684. Moon Palace. Ever since the military palace commander Lin Chun came out unscathed, the Moon Palace master had been trembling. He was afraid that Xiao would find out about him, and even more afraid that Elder Yun's identity would be exposed. As the Moon Palace master, I just went to the Devil's Pool to take a look and show my concern for the military palace commander's safety. It shouldn't arouse the Marquis' suspicion. Yu Heng kept comforting himself. No matter what, at least he couldn't panic. Even if the Marquis found him, he couldn't punish him without sufficient evidence. Thinking of this, Yu Heng let out a sigh of relief. What a lucky bastard. How did you manage to escape? A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This was a great opportunity. If Lin Qin died in the Devil's Pool, it would be a great blow to the military palace. After the trip to the Devil's Pool, Fang Qin had been cultivating in Xiaoyao Manor. After a few days, his strength had improved, and his understanding of the invincible sword principle had reached an extremely high level. At this moment, there was news from the military palace that the 9 Palaces tournament would begin in a month. They hoped that the commander could come back. Oh! Fang Chen was surprised. The original plan was to leave the Xiaoyao Manor after absorbing the blood given by Xiao and go to other places. However, it seemed that he couldn't leave for the time being. Xiao intended to train him and send him to the 4 branches. Although it hadn't been announced, he had heard some rumors. After informing Xiao, he returned to the military palace. The military palace was now completely under his control. Many generals were also in charge of their own battle groups. Commander, the bodyguard walked over and cupped his fists. The 9 Palaces tournament is the grandest event in the Xiaoyao Manor. The winner will become the leader of the 9 Palaces every time. Oh, Fang Qin raised his eyelids and asked, what are the specifics? The grand competition of the 9 Palaces is mainly for the disciples of the 9 Palaces within the Carefree Palace to exchange pointers and learn from each other. Every palace has 20 spots. After going through a series of tests, the palace he represents will be the final winner. His personal guard said, last time the champion of the 9 Palaces tournament was our palace. At that time, the military palace was in high spirits. In front of the disciples of the other 8 palaces, all of them held their heads high. However, not long after, the commander of the military palace fell on the battlefield, causing internal strife in the military palace until Fang Qin appeared. During this period, the Moon Palace took advantage of the situation and continuously suppressed the military palace, gradually becoming the leader of the 9 Palaces. The Moon Palace? Fang Chen's eyes were filled with disdain. When he was in the Carefree Manor, the one who was most dissatisfied with him was the Moon Palace's palace master, Yu Heng. And not long ago, when he came out of the Devil's Pool, Yu Heng was at the foot of the mountain. Could it be? Feng Qin frowned, suspecting that the person who secretly attacked him was Yu Heng. But he doesn't have the strength. Soon, Feng Qin shook his head and rejected his idea. It was impossible for Yu Heng's strength to reach such a level where he could silently sneak above the devil's pool and tamper with it. Unless Feng Chen's eyes were cold. Unless there was a hidden expert in the Moon Palace. This expert was so powerful that even Xiaoyaohe could not detect him. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Xiaoyaohe would investigate this matter. What he needed to do now was to become the number one in the 9 palaces. Historically, the number one in the 9 palaces has many generous rewards, the biggest of which is the Cave of the Slaying Dragon. Cave of the Slaying Dragon? His bodyguard explained. The Cave of the Slaying Dragon is a forbidden area in the Origin world. Ordinary martial artists would not dare to enter at all. Even invincible saints would face certain risks if they enter. However, after a long period of exploration, the high-level experts of the demon-devouring clan finally worked together and created a world in the Cave of the Slaying Dragon. Then, they used heaven-defying methods to transform it into a sacred place for cultivation. Every once in a while, each prefecture would have 3 spots to enter the Cave of the Slaying Dragon. Anyone who came out of the Cave of the Slaying Dragon alive basically became an invincible saint. For example, Xiaoyaohe was one of the people who had entered the Cave of the Slaying Dragon. No wonder. Feng Qin was relieved. No wonder Yu Heng made things difficult for him. It was related to his own interests. The Cave of the Slaying Dragon? The corners of Feng Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. According to his bodyguard, the Cave of the Slaying Dragon was a true forbidden area for life. It was extremely dangerous, but there were also many opportunities here. The high-level experts of the demon-devouring clan worked together to open a space and then stabilized it with great means to cultivate the younger generation. How does the 9 palaces competition work? Feng Qin asked. Anyone below the Saint Realm can fight until all the disciples of the other 8 palaces are defeated, the bodyguard said. Feng Chen's eyes lit up. Below the Saint Realm? Does that mean I can fight too? Generally speaking, the palaces will choose experts at the peak of the Saint Emperor Realm, and some are even comparable to the Saint Realm. That way, the competition will increase. His bodyguard said. Back then, our palaces would not be afraid, but now we have no one. Not long ago, news came from the 3 prefectures that the Sky Moon Army and the Ming King Army had joined forces to hunt down Feng Qin. Under the encirclement of the 2 forces, the Xiaoyao army was defeated and could only retreat to the outside of the camp. They suffered heavy losses. Countless Saint Emperor realm martial artists were killed. Moreover, because of the tense situation, there was no way to transfer Saint Emperor realm martial artists from the 3 prefectures back. This was the problem that the military palace was facing now. Is that so? Feng Qin asked. Now, how many 6th-level Saint Emperors are there in our palaces? There are 10 in total. Feng Qin nodded. Go and bring these 10 people here, and also pick a few low-level Saint Emperors to make a total of 19 people. The bodyguard looked at Feng Qin in confusion. He grinned and pointed at himself. I am also a Saint Emperor, so I can also participate in the 9 palaces competition. Lord Commander! The bodyguard hurriedly tried to dissuade him, but Feng Qin had already made up his mind. Just do as I say. Not long after, Feng Chen's order had spread throughout the military palace. Many generals were confused. Why did the commander want to take the risk? The other 8 palaces, especially the Moon Palace, had been eyeing the commander. If they knew that the commander was going to fight, they would definitely use this opportunity to get rid of the commander. That way, the impact on the military palace would be even greater. Many generals immediately came to the commander's residence, wanting to dissuade Lin Qin. Lord Commander, with your noble status, how can you personally participate in the competition? That's right. If you participate, The other palaces will think that our palaces have no one to send out. Wouldn't that be a joke? We're mainly worried about your safety, Lord Commander. The generals chimed in one after another. Fang Qin shook his head. I have already made up my mind. There is no need for you to dissuade me. Fang Qin stood up. Furthermore, with the current talent pool of our palaces, it is impossible for us to suppress the other 8 palaces and take first place. Hearing this, everyone was at a loss. Take first place in the 9 palaces competition? Was this a joke? In truth, Fang Chen's goal was very clear. That was to take first place in the 9 palaces competition. I can promise that with me here, the first place in the 9 palaces competition will definitely belong to our palace. Fang Qin said straightforwardly. As for the safety issue that you are worried about, it is not a problem at all. Because he looked at everyone and said word by word. Chapter 3685. Although Fang Qin had displayed outstanding strength when he killed Lu Mu previously, he was still able to defeat Lu Mu. But after all, Lu Mu had used a forbidden secret technique and barely reached the threshold of a 7th level saint. Moreover, Fang Chen's victory over Lu Mu could be considered as a result of some tricks. Many generals believed that if they were to fight head-on, it would be very difficult for the commander to defeat the top 6th level Saint Emperors of the other palaces. After all, they were all experts who had been through countless battles and had fought on the edge of life and death. Not to mention cultivation techniques. Just their combat skills alone were enough to crush warriors of the same level. Commander, please reconsider. The generals tried to dissuade him. I have already made up my mind. There is no need to say any more. Fang Chan waved his hand and left. Many generals were left looking at each other. In the end, they sighed and could only follow the commander's instructions. The other 8 palaces also entered a tense state of preparation for the battle. Only the military palace did not feel nervous at all. After the 20 spots were confirmed, Fang Chan would be at the commander's residence every day to guide everyone in their cultivation. The commander's residence. 19 people stood side by side in front of Fang Chan. After a few days of training, the originally listless people were full of confidence. Moreover, they were incomparably respectful to the commander. In this 9 palaces grand competition, the military palace is determined to win first place. Fang Chan looked around at everyone and then said, So, I hope that all of you will do your best. He did not wish for anyone to not do their best. These people were all carefully selected. Fang Chen's requirement was that they could be of a lower level, but they had to be absolutely loyal to the military palace. Or else, if someone secretly played tricks in the 9 palaces grand competition and caused the entire army to be wiped out, the loss would be great. We will definitely do our best. A loud voice lingered in Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen was very satisfied with this and nodded. According to my understanding, the overall combat strength of the 20 people from the other 8 palaces is much stronger than that of the military palace. Because of the situation at the front line, there was no one available in the military palace. This also gave the other 8 palaces a chance. However, Fang Chin did not feel that there was anything wrong with this. However, to obtain first place in the 9 palaces grand competition, one must not rely on recklessness. Instead, one must rely on brains. As he spoke, he pointed at his own head. If he didn't have enough strength, he could only rely on his wits. Everyone was puzzled and looked at the commander curiously. In the time to come, I will teach you a set of combined battle formation. As long as you can master it, even invincible saints will not be able to break it. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. What? There's actually such a powerful joint attack formation in this world. As expected of the Lord Commander. Truly amazing. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with admiration. Fang Chen spent an entire day explaining the usage of the joint attack formation to the 19 people in detail. On the second day, they began their initial attempts. You take 3 steps to the left. You, take 5 steps to the right. And you, take a step back. The 19 of them lined up in a row, with Fong Chen in the middle. He was the center of the formation and constantly directed everyone to move their bodies to fit into the formation. Carefree manner. After days of investigation, they finally found some clues. On this day, Carefree manner summoned Yu Hung, the palace lord of Moon Palace. Greetings, Lord Marquis. Yu Hung bowed, feeling a little fearful. Why did Lord Marquis summon him? Could it be that Lord Marquis had found some clues? He forced himself to be calm and recalled Elder Yun's words. He tried his best to appear calm and collected so that Carefree manner wouldn't notice anything strange. Why did you go to the Devil's Pool on the day Lin Chin came out? As expected, an earth-shattering aura surged toward Yu Hung. Instantly, Yu Hung felt an extremely powerful force pressing down on him. If he showed any signs of uneasiness, he would be suppressed by Carefree manner on the spot. Marquis, as the palace master of the Moon Palace, I am also one of the higher-ups of the Carefree manor. Naturally, I care about the military palace commander. If anything happens to him, the military palace will fall into chaos. It will affect the development of the Carefree manor. Yu Hung organized his thoughts and said in a low voice, "Humph." Carefree manner snorted and looked at Yu Hung with his dark eyes. "You're lying." Hearing this, Yu Hang's body trembled slightly, but he quickly calmed down. What this subordinate said is absolutely true. Yu Hung said, "Lord Marquis, did something happen at the Devil's Pool?" Yu Hung pretended not to know and asked. Carefree manner told Yu Hung about Fong Chen's situation. The latter felt a little regretful. He almost killed Lin Chin. What a pity. Half an hour later, Yu Hung walked out of the hall. His back was drenched in sweat. It couldn't be helped. It wasn't easy for him to survive until now under Carefree manner's powerful aura. However, after Yu Hung left, Carefree manner sneered and waved his hand. A black figure walked out of the darkness. "Watch Yu Hang's every move," Carefree manner ordered. Yes, the black figure instantly blended into the darkness. In a border city in the territory of Carefree manner, today a mysterious expert had arrived. This person mainly cultivated the sword Dao and was proficient in dark sword arts. Every cultivator with a little bit of fame in this city was challenged by him one by one. As for him, he crushed all the experts in the city in an undefeated manner. "Humph, a bunch of trash." The black-clothed man held a black long sword and said coldly, "May I ask why are you doing this?" The city lord came and asked coldly. Whoosh! What answered him was a cold sword light. However, the city lord reacted quickly and jumped, dodging the sword light attack. "Sir, don't you think you're going overboard?" The city lord was a little angry. A god of plague came out of nowhere and challenged all the experts in the city. Moreover, he stood there in an undefeated manner. This made him lose face. Within the unfettered palace, there was someone who once rejected my master's invitation to take him in as a disciple. The reason I came here is to prove that the decision made by the person who rejected my master was the most idiotic one in his entire life. The black-clothed martial artist's voice echoed in the sky above the city. "I will continue to challenge until I defeat that idiot." When everyone woke up from the shock, the black-clothed martial artist had already disappeared. Who is he? He's too strong. He's unprecedentedly strong. When did such a powerful sword cultivator appear in the source world? Everyone was in a heated discussion. Only the city lord was slightly surprised. Someone who rejected his master? Could it be, in his mind, he recalled that Lin Chin, who was ranked first in the overall selection, was the current commander of the military palace. He seemed to have rejected demonic Mountain Venerable's invitation to be his disciple in public. Thinking of this, he suddenly understood. Only an expert like demonic Mountain Venerable could teach, such an outstanding disciple. Chapter 3686. After receiving the news, the city lord immediately reported it to the military palace, in the commander-in-chief's residence. Commander-in-chief, a powerful sword cultivator, has recently appeared in our carefree manor. He came from the border and defeated all his enemies along the way. No one who was challenged by him won. The bodyguard said softly. However, Fong Qin did not care. What did this have to do with him? His only mission now was to win the 9 Palaces tournament and then head to the Mystic Realm. Commander-in-Chief, according to the news from the city lords of the border cities, this sword cultivator in black seems to be related to you? After hearing this, Fong Qin finally stopped what he was doing. He looked up at the bodyguard behind him and asked, "Related to me?" This person claimed that someone in the carefree manor rejected his master's invitation to be his disciple. Therefore, he wants to defeat all his enemies along the way to find this person and defeat him. He just wanted to prove that his master's choice was right. He was the true successor of the direct line of descent. The person who had rejected his master was not qualified at all. Fong Qin frowned. Demonic Mountain Supreme? This was because the only expert related to him was Demonic Mountain Supreme. Moreover, he had rejected Demonic Mountain Supreme's invitation to be his disciple in front of everyone. The bodyguard nodded. The sword cultivator in black is most likely Demonic Mountain Supreme's disciple. His purpose of entering the carefree manor and heading west is to command you. Haha. Fong Qin grinned. It's okay. Don't worry about it, Commander-in-Chief. The bodyguard seemed to be worried about Fong Qin. However, the latter did not care at all. He did not say anything else. After he left, Fong Qin opened his palm and a scroll suddenly appeared in his palm. Whoosh! The dossier was slowly opened and there were golden words written on it. Then Fong Qin began to read it seriously. Soon he shook his head and sighed. As expected of the origin world, this scroll recorded a secret technique from the origin world. In terms of grade, it was not too high. However, it was far more exquisite than the secret techniques he had encountered in the chaotic realm. Under the perfect operation of the heavenly way, even the creation of secret techniques has become so perfect. Fong Qin sighed repeatedly in amazement. It was impossible to create such a perfect secret technique in the chaotic realm. Only the origin world, which relied on the perfect operation of the heavenly Tao, could succeed. Whoosh! Fong Qin took a deep breath and collected his thoughts. His consciousness enveloped the scroll, and he began to cultivate. The trip to the Devil's Pool had allowed him to obtain the Nether King's invincible Nether King physique. At this point, he could be considered a real member of the Devouring Demon clan. At least, the aura that he exuded from his every movement gave off such a feeling. The secret technique was called 9 Demon Swallowing Swords. It was also a secret sword technique. It was said that one of the generals under the Devouring Demon clan leader had created it. Unfortunately, that battle general died not long after he was created. In fact, the demon devouring 9 swords had not been completed yet. Strictly speaking, it was incomplete. However, even so, it was not something that anyone could cultivate. It was said that no one in the origin world had been able to completely master the 9 devil-devouring swords. Until now, the person with the most monstrous potential in the sword Tao had only mastered 8 swords. The Liu family. Patriarch, are we just going to let go of 100 drops of blood? That's the accumulation of our Liu family over the years. It's the hope of the younger generation in the clan. Yes, that damned guy is too arrogant. It's said that not long ago, he publicly killed Xiaoyao's personal disciple, but the latter did not punish him. Some people nodded in agreement. That's right. I also heard that after Xiaoyao learned of his monstrous potential, he actually made an exception and let him enter the Devil's Pool to cultivate. Everyone in the Liu family knew the seriousness of the situation. The potential of the military palace commander had already been recognized by Xiaoyao. The latter opened the devil's pool to let him cultivate. This also showed his attitude. Once Xiao sent him to the 4 branches to cultivate, the Lu family would never be able to take back 100 drops of blood. We can't wait any longer. Many elders looked at Patriarch Lu. The latter pondered. This was a matter of great importance and could not be impulsive. Otherwise, the Lu family would be completely destroyed if they were not careful. Patriarch, a white-haired old man called out in a hoarse voice. Finally, the head of the Lu clan came back to his senses. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "The Lu clan will definitely get the 100 drops of blood back. As for the military commander, he will definitely pay a heavy price for ignoring the Lu clan." After pausing for a moment, Patriarch Lu continued, "Not long ago, the Moon Palace Master Yueheng came to me personally. Everyone was puzzled. The Moon Palace was Xiaoyao's force. Why would they come to the Lu family? The Moon Palace wants to get rid of the military palace commander and take first place in the 9 Palaces tournament," Patriarch Lu said. "They know about the grudge between us and the military palace, so they made the request." He clearly remembered Yueheng's original words. The Lu family needed to provide 5 Peak Saint Emperor experts to temporarily join the Moon Palace team to stop the military palace. The Moon Palace Master had already seen the list of names submitted by the 9 palaces. Lin Qin was on it. Instead of taking the risk to charge into the military palace and assassinate Lin Qin, why don't we cooperate with the Moon Palace? What do you all think? Patriarch Lu asked. Everyone looked at each other and agreed. If that's the case, then the Lu family will be prepared. When the 9 Palaces tournament starts, we will definitely take Lin Chen's life. While Fang Chan was cultivating the demon devouring 9 swords, many things happened in the Xiaoyao manor. The most unexpected thing was the black-robed swordsman. He traveled west and defeated countless enemies before finally stopping in front of the military palace. All the forces were secretly paying attention to him. Just as Fang Qin guessed, the black-robed swordsman was here for him. "Lin Qin, get out here." His voice was loud and spread throughout the entire military palace. "How dare you!" The guards of the military palace rushed out immediately, wanting to kill this person. Swoosh! However, what welcomed them was a sky full of sword light. Swoosh! Blood rained down as the sword light soared into the sky. Bang! 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 Only then did everyone realize. The guards of the military palace had been killed, and the black-robed swordsman stood with his hands behind his back, carrying a long sword on his back. It was as if he had never attacked. The air was filled with blood and killing intent. So powerful. In the dark, many forces gasped and retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the powerful sword light. "I am Master Demon Mountain. I am here today to prove to the world that you are not qualified to be my master's disciple." As soon as he said that, everyone was enlightened. So, the black-robed swordsman was targeting the commander of the military palace, Lin Qin. "Where did the courage you had when you rejected my master go? Why are you willing to be a coward?" Seeing that there was no movement from the military palace, the black-robed swordsman mocked. "Military palace, commander's residence. Commander." The bodyguard asked Fang Qin for his opinion. "Ignore him." Fang Qin couldn't be bothered with such a person. It was a waste of time. Chapter 3687. Fang Qin already knew the purpose of the black-robed swordsman's visit. He did not regret rejecting demonic mountain supremacy. He was a human, and his roots were in the chaotic realm. The demon-devouring race was the archenemy of the chaotic realm. They existed to destroy the chaotic realm and all the races in the universe. How could Fang Qin be more powerful than demonic mountain supremacy? Although staying by demonic mountain supremacy's side would allow him to obtain the demon-devouring blood faster, there was a high possibility that demonic mountain supremacy would discover Fang Qin's identity. After all, demonic mountain supremacy was an expert who had been famous for a long time. If he was not careful, he would reveal his flaws. Moreover, after receiving the Nether King's inheritance and cultivating the invincible Nether King body, Fang Chen's strength had reached a new level. He could now easily suppress a 7th level sage. The black-robed swordsman was no match for him at all. He could not be bothered to make a move. After hearing Fang Chen's words, the bodyguard wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he shut his mouth and turned to leave. In front of the military palace, no matter how the black-robed swordsman mocked and cursed, the military palace did not respond and directly ignored his existence. This made the black-robed swordsman even more furious. Arrogant guy. The black-robed swordsman shook his wrist, and the long sword on his back shot into the sky. He opened his right hand, and the long sword slowly landed in his palm. Buzz! In the next moment, a terrifying sword light spread out with the long sword as the center. Ripples spread out as if it was going to cut the void apart. Pucci! The black-robed swordsman deliberately controlled the sword light and slashed at the military palace. Dong! The military palace's array was hit by the sword light and let out a deafening sound. The array swayed and the mountains inside shook. Just like that, the black-robed swordsman slashed out 6 times in a row. Each slash was able to shake the military palace's array. When he was about to slash out the 7th slash, the military palace's array suddenly showed signs of cracking. Look, the military palace's array is about to shatter. Someone exclaimed in the dark. All the major forces were shocked. How powerful was the black-robed swordsman? Was the military palace's commander-in-chief afraid? Just as they were still in shock, the crumbling military palace formation suddenly healed. In the sky above the great array, Fang Chen's hands were constantly forming seals. Streams of array Dao aura were integrated into the great array. In an instant, the cracks on the great array were mended. You're finally not a coward anymore. The black-clothed sword cultivator looked up at Fang Chen and sneered. Do you know what you're doing? Fang Chen stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. Humph, when you rejected my master, did you think this day would come? A terrifying sword will surged around the black-robed swordsman. Fang Chen shook his head. Never thought about it. He did not care at all why the black-clothed sword cultivator had come. The reason why he had appeared was to tell the black-robed swordsman that this was the military palace. He had attacked the military palace's array without permission and had committed a grave mistake. This was a capital offense. You, surrounded by sword chi, the black-clothed swordsman slashed at Fang Chen. Bang! However, Fang Chen easily dispelled the sword light with an imposing aura. In the dark, the major forces gasped. Was the new commander-in-chief of the military palace so powerful? Facing the black-clothed swordsman, he did not show any fear. Could it be that he was full of confidence in his own strength? To be honest, your strength is not worth my time at all. Fang Chen looked down on him. However, you should be punished for killing the guards of the military palace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. In the air, Fang Chen walked slowly. He seemed to be casually walking, but he brought great pressure to the black-clothed swordsman. Humph, you're courting death. The black-clothed swordsman snorted coldly, holding a long sword in his hand. He displayed his strongest sword technique. Swoosh! Dazzling sword light filled the air. He wanted to kill Fang Chen as quickly as possible. You're the commander-in-chief of the military palace, but you don't live up to your reputation. Today, I'll chop off your head and let the world know the consequences of rejecting my master. After he finished speaking, the black-clothed swordsman attacked continuously. Countless sword lights crisscrossed, and in an instant he was engaged in a chaotic battle with Fang Chen. In the dark, the people of the various forces looked at each other. Who has a higher chance of winning? They were deep in thought. In the military palace, many generals were anxious. But the bodyguard said, "Generals, there's no need to be anxious. Before the commander-in-chief left, he asked me to pass on a message to you." Everyone was puzzled. What did the commander-in-chief want to say to them? The commander-in-chief said, "The black-clothed swordsman is not to be feared. He can kill him with one strike." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Boom! Boom! In the air, the storm of battle attacked. The black-clothed swordsman found an opportunity to stab Fang Chen's body with his sword. Bang! He suddenly realized that he could not pierce through Fang Chen's body even after using all his strength. It was as if his long sword had stabbed into a boulder. "How is this possible?" the black-clothed swordsman exclaimed. He could not imagine how strong Fang Chen's body was. Oh no! At this moment, he realized that something was wrong. He felt the crazy attraction from Fang Chen's body and extreme cold power. Pucci! He quickly retreated. Even so, he was still corroded by the nether chi emitted by the invincible Pluto body. His sleeves were torn and a piece of flesh on his arm was burnt. Damn it! The black-clothed swordsman glanced at him, and then his face turned ferocious. Fang Chen shook his head. He had overestimated the black-clothed swordsman's strength. He had thought that his master, the demonic mountain, would not be too weak. Who knew that the strongest swordsmanship he was so proud of could not even break through the defense of his invincible Pluto body? Let's end it here. If your strongest swordsmanship could not break through my defense, then what will you use to block my strongest swordsmanship? Next, Fang Chen began to attack. The fierce and domineering invincible swordsmanship was continuously displayed. Sword after sword, they blended with each other and superimposed on each other. Moreover, he had the Spirit Slayer's sword in his hand. He had all the advantages. Kill! When Fang Chen attacked with his sword, the black-clothed swordsman was shocked to find that his swordsmanship was actually restrained by his opponent's swordsmanship. What's going on? His eyes were filled with doubt. You call this swordsmanship? Fang Chen looked down on him. The black-clothed swordsman was not a real swordsman at all. The swordsmanship that he had comprehended was the most shallow and simple one. His own invincible swordsmanship was a swordsmanship that had been comprehended through reincarnation. He had already come into contact with the true essence of swordsmanship. Buzz! The suppression of swordsmanship caused the black-clothed swordsman to be unable to display his strongest swordsmanship. His body seemed to have sunk into a quagmire and was struggling with difficulty. Secretly, the people of the major forces were puzzled. What's going on? Why isn't the black-clothed swordsman fighting back? Look, his body seems to be moving with difficulty. He seems to be struggling. As soon as this was said, everyone took a closer look. Indeed, the black-clothed swordsman was trapped in a quagmire and suppressed by the military palace commander. Too strong. Everyone's mind was in a state of shock. Swoosh! The suppression of swordsmanship and the suppression of the invincible Pluto body. With the double suppression, the black-clothed swordsman could not fight back at all. In an instant, he was severely injured by Fang Chen. Crack! His head was separated from his body. He opened his mouth. I can't accept this. Chapter 3688. All the major forces were secretly shocked. The black-robed swordsman was a disciple of the demonic mountain and was almost invincible among the younger generation. He even swept through everything from the small border city to the front of the military palace, defeating all the enemies along the way. He wanted to use the sword in his hand to let Fang Chen know how stupid he was to have rejected the demonic mountain. The black-robed swordsman's actions caused a huge commotion. Therefore, all the forces were secretly paying attention. Who would have thought that the military palace's commander-in-chief was so powerful that he almost crushed the black-robed swordsman? Whoosh! Everyone gasped and quickly retreated for fear of angering the military palace's commander-in-chief. When they saw Fang Chen looking at them, they were even more frightened. Let's go! They had no time to be shocked. They left the military palace as fast as they could. The commander-in-chief? It was too shocking. Everyone in the military palace was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Whoosh! 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 Outside the military palace, the violent wind gradually dissipated and the world returned to normal. The remaining aura in the void meant that a shocking battle had just broken out here. I have only inherited the legacy of Senior Pluto and cultivated the invincible Pluto King's body. It is already so powerful. How powerful will the invincible Pluto King's body be when it is perfected? Fang Qin put away the Spirit Slayer sword and looked at the black-robed swordsman's sleeves. He was unperturbed. The only thing that made him sigh was that the invincible Pluto King's body was too powerful, and there were endless possibilities. After Fang Qin returned to the commander-in-chief's residence, everyone rushed out and came to the place where the black-robed swordsman died. They glanced at the sword mark on the black-robed swordsman's neck and then looked at each other. They were all shocked. The commander-in-chief's attainments in swordsmanship are really too strong, someone exclaimed. Yes, this is the disciple of the demonic mountain. He is the best at swordsmanship, but he was killed by the commander-in-chief with a single strike. Humph! After this battle, the other 8 palaces won't dare to bully our military palace. Thinking of this, everyone's faces revealed smiles. Of course, there were also some who were worried about the demonic mountain. The demonic mountain will find out about this sooner or later. The Black General said in a low voice, "You should know very well what kind of person the demonic mountain exalted is. Once he finds out that his personal disciple was killed by someone who once rejected him in public, what kind of consequences will there be?" Needless to say, the demonic mountain venerate would definitely be enraged and would massacre the military palace. Everyone exchanged glances. From their eyes, he could see the fear they had towards the demonic mountain reverend. Not to mention them, even Duke Xiaoyao would have to give face to the demonic mountain exalted, let alone them. With the marquis around, the demonic mountain venerable shouldn't go so far as to massacre the military palace. However, he will definitely kill the commander at all costs. It wasn't easy for our palace to get on the right track. We can't afford any more trouble. Yes, it's best to report this matter to the marquis and let him decide. The news of Demonic Mountain Exalt's personal disciple's death spread out very quickly. For a moment, all the major forces in the vast carefree mansion were shocked. The other 8 palaces were especially shocked. The weak warrior in their eyes had actually slain Empyrean Fiend Mountain's disciple. This made them re-evaluate Lin Qin. Moon Palace, Secret Realm. Elder Yin, Yu Heng brought some Saint Realm disciples who were still in a daze to the Secret Realm where Elder Yin was hiding. Whoosh! In the darkness, Elder Yin's ferocious eyes suddenly opened. He waved his hand and the Saint Realm disciples were sucked to Elder Yin's side without any resistance. After that, he greedily looked at the food and finally opened his mouth to devour them. Whoosh! After a while, Elder Yin finally finished digesting the food. He was satisfied with Yu Heng's performance. "Speak, what's the matter?" "Elder Yin, do you still remember Lin Qin?" "Oh, the military palace's commander who was lucky enough to survive the demonic pool?" Elder Yin asked. Yu Heng nodded and continued. "Not long ago, the demonic mountain venerate's disciple challenged the military palace, but was killed by Lin Qin. I don't think the demonic mountain venerate will let this matter rest." Elder Yin was a little surprised, but he soon understood. To be able to survive the demonic pool and kill the demonic mountain venerate's personal disciple was not a big deal. "You want me to secretly stop Duke Xiaoyao?" Elder Yin guessed the purpose of Yu Heng's visit. "Duke Xiaoyao values Lin Qin a lot. According to my speculation, he wants to train Lin Qin and send him to the 4 branches. Therefore, this time when the demonic mountain venerate attacks, he will definitely take action." I want to ask Elder Yin to secretly stop Duke Xiaoyao so that he can't stop the demonic mountain venerate. After Elder Yin heard this, he laughed. You Hung, where did your heroic spirit go? Now, you are forced to such a state by a weak saint emperor? In order to kill Lin Qin, Elder Yin did not hesitate to ask him to secretly stop Duke Xiaoyao. Yu Hung was a little anxious when he heard this. However, Elder Yin changed the topic and said coldly, I once owed the demonic mountain venerate a favor, and I have yet to return it. Now, the person he wants to kill is someone I don't like. Moreover, I can use this opportunity to weaken the power of Duke Xiaoyao. I can give it a try. Hearing this, Yu Hung was secretly happy. As long as Elder Yin secretly stopped Duke Xiaoyao, the demonic mountain venerate would definitely be able to kill Lin Qin in an extremely short period of time. All right, you can leave first. After the 9 Palaces grand competition, I will take action. Elder Yin said calmly. Thank you, Elder Yin. Yu Hung kept bowing. In fact, everyone had expected this. The death of the demonic mountain venerate's disciple would cause a huge storm. Not long after, the quiet Duke Xiaoyao's territory was suddenly shaken. The demonic mountain venerate, who was far away in another territory, was infuriated when he heard the news. He destroyed a city with a kick. Moreover, he had already said that Lin Qin had to die. No one would be able to save him even if they went to heaven or to hell. What he meant was, even if Duke Xiaoyao protected him, it would be useless. Moreover, he also said that he would personally come to Duke Xiaoyao to take Lin Qin's life soon. Once this news was out, Duke Xiaoyao's mansion was in an uproar. Even Duke Xiaoyao had a frown on his face. He had only been in seclusion for a short while, and Lin Qin had already caused such a huge commotion. However, no matter what, he was still the Duke of Duke Xiaoyao. Lin Qin was the younger generation that he thought highly of and was prepared to send to the 4 branches. He must not be killed by the demonic mountain venerate. Immediately he made his stance clear. Lin Qin is the commander of the military palace. He is my right-hand man. What he did not violate any rules. If anyone uses this as an excuse to provoke us, Duke Xiaoyao will not be a pushover. The 2 experts spoke across the air. Duke Xiaoyao, you dare to stop me? The demonic mountain venerate challenged across the air, his killing intent soaring to the sky. It's useless. You can't stop me from killing the person I want to kill. Chapter 3689. As the 2 super experts spoke, all the forces in the Carefree Manor were watching the fight from the other side. They were even a little worried and called back all the disciples who went out, fearing that the demonic mountain venerate would come and kill them. Of course, most of the forces were not too worried. After all, with the Carefree Manor guarding, no matter how bold the demonic mountain venerate was, he would not dare to openly slaughter ordinary people. At most, he would kill the military palace commander to avenge his disciples. The entire Carefree Manor was in a state of panic. However, Fang Qin, who was the main character, was training the team in preparation for the upcoming 9 Palaces grand competition. Commander, the bodyguard told Fang Qin about the rumors from the outside world. The latter nodded. Okay, I got it. He wanted to say something, but seeing that the commander was not worried at all, he did not say anything else. The demonic mountain venerate, Fang Qin muttered to himself, his deep eyes looking up at the distant sky. After a while, his gaze once again returned to the 19 people. Continued to practice. The team battle formation seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult to coordinate. Especially the more people there were, the harder it was to control. However, Fang Qin was not worried about this. With him as the core, he would personally control the team battle formation, and the other 19 people would at most assist. Begin. With Fang Qin's order, the 19 people quickly moved to their positions. Buzz. When the team battle formation was activated, layers of ripples appeared on Fang Qin's body and spread out. At the same time, The 19 people opened their hands and connected with the layers of ripples. Attack! The power of the 19 people gathered on Fong Chen's body, causing his combat strength to skyrocket. Behind him, a figure condensed. This figure continued to grow, and in the blink of an eye, it was nearly 100 feet tall. Crack! The 100 feet tall figure clenched its fist, causing the void to tremble. Boom! Fong Chen's mind moved, and he punched the void. Boom! 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 Deafening sounds came from all directions, and the void shattered, forming a spatial storm that swept across the land. So strong! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They didn't expect that the joint battle formation could actually allow their strength to rise so much in such a short time. The storm dissipated, and the void gradually healed. The 300-meter-tall figure also disappeared. The joint attack formation stopped operating, and the faces of the 19 people were somewhat pale. It seemed that operating the joint attack formation consumed a lot of energy. Only Fong Chen was walking leisurely. You've already grasped the basics of the joint attack formation. Right now, your biggest problem is that you don't have enough power. Fong Chen commented, Lord Commander, the joint attack formation is too powerful, causing us to expend a huge amount of energy. If we were to use this method in the 9 Palaces tournament, it would be equivalent to sacrificing 800 of our own men to kill 1,000 of our enemies. It's very easy for the other 8 palaces to take advantage of our weaknesses. If they continuously challenge us, we won't be able to hold on for more than a few rounds. The others were also looking at Fong Chen. During this period of training, they were really shocked. Their strength had increased by a lot. They were now in awe of Fong Chen. About this, Fong Chen chuckled. You'll know when the time comes. Don't think too much about it now. Continue practicing. Time passed. The 9 Palaces tournament had arrived. Ever since the conversation between Demonic Mountain Holiness and Xiaoho, the place fell into silence again. Many people were guessing if Demonic Mountain Holiness was afraid of Xiaoho. Of course, most people thought that Demonic Mountain Holiness was busy with something important and couldn't split himself. Therefore, he didn't come to Xiaoyao Manor. However, they believed that once Demonic Mountain Holiness finished his work, it would definitely cause chaos in Xiaoyao Manor. The peaceful days passed. When the 9 Palaces tournament arrived, Xiaoyao City became lively again. Today, the representatives of the 9 Palaces had arrived at Xiaoyao City. The Marquis has arrived. The butler's voice echoed in the sky above Xiaoyao City. Buzz! An incomparably majestic aura swept over. Xiaoyao Ho, who was dressed in black, sat on the throne in the void. He looked down with a face full of smiles. These were all things that he had fought for. Sit, Xiaoyao Ho said. The palace masters of the 8 palaces sat on the seats below. Greetings to the Marquis. In the huge Xiaoyao city, everyone turned out to greet Xiaoyao Ho at the same time. Xiaoyao Ho waved his hand and said, How are your preparations? As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Fong Chen. The latter looked calm and didn't seem worried at all. This guy. Xiaoyao Ho shook his head. Reporting to the Marquis, we are all ready. Xiaoyao Ho nodded, indicating that the 9 Palaces tournament could begin. The 9 Palaces tournament officially begins. The butler stood on the martial arts arena and announced, Whoosh! The Black Palace Master stood up and glanced at the other Palace Masters. Finally, his gaze fell on the Palace Master of the Wu Palace. In the last 9 Palaces tournament, the Wu Palace bullied the Black Palace and humiliated us. Today, the Black Palace will take revenge. Ha ha ha, Big Blackhead, I don't mean to criticize you, but the Black Palace wants to take revenge on the Wu Palace? What a joke. The 2 Palace Masters were at loggerheads. Every time the 9 Palaces tournament was held, there would be grudges between some palaces. The first to battle were the Black Palace and the Wu Palace. The 2 palaces sent out their first combatants. You are no match for me. The The person from the Wu Palace said coldly. Shameless boasting. The person from the Black Palace immediately attacked. A fierce battle broke out on the martial arts arena. Fong Qian exclaimed softly. His attention was attracted by the Black Palace combatant. The secret skill that the latter used was somewhat similar to the secret skill of the Chaos Realm. Someone from the Chaos Realm. Fong Qian's heart skipped a beat. On the martial arts arena, the situation changed rapidly. However, the Wu Palace combatant seized the opportunity and launched a thunderous attack. The Black Palace combatant was defeated and couldn't resist at all. The Black Palace is only so. It seems that this time you will be humiliated by the Wu Palace again. The Wu Palace master mocked. Most people thought that the first combatant from the Black Palace was going to lose. However, Fong Qian didn't think so. The Black Palace combatant has been hiding his strength. He keeps retreating, giving people the feeling that he is powerless. In fact, he is stalling for time and secretly setting up a formation. Fong Qian murmured to himself. As expected, as soon as his voice fell, the Black Palace combatant, who was about to lose, suddenly soared into the sky. Let's end this, he shouted in a low voice. A dazzling light instantly burst out around the martial arts arena, and the formation instantly condensed. Not good. The Wu Palace combatant cried out in his heart, but it was too late. Bang! The power of the formation made him panic. The powerful attack that followed directly blasted him out of the martial arts arena. Silence. There was a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the first combatant from the Black Palace to be so strong. The Wu Palace is only so. Chapter 3690. At this moment, the Palace Lord of the Wu Palace had a solemn expression, and there was anger in his eyes. He felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped twice. Especially when he saw the gloating expression of the Palace Lord of the Black Palace, he was furious. It's just a competition. The Palace Lord of the Wu Palace quickly adjusted his mentality and returned to normal. As expected, in the second round, the Wu Palace sent out an expert. He did not give the Black Palace any chance at the beginning and crushed them with an absolute advantage. Boom! In the end, he kicked the Black Palace expert and broke his ribs. The latter flew out and fell to the ground, unconscious. Seeing this, the Black Palace people were furious. Go back. The Palace Lord of the Black Palace shouted coldly. He was not as good as his opponent and had lost willingly. The Black Palace is just so. The Palace Lord of the Wu Palace mocked. Xiao Ho ignored all of this. The 9 palaces under the Xiao Manor had their own conflicts, and he was used to it. As long as they were united against outsiders, it was fine. As for the small fights between them, it was not a big deal. In the following days, the Black Palace and the Wu Palace had a series of battles. When the last battle ended, to everyone's surprise, both sides had won 10 and lost 10. There was no clear winner in the battle between the 2 palaces. This made the Palace Lord of the Wu Palace even gloomier. Overall, the Wu Palace was definitely stronger than the Black Palace. In the last 9 palace grand competition, the Wu Palace had massacred the Black Palace. Before the competition this time, he had said that he would teach the Black Palace a lesson. Who knew? The disciples that the Wu Palace had carefully selected would lose 10 rounds. Among them, it was because they were not strong enough. Of course, the bigger reason was that they had underestimated their opponents. That's right, they had underestimated their opponents. The Palace Lord of the Wu Palace snorted and glanced at the 20 participants. He was a little angry. If they were really not as good as others, then it was nothing. The key point was, they thought that they were strong enough to crush the Black Palace. So they were arrogant, and not only did they underestimate their opponents, but they also became arrogant. Find out the reason for their loss. The Palace Lord of the Wu Palace said coldly. The other palaces were also fighting each other. Occasionally, there would be exciting battles, and Xiaoyao would nod in satisfaction. The competition went on for 3 days, and it was finally the Wu Palace's turn. The Demon Palace challenges the Wu Palace. All of a sudden, a sinister voice echoed throughout the square. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the military palace area. Fang Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, he stood up and took the lead to walk onto the martial arts stage. Is there no one else in the military palace? He actually wants the chief commander to personally go out to battle. The Devil Palace martial artist mocked and ridiculed. Is there a problem? Fang Chen shrugged. He really had no interest in shooting his mouth off. The Demon Palace martial artist licked his dry lips and said sinisterly, I can't wait to make my move. Just thinking about defeating the commander of the military palace is exciting. You talk too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen's figure flashed, and the martial arts arena was instantly filled with afterimages. Following that, everyone heard a blood-curdling scream. When they came back to their senses, Fang Chen was still standing motionlessly with his hands behind his back. As for the demonic martial artist, he had already been sent flying. What? The onlookers exclaimed in shock. They didn't even see Lin Chen make a move before his opponent was defeated. Is the Devil Palace's martial artist so weak? Heavens, isn't Commander Lin Chen too strong? The sound of discussion spread out. The palace master of the Devil Palace had a cold expression. He didn't expect the commander of the military palace to be so strong. I underestimated you. He whispered a few words into the steward's ear, and then the steward passed the message to the other 19 martial artists. I'll go and fight him. Crash! The martial artist who jumped onto the martial arts arena was one of the best of the younger generation of the Devil Palace. He held an axe and had a terrifying aura. Die! He attacked as soon as he came up, and his attacks were endless. He wanted to defeat the commander of the military palace with lightning speed. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head. Facing this person, Fang Chen didn't even need to use his full strength. He easily dodged the opponent's axe attack, and then hit his opponent with a sword of qi. Another scream was heard, and the second martial artist of the Devil Palace was defeated. Are the people of the Devil Palace all so weak? Fang Chen said lazily. You are going too far. They could already tell that Lin Chen wanted to challenge the 20 challengers of the Devil Palace alone. He's too arrogant. He doesn't put the Devil Palace in his eyes at all. We must teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. The people of the Devil Palace were instantly enraged. However, Fang Chen said directly, I alone am enough to deal with the Devil Palace. His words completely ignited the anger of the Devil Palace's generals. I'll do it. The third martial artist was very strong, and he was one of the top 6th level holy emperors. But it was useless. Fang Chen completely crushed him in terms of strength. Bang! He lost all 3 battles in a row. This made the palace master of the Devil Palace gloomy. The commander is too strong. As expected of our military palace's commander, the 19 challengers of the military palace were extremely excited. This was the strategy that they had discussed beforehand. If the weakest 3 palaces, including the Devil Palace, challenged, the commander would face them alone. They didn't want to expose their joint battle formation in advance. In the beginning, the people of the military palace were still a little worried. But after watching the commander's first 3 battles, they were full of confidence. Not bad, Duke Xiaoyao praised. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen didn't become arrogant. Every time he faced an opponent, he treated them seriously. He would find the opponent's weakness at the first moment and then take advantage of it to destroy it. He would never give his opponent any chance to breathe. This was also why he had defeated his opponents in almost 1 move in the first 3 battles. From the beginning until now, he had experienced too much. He had even experienced the most painful parting of life and death. He knew that he should never underestimate his enemy. He should never underestimate his enemy, and he shouldn't become arrogant. Since ancient times, there had been countless geniuses who had died prematurely because of their arrogance. He wouldn't follow in their footsteps. Especially, this was the source world, and he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. I'll do it. Although the Devil Palace was extremely angry, they didn't put down their pride and attack Fong Qin together. This also made it very easy for Fong Qin to deal with his opponents. In just 1 hour, the Devil Palace had already lost 19 battles in a row. This was something that had never happened in the past 9 Palaces tournament. Does he really want to fight the Devil Palace alone? Impossible. He definitely won't succeed. The strongest person of the Devil Palace, Missouri Tian, hasn't made his move yet. The crowd was in an uproar. Mo Tian had already walked onto the martial arts stage. They were looking forward to the final battle. You are very strong, but it ends here, Mo Tian said indifferently. I will return everything you have done to the Devil Palace 100 times over. His words were filled with chilliness. Chapter 3691. Mo Tian. He was the last fig leaf of the Devil Palace. He had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders and could only win. Once he lost, it would mean that the Devil Palace would lose the qualification to participate in the 9 Palaces tournament. This was just the beginning. The palace master of the Devil Palace stared at Lin Chun with cold eyes. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Mo Tian raised his eyes and didn't put Fong Qin in his eyes at all. You should admit defeat. Mo Tian said coldly, You are the commander of the military palace. I don't wish to embarrass you. In other words, once Mo Tian made a move, no one would be able to stop him. Is that so? Fong Qin smiled and said, The first 19 members of the Devil Palace have been defeated by me. If you don't feel embarrassed with such a result, do you think I will be afraid of being embarrassed? Furthermore, the Devil Palace doesn't have the qualifications to embarrass me. Boom! As soon as Mo Tian finished speaking, he was enraged. A terrifying aura surged out from his body as he stared at Fong Qin fiercely. You will regret this. Swish! He stomped his feet, and the world spun. Everyone could only see a black afterimage shuttling around the martial arts stage. It's the demon martial shuttling. Oh my God! Is this the demon martial shuttling? The strongest secret art of the Devil Palace. Is this the strongest secret art of the Devil Palace? Many people were astonished. It was rumored that the demon martial shuttling was an ancient and powerful secret art. It was said that this secret art was related to the primal chaos sovereign. Once a devil Dao cultivator cultivated it successfully, they would be able to transform their body into a devil body and condense a devil spring in their body to provide a terrifying amount of devil force. Most importantly, this secret art could allow one to kill beyond their level. It was the favorite secret art of the hunters hiding in the dark. Demon martial shuttling? Fong Qin exclaimed softly as he felt an aura similar to the heaven-severing gold art. Supreme art? Fong Qin shook his head and denied this thought. Putting aside whether they could obtain the supreme art, even if they did, such a powerful secret art wasn't something that Mo Tian could cultivate. Half-step supreme art. However, Fong Qin didn't dare to be careless. After all, this was a powerful secret technique that involved the primal chaos supremacy. Although it wasn't a complete supreme technique, it could still be considered a half-step supreme technique. MCME you kill. Mo Tian's cold voice resounded from within the monstrous, demonic aura. His palm suddenly appeared behind Fong Qin, wanting to take his head. Invincible sword technique. Fong Qin immediately slashed out with a sword. Crack! The beheading spirit sword collided with the black palm. Sparks flew, and the sound of metal intertwining burst out. It's useless. You can't stop me. Mo Tian increased the intensity of his attacks and executed the devil martial shuttling completely. The sky was dark, and Fong Qin was in the middle of the devil chi vortex. It seemed that he would be defeated at any moment. Will the commander be all right? Everyone in the military palace was worried. On the void bronze throne, Duke Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes. No one could tell if he was happy, angry, or sad. The demon palace master's expression eased a little. When the devil martial shuttling appeared, the other 8 palaces were shocked. It could be considered as saving some face for the demon palace. Humph. Thinking of Lin Qin, the demon palace master was furious. He couldn't wait for Mo Tian to take the opportunity to kill him. Crack! On the martial arts stage, the battle was getting more and more intense. However, other than being a little embarrassed when facing the devil martial shuttling at the beginning, Fang Chen had almost stabilized. He executed the invincible sword technique with the beheading spirit sword. Sword after sword came slowly and gathered into a sword net, enveloping him and blocking the horrifying demonic aura. Rumble. Mo Tian's face was gloomy. After the storm-like attacks, he realized this. Humph. No matter how strong your sword technique is, it's impossible to block my devil martial shuttling. After finishing his words, Mo Tian continued to increase the intensity of his attacks. On the martial arts stage, the battle kept escalating. The 8 palace masters had different expressions. As time passed, those who were optimistic about Mo Tian at the beginning were getting anxious. What is going on? Why hasn't Mo Tian ended the battle? The devil martial shuttling technique is too powerful. Mo Tian can't sustain it for too long. Not good. Lin Qin is delaying for time. Many people realize this, and the demon palace master even sent a message to Mo Tian to urge him. However, they didn't know that Mo Tian wasn't able to control himself. As the battle went on, he was appalled to realize that his devil martial shuttling wasn't able to break through Lin Chen's sword net defense. Instead, he was being restrained. In a collision not long ago, he had been directly defeated. No, I won't lose. Recalling the demon palace master's reminder, he roared towards the sky as though he was going to burn his essence blood. It was a pity Fang Chen didn't give him the chance. Let's end this. With a yell, a chilling light instantly penetrated Mo Tian's body. Boom! The void trembled and the ground shook. After the storm dissipated, a man and a sword stood proudly on the martial arts stage. What? Everyone was stunned. The victor wasn't Mo Tian, but Lin Chen, who no one thought highly of? How is this possible? The demon palace master couldn't accept this fact and went into a frenzy. The other 7 palace masters looked at Lin Chen with complicated expressions, especially Yu Heng, who had killing intent in his heart. This child couldn't be left alive. Only Xiaoyao Ho was relatively calm as he had already predicted the outcome. The devil martial shuttling was indeed powerful, but the one executing it was Mo Tian, and it was greatly restricted. In addition, Lin Chen's sword art was indeed exquisite. If he didn't witness it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that Lin Chen's understanding of sword Dao could reach such an unbelievable level at his age. At least, even Xiaoyao Ho felt inferior in terms of sword Dao. The outcome was within his expectations, and he was even more satisfied with Lin Chen. The better his performance, the stronger his talent, and the easier it would be for him to pass the test of the 4 branches. Good, very good. Xiaoyao Ho laughed heartily and broke the silence. Everyone finally reacted as they shook their heads in admiration. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Chen grinned at the demon palace before walking down the martial arts stage. Subsequently, the housekeeper announced that the demon palace would be ranked last in this 9 palaces tournament. This also meant that the demon palace had lost the qualifications to compete in the upcoming tournament. Humph! The palace master of the devil palace flung her sleeves and left. Before he left, he gave Lin Chen a threatening look. Congratulations, Lord Commander. Lord Commander is truly a proud son of heaven. He could even defeat Mo Tian easily. He's too strong. A secret technique, like the devil martial shuttling, is nothing in the eyes of Lord Commander. The people from the military palace surrounded Lin Chen and kept praising him. However, At this moment, the people from the Mountain Palace went up the martial arts stage. I challenge Lin Chen from the military palace. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. The people from the military palace were furious. The Mountain Palace was too hateful, specifically picking such a matter to challenge. Despicable and shameless. The people from the military palace were cursing. Why? If you don't dare, just admit defeat. The people from the Mountain Palace were very arrogant and deliberately provoked him. Chapter 3692. The Demon Palace challenged the military palace. In the end, Fang Qin fought alone and won 20 matches in a row, easily defeating Mo Tiandu, the strongest of the younger generation of the Demon Palace. He sent the Demon Palace out of the 9 palaces tournament with both hands. And now, the Mountain Palace attacked as soon as the battle ended. The military palace was furious at the provocation of the Mountain Palace. Especially when they saw Yu Heng's sinister smile, they instantly understood. The Mountain Palace had always had business dealings with the Moon Palace. They must have some secret with the Moon Palace. Whoosh! Fang Qin leaped and arrived on the martial arts practice platform. He squinted and said coldly, I hope the Mountain Palace doesn't regret this. Humph, you're courting death. The Mountain Palace people were furious and attacked immediately. In an instant, a gust of wind blew on the arena as the battle reached its climax. Marquis, the steward said in a low voice. He seemed to have noticed the change in Xiao Yaoho's expression and said, The commander of the military palace, Lin Chen, is too young. In the eyes of the other 8 palaces, he is not qualified to be the commander, so they are all against the military palace. Xiao Yaoho nodded and said, No one knew what his attitude was. However, according to the steward's many years of experience, Xiao Yaoho seemed to be angry. After all, Lin Chen was someone he valued very much and did not hesitate to break the rules and open the devil's pool for him to cultivate. He even wanted to send him to the 4 major divisions. Xiao Yaoho, as the lord of a prefecture, could not say anything, but the steward was different. Boom! After a while, the battle ended and a terrifying airflow swept across the arena. Fang Qin stood with his hands behind his back. There was a trace of blood on his clothes, and the Mountain Palace people were lying in a pool of blood. Lin Chen, the Mountain Palace lord, was furious. The 9 palaces tournament should stop when it's over. Why are you so cruel? His aura was like a rainbow as he approached Fang Qin. He said coldly, as the commander of the military palace, You should set an example. The Mountain Palace people only wanted to challenge you to learn from each other, but you severely injured them. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Mountain Palace people lying in a pool of blood had their cultivation path cut off. Fang Chen's attack just now had directly shattered the energy source in its abdomen. This was also the reason why the Mountain Palace lord was so angry. Enough! All of a sudden, the steward next to Xiao Yaoho spoke. Suddenly, the huge square fell silent. Everyone stared at the butler in confusion, not knowing what he meant. The 9 Palaces Grand Competition is a competition between the younger generation. The housekeeper slowly said, The commander of the military palace, Lin Chen, defeated the Demon Palace by himself. Such talent is truly rare. The butler first praised Fang Qin, then turned to the Mountain Palace area. He has already fought 20 battles consecutively. Logically speaking, he needs to rest and adjust his body before continuing to fight. Yet, you, Mountain Palace, have disregarded your reputation in order to defeat Lin Chen. The butler said in a deep voice, Mountain Palace, you've gone too far. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The 8th Palace Master stared at the housekeeper with a burning gaze, hoping to find some clues from him. I'll be responsible for the rest of the competition, the butler said. For the next match, the butler directly divided the teams. Moon Palace against Mountain Palace. A trace of undetectable coldness flashed in Yue Heng's eyes. He glanced at Xiao Ho, then at the butler a little angry. Damn it, Yue Heng cursed silently. On the surface, Moon Palace and Mountain Palace were on good terms, but in reality no one knew. In fact, Mountain Palace had already sided with Moon Palace. No, to be exact, Mountain Palace had sided with Elder Yin, who was behind Moon Palace. The two palaces were already on the same boat. Now, they were going to meet on the battlefield. Yue Heng and Mountain Palace Lord looked at each other. Then each sent a message to their team members. Not long after, the battle broke out. Both sides went back and forth with one win and one loss. When all 20 battles had ended, both sides had won 10 battles each. Most importantly, there was no bloodshed in their battles. Even the combatants on both sides did not say anything bad. They stopped at a certain point. Continue. The butler ignored them and continued to call out the teams. Apart from Demon Palace, there were still 8 palaces. After another 3 days, the battles between the other 6 palaces had also ended. On this day, it was the military palaces' turn to fight again. Their opponent was River Palace. River Palace was the best at defense among the 9 palaces. Their defensive secret technique was said to be able to block all attacks. I've long wanted to experience River Palace's defensive secret technique. Today, I finally get to see it. Ha ha ha, let's fight. Let's see if the military palace's secret technique is stronger, or if the River Palace's secret technique is stronger. This time, he did not fight against the entire River Palace alone. The other 19 people also had a chance to fight. After this period of training, the 19 people had obviously improved. They fought against the people of River Palace with ease. In the end, of the 19 battles, the military palace won 10 and lost 9. As a result, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Qin again. If he lost, this round of competition would be considered a draw. If he won, he would directly advance to the next round. Lin Qin. On the martial arts stage, the strongest of River Palace's younger generation stared at Fang Qin and said in a deep voice, "I've seen your battle with the Demon Palace. You are indeed very strong and a strong opponent, but I will still do my best to defeat you. I've long heard that River Palace's defensive secret technique is watertight. No one below a saint can break it. I'm also looking forward to fighting River Palace's experts." Fang Qin grinned. Only by fighting with experts could he improve himself. He could feel the pressure from the strongest of River Palace's younger generation. Buzz, the strongest of the younger generation of River Palace, stomped his foot. Purple runes appeared on the surface of his skin. These runes rapidly changed, eventually forming a set of purple runic armor. This is... Fang Chen's pupils shrank. Was this the special physique of the demon-devouring clan? This is my purple pattern battle physique. I've already condensed 10,000 purple patterns. Once it forms into armor, you won't be able to break my defense. The purple pattern battle physique was a super strong defensive physique in the origin world. This physique was very rare even in the 4 major branches. He did not expect the Mountain Palace to be hiding such a monstrous genius. Is that so? Fang Qin licked his dry lips and could not wait. Not only did he have the Chaos Sword body, but he had also inherited the Nether King's undefeatable Nether King physique. These 2 physiques were both offensive physiques. Moreover, with the help of the Nether King, the 2 combined and their power increased exponentially. He wanted to see how this so-called purple pattern battle physique could withstand his attacks. Chapter 3693. In the square, everyone's eyes were wide open. They did not expect the Mountain Palace to be hiding such a peerless genius. That was the purple-striped battle body, known as the top defensive battle body in the origin world, second only to the demon-devouring battle body. What? Heavens, it's the purple-striped battle body. How is that possible? The purple-striped battle body has been lost since the purple-striped ancestor died. How can the Mountain Palace have it? Everyone found it unbelievable. Only the mountain palace lord smirked. He stood with his hands behind his back, his face full of smiles. He did not want to use this trump card, but it was related to advancing to the next round, so he had to go all out. Let's see how you break my defense with a purple-striped battle body. The mountain palace lord sneered. His opponent could not break his defense, but he could attack directly without worrying about defense. Who had a better chance of winning this battle? Perhaps everyone understood this. This battle was over before it even started. Purple-striped sky, battle body born. The mountain palace martial artist roared. The demon-devouring bloodline in his body circulated wildly. As time passed, the purple patterns on his skin became more and more obvious. Invincible sword technique. Fan Chen was full of fighting spirit. He held the Spirit Slayer sword and performed an invincible sword technique. A sword broke through the sky. Tens of thousands of sword shadows stacked together, bringing with them boundless power of the way of the sword. Everyone could feel the pressure. The sky darkened. In the blink of an eye, the sword shadows were above the mountain palace martial artist's head. It's useless. My purple-striped battle body has an invincible defense. You can't break it. The mountain palace martial artist shook his head and said disdainfully, "Boom!" He stood where he was, allowing the sword shadows to strike his purple-striped battle armor. Dong! The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Even the martial arts stage showed signs of cracking. However, the mountain palace cultivator remained motionless. The purple patterns on his armor spun rapidly, directly reducing the power of the sword shadow to its lowest. Finally, he raised his hand, and under everyone's watchful eyes, he grabbed the sword shadow that was tens of thousands of feet long. Break! He exerted force, and the sword shadows shattered, turning into countless sword winds that spread out. Thump! 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 Fan Chen took a few steps back and steadied himself. He was not intimidated by the powerful defense of the purple-striped battle body. Instead, he was even more excited. Not bad. This was his evaluation of the purple-striped battle body. At the very least, such a purple-striped battle body was worth him using his full strength. Is this all that the commander-in-chief of the military palace has? The mountain palace martial artist mocked. Invincible swordsmanship. Fan Chen swung his sword 9 times in a row. Each strike was at its peak. The 9 swords fell together and bombarded the purple-striped battle physique. The mountain palace martial artist was extremely confident in his purple-striped battle body. Therefore, he did not try to evade the attack and took it head-on. Boom! What entered everyone's eyes was an extremely shocking scene. The 9 sword lights were shattered, but the purple-lined armor remained unscathed. It's over. The military palace is going to lose. It's a pity that such a monstrous genius like the commander of the military palace has to stop here. I can only say that Mountain Palace has been hiding too much. I still remember the last 9 palaces' grand competition. Mountain Palace had a purple-striped battle body, but he didn't reveal his trump card. He must have been waiting for the right moment. Everyone was discussing. Mountain Palace was waiting for the owner of the purple-striped battle body to grow. Obviously, this time the opportunity was ripe. He had completely grown up. My purple-striped battle body has invincible defense. I am destined to dominate the younger generation. You are just a stumbling block on my path of cultivation. The cold voice of the Mountain Palace martial artist echoed above the martial arts arena. Yu Hung and the other palace lords frowned. They didn't take Mountain Palace seriously at all. Who would have thought that Mountain Palace would appear out of nowhere? Right now, they were all thinking about how to break the purple-striped battle body if they were to fight Mountain Palace. There were even some who were already thinking about how they could rope in the possessor of the purple-striped battle body. Even Xiao Yao's eyes lit up when he saw the purple-striped battle body. Then he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Although he is not as good as the purple-striped ancestor, his understanding of the purple-striped battle body has reached a level that ordinary people can't reach. Moreover, he is very compatible with the purple-striped battle body. Xiao Yaohou commented. Mountain Palace Lord was overjoyed when he heard that. Everyone else also looked surprised. Only those in the military palace were worried about the Commander-in-Chief's safety. Commander-in-Chief, if you can't do it, just give up, a general said telepathically. On the martial arts arena, Fong Qin shook his head and stared at the Mountain Palace martial artist. The two of them looked calm, but in fact, Fong Qin already had a general understanding of the purple-striped battle body. Everyone thought that he was at a disadvantage in the second round. But in fact, he knew very well that although his 9 sword lights had shattered, a wisp of sword chi had quietly entered the purple-striped battle armor. Once he detonated it, cracks would definitely appear on the armor. At that time, the purple-striped battle body would be broken. Of course, he wouldn't detonate that wisp of sword chi for the time being. After all, it wasn't easy to meet such a body-refining expert. He wanted to spar with him a bit more. Purple-striped battle body lives up to its name. Fong Qin said with a smile, If that's the case, why don't you admit defeat? The Mountain Palace martial artist said disdainfully, Admit defeat? There is no such thing as admitting defeat in my dictionary. Besides, you are not qualified to make me admit defeat. You, the Mountain Palace martial artist, was furious. The purple-striped battle armor loomed. He opened his palm, and suddenly the purple patterns condensed into an axe. Humph! I want to see where you get your confidence from. As his voice fell, the Mountain Palace martial artist held the purple axe and activated the purple-striped battle body. With infinite power, he charged directly at Fong Qin. Invincible Pluto King Body. Fong Qin shouted, fully activating the invincible Pluto King Body. A terrible dark aura wrapped around his body, and the surface of his skin was covered by armor. This time he didn't choose to attack. Instead, he prepared to take the blow of the Mountain Palace martial artist. He wanted to see if the invincible Pluto King Body or the purple-striped battle body was more powerful. However, in the eyes of the crowd, this scene made them think differently. Lin Chen must be scared out of his wits. What an idiot. How dare he challenge the purple-striped battle body? He deserves to die. Look, he's not moving. He must be scared out of his wits. The sound of discussion was endless. The other palace lords also shook their heads. Marquis, the steward called. Marquis Xiaoyao frowned and stared at Fong Qin. What is he doing? He thought that Fong Qin was not a reckless person. He thought that he must have a way to deal with it. At this moment, he suddenly noticed the black armor on the surface of Fong Qin's skin. Could it be, on the martial arts arena, the Mountain Palace martial artist jumped and came in front of Fong Qin, the axe in his hand, which contained all the power of the purple-striped battle body, chopped down fiercely. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Chapter 3694. At this critical moment, Lin Qin actually gave up resisting and stood there in a daze. Most importantly, he closed his eyes and looked like he had nothing left to live for. What is he doing? The onlookers shouted. After all, Lin Qin was the commander of the military palace. His actions represented the entire military palace. When Yi Futian fought with the warriors of the Mountain Palace, everyone thought that he was a tough guy. But now, everyone's impression of him had changed greatly. It seems that he knows the power of the purple stripe battle body and can't resist it, so he gave up. What a stupid guy. Once he dies under the purple stripe battle body, what will happen to the military palace? The military palace will be covered in dust because of his stupid actions. Many people even began to mock and ridicule. Only the soldiers of the military palace stared at the martial arts arena nervously. No, the commander will never do something he is not confident of. We believe that the commander can bring us victory." The other 8 palace lords also shook their heads. Among them, the Mountain Palace Lord was arrogant, as if he owned the world. "You think you are worthy of fighting with the Mountain Palace?" The purple striped battle body was the ultimate secret of the Mountain Palace. Lin Chin should be proud that he could force it out. On the martial arts arena. Die. The Mountain Palace martial artist pushed the purple striped battle body to the extreme, and the purple patterns rushed into the purple axe. His body and soul as one had already raised his condition to the peak. "Give up resisting?" Seeing Fong Chin close his eyes, the Mountain Palace martial artist sneered. "It's useless. I won't show mercy." Boom! He sped up, and the purple axe with infinite power chopped down on Fong Chen's body. Kaboom! The space-time storm engulfed Fong Chen, and the entire martial arts arena was shrouded in a gray aura. Everyone's heart tightened. They were very curious. What would the result be? Crack! The Mountain Palace martial artist looked at the purple axe in his hand and saw Fong Chen. He was secretly delighted. However, before he could feel proud, he sensed that something was wrong. Fong Chen's figure shattered with a loud bang. His purple axe struck empty air. "Not good," the Mountain Palace martial artist shouted. He suddenly turned around and struck back. Dong! This attack landed squarely on Fong Chen's body. However, what shocked the Mountain Palace martial artist was that even though he had already activated his strongest power, the purple axe could not advance any further when it was 1 centimeter away from Fong Chen's head. It was as if an incomparably powerful force had blocked his purple axe. What happened? The Mountain Palace cultivator frowned. The power of the purple striped battle body soared again. Terrifying power poured into the purple axe, wanting to kill Fong Chen. However, no matter how hard he slashed, Fong Chen remained motionless. He didn't even open his eyes. Finally, after a series of slashes, he discovered that Fong Chen's body was shrouded in a layer of light. Underneath that layer of light was a set of dark armor. "This is..." He sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, "Special constitution!" He suddenly realized why Fong Chen had given up on resisting. It turned out that he wanted to compete with him in terms of special constitutions. How laughable! Thinking of this, the Mountain Palace martial artist sneered. "My purple striped battle body is known for its invincible defense. You're too naive to compete with me in terms of defense." While speaking, he slashed at Fong Chen again and again. However, no matter how hard he slashed, Fong Chen's invincible Pluto body didn't move at all. "Too weak." Fong Chen said lazily, "Is that all you've got?" The Mountain Palace martial artist, who was already in a state of rage, flew into a rage when he heard Fong Chen's words. He fell into a frenzy and attacked desperately. "It's still not enough." Fong Chen shrugged. The Mountain Palace martial artist's purple striped battle body was indeed very strong. However, his attack was really unflattering. Let's end it here. It was impossible for the Mountain Palace martial artist to break the defense of the invincible Pluto body. It was meaningless to continue fighting. For Fong Chen, it was purely a waste of time. Therefore, Fong Chen thrust out his sword and blocked the Mountain Palace martial artist's purple axe. Crack! He twisted hard and crushed the purple axe. "Go to hell!" The Mountain Palace martial artist's scarlet eyes shot out a murderous light. He roared and directly rushed at Fong Chen with his physical body. The purple striped battle body is invincible in the world. He roared, and the purple stripe armor spread out. "Well, let me see if your purple striped battle body or my invincible Pluto body is stronger." Fong Chen put away the Spirit Slayer sword and ran the invincible Pluto body with all his strength to meet the Mountain Palace martial artist. Boom! The two special physiques collided, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake, causing spatial turbulence. The martial arts arena directly shattered, and a terrible aura escaped, causing many martial artists to retreat. Too strong. Everyone was amazed. They didn't expect the battle between the two to erupt such a strong force. Who won? This was what everyone was curious about. Boom! 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 The purple stripe armor and the dark armor collided head-on. The two completely different forces collided and attacked each other. Crack! As the dark armor shattered, a cold, corrosive chi covered the purple stripe armor and instantly corroded it. At the same time, the invincible Pluto body hit the purple stripe battle body's vital point. Dong! The Mountain Palace martial artist flew backward as if he had been struck by lightning. Look, someone flew out. Exclamations came from the crowd. Everyone looked over at the same time. When they saw clearly, they were extremely shocked. It's not Lin Chin. It's the Mountain Palace martial artist. The exclamations came. An entire martial arts arena was dead silent. The purple stripe battle body had lost. How strong was Lin Chin, the commander of the military palace? Dong! The Mountain Palace martial artist fell to the ground and fainted. On the martial arts arena, which had been turned into ruins, the aura dissipated, and Fong Chen's figure appeared. He exuded a terrible aura, stood with his hands behind his back, staring ahead. Lin Chin. Everyone's heart trembled. He defeated the purple stripe battle body owner with his own strength. This was too terrifying. Impossible. The Mountain Palace Lord stomped his feet, unable to accept this fact. Very strong. Fong Chin sighed. Although he had the upper hand in the confrontation with the purple stripe battle body, he had also suffered a great shock. If not for the invincible Pluto body's natural counter to the purple stripe battle body, it was hard to say who would have won this battle. If the purple stripe battle body is cultivated to the extreme, I think it can compete with the invincible Pluto body. Fong Chin sighed. The world was so big and there were so many strange things. In the void on the bronze throne, a rare smile appeared on Xiao Yaoho's face. He gave Fong Chin a thumbs up. He had seen the battle just now very clearly. Lin Chen's attack was stronger than the Mountain Palace martial artists, and his defense was also stronger than the purple stripe battle body. Overall, Lin Chen had almost crushed his opponent. He was almost invincible among the younger generation. Chapter 36, 95. The purple stripe battle physique was known as the top physique in the origin world. His strength did not lie in his offense, but in his defense, which was known to be as solid as a boulder. A long time ago, someone in the origin world had once cultivated the purple stripe battle physique. At first, he was unknown. However, when he succeeded, the entire origin world trembled in his presence. After countless years, the purple stripe battle physique reappeared. Everyone thought that this was the battle for the Mountain Palace's rise. However, the result was unexpected. It was all because of the military palace's commander. He defeated the Mountain Palace's martial artist all by himself and faced the purple stripe battle physique head-on without suffering any injuries. This was the battle that made him famous. Lin Chin. After a moment of shock, the quiet martial arts arena was filled with cheers. Many people were crazily shouting Lin Chen's name. Lin Chin had become the most monstrous genius of the younger generation in the carefree manner. This battle represented his attempt to challenge the supreme physique as an ordinary person. And he succeeded. Therefore, it moved the hearts of most martial artists. He won. He crushed the purple stripe battle physique in a head-on confrontation? Am I seeing things? Many people were at a loss. It was too shocking. This was the most exciting Nine Palaces tournament in history. This battle alone was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. On the other hand, the Mountain Palace martial artist with the purple stripe battle physique was lying on the ground, covered in blood. Even though he had fainted, his fate had not changed. After this battle, the purple stripe battle physique would be covered in dust because of him. The Mountain Palace Lord's eyes shone with cold light. He glared at the martial artist who had fought and cursed him inwardly. The mountain palace had carefully cultivated this martial artist, and even helped him cultivate the purple stripe battle physique. He had wanted to use his secret weapon to gain the upper hand in the Nine Palaces tournament. Who would have thought that he would end up like this? What the Mountain Palace Lord hated the most was that not only had the purple stripe battle physique lost, but it had also indirectly increased Lin Chen's popularity. It had unknowingly elevated Lin Chen to a very high position. Damn it, not only the Mountain Palace Lord, but even Yueheng could not sit still. The strength that Lin Chen had displayed made him somewhat worried. This guy, Yueheng's expression was complicated. He won. The military palace area was filled with cheers. The battle that they were most worried about had ended in a completely one-sided manner. Their hearts, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. After the battle, the military palace advanced to the next round with a slight advantage of 11 victories. At this point, the top 4 were all born. All of a sudden, the military palace became the most popular candidate for first place in the Nine Palaces tournament. Even the Lunar Palace, which had been popular for a long time, was ranked behind. All of this indicated that the military palace had completely risen. Wonderful. Duke Xiaoyao was very happy. The stronger Lin Chen was, the more monstrous his talent was, the greater his chances of entering the 4 major branches. The steward took a step forward and announced, "The Nine Palaces tournament has been going on for so long, and the top 4 have already been decided. Next, the 4 palaces will have 3 days of rest." After all, the Nine Palaces grand competition was meant to select the elites. Therefore, let the top 4 rest for 3 days and recover their energy so that they could present the most exciting battle. Lin Chen, come with me. Duke Xiaoyao stood up and disappeared in an instant. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. This made the other palace masters extremely jealous. Lunar Palace Lord. The Mountain Palace Master was a little depressed. He won't be able to jump around for long. Yueheng said coldly. He didn't blame the Mountain Palace. After all, Lin Chen's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Although they didn't succeed, at least the Lunar Palace knew about the military palace's background. After Yueheng left the martial arts arena, he hurried to the Lunar Palace's secret realm to look for Elder Xian. Buzz! The murky aura contained a powerful killing power. Yueheng carefully approached Elder Xian. The latter closed his eyes and rested. There was a blood-red aura around him that constantly condensed into skulls. Yueheng didn't dare to be careless. He knew how powerful Elder Xian was. These skulls seemed illusory, but they actually contained a deadly poison. Once touched, even a saint wouldn't be able to neutralize it. Elder Xian. Yueheng came before Elder Xian and bowed. What's the matter? Elder Xian suddenly opened his eyes and seemed a little impatient. The guy we dealt with before was a little extraordinary. Yueheng told Elder Xian about the Nine Palaces tournament. The latter frowned. You're saying that someone from the Mountain Palace has cultivated the purple stripe battle body. Evidently, the purple stripe battle body had attracted Elder Xian's attention. After all, it was the best defensive battle body in the Origin world. That's right. I asked the Mountain Palace's palace lord in private, but he didn't say anything. Therefore, we don't know if the secret of the purple stripe battle body came from the Mountain Palace or that cultivator himself. Haha. Elder Xian laughed dryly and muttered to himself. Back then, I almost died because of the purple stripe battle body. I didn't expect to see it again today. As he spoke, his withered hand suddenly clenched. Crack! The void creaked. Elder Xian stared at Yueheng and said, Bring me the purple stripe battle body. Don't worry, Elder Xian. I'll do my best to bring it here. Yueheng said. But, Elder Xian knew what Yueheng was worried about. It was nothing more than Lin Chen's special body. When the competition of the 9 palaces is over, the demonic mountain venerate will come looking for him. At that time, I will secretly take action and capture him. Then I will analyze his body. If he really has a special constitution that can crush the purple-striped battle body, he shouldn't be unknown. Elder Xian nodded. Hearing this, Yueheng heaved a sigh of relief and left. Carefree House, main hall. Lin Qin. Carefree House looked down at Lin Qin from above. What's your special body? He asked straightforwardly. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly came up with a plan. Lord Marquis, when I entered the Devil's Pool to cultivate and activated the demon-devouring bloodline, the cultivation method for this special body appeared in my mind. I don't know what it's called. Hearing this, Carefree House's pupils shrank. Inherited memories? If that was the case, then what was Lin Chen's identity? One had to know. Since the demon-devouring clan had developed until now, there were countless branches. Most of the branches had demon-devouring bloodline that was so thin that it was negligible. There was only one possibility for someone to have inherited memories, and that was the royal family. Carefree House's black eyes stared at Lin Qin, trying to see through him. Fong Chen's heart gradually calmed down. He won't find out, right? Fong Chen thought to himself. The undefeatable king of Hell Physique had been refined by the Nether King for countless years and integrated with the demon-devouring aura. Unless one was a half-step honorable, one might not be able to find out. Very good. Chapter 3696. 3 days later, the 9 Palaces tournament continued. The remaining 4 palaces had extremely strong, combined, combat power, especially the Military Palace and the Moon Palace. Everyone in these 2 palaces believed that they would definitely enter the finals and fight for the chance to enter the Cave of the Slaying Dragon. Cave of the Slaying Dragon. Fong Qin clenched his fists and muttered to himself. To him, the most urgent thing now was to increase his strength. Only by restoring his strength to the level of an invincible saint could he carry out his most important plan. Therefore, he had to go to the Cave of the Slaying Dragon. Moon Palace versus Forest Palace. The housekeeper announced. The next moment, a fierce battle broke out on the arena. Battle after battle continued. The Lunar Palace displayed a suppressive might. In just half a day, all 20 battles had ended. Without exception, Moon Palace had won all 20 battles. This also meant that Forest Palace was completely suppressed by Moon Palace. Damn it! Palace Master Lin Palace's face was pale. He looked at Yueheng angrily. The aura around him trembled. He could not help but want to attack. Yueheng, you've gone too far. It was obvious that Moon Palace was targeting Forest Palace. For a long time, the 9 palaces under the Freedom House had their own factions. The Moon Palace had tried many times to rope in the Lin Palace, but the Palace Lord of the Lin Palace was unwilling to get involved in their struggles and chose to remain neutral. Who would have thought that Moon Palace was not going to let them go? To Moon Palace, being neutral meant being hostile. Therefore, when they found out that their opponent in the semifinals was Forest Palace, they all attacked with all their might. What? Is Forest Palace a sore loser? Yueheng sneered arrogantly. His face was full of mockery. It was as if Forest Palace was an ant in his eyes. Palace Master Lin Palace was furious, but he could not find any reason to attack. Xiao Ho was on the bronze throne. If he attacked recklessly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Humph! Palace Master Lin Palace snorted and led the Forest Palace martial artists out of the arena. Too strong. Yeah, I didn't expect Moon Palace to be so strong. In the last 9 Palaces tournament, Moon Palace showed strong overall combat strength. I didn't expect them to be even stronger this time. It looks like the Lunar Palace will be the leader of the 9 palaces this time around. Once the Moon Palace obtains the quota of the Dragon-Slaying Cave, they will definitely be able to create 3 invincible saints. By then, they might be able to stand on equal footing with the Carefree Mansion. Everyone was speechless. The Lunar Palace's strength was so strong that it made their hearts tremble. However, after the butler announced the result, the second round of the duel continued. Military Palace versus Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was a very special palace. Although there were few people, there were many experts. In particular, their Dragon Palace's strongest extinction dragon art. Once used, they could transform into a divine dragon and roam the sky. Their attack power would increase by 100 times. With this secret technique, the Dragon Palace had always been at the forefront of the 9 palaces. Lin Qin. The one who walked onto the martial arts stage was Long Qin of Dragon Palace. He was the strongest among the younger generation of Dragon Palace. He was also the only warrior who had cultivated the extinction dragon technique to perfection. Although he was only a 6th level Saint Emperor, his overall combat strength was extremely strong. He had once killed a 7th level saint. There were even rumors that he had once escaped unscathed from the hands of an 8th order saint. As soon as he came up, he directly challenged Lin Qin, because he knew that the strongest person in the military palace was Lin Qin. As long as he defeated him, no one in the military palace would be his opponent. There is no need for our 2 palaces to have a complicated duel. Long Qin said, "You and I will fight. The winner will directly advance, and the loser will be eliminated. What do you think?" Fong Qin was stunned. He did not expect Dragon Palace to choose such a method of battle. After all, this method was very risky. Once they failed, Dragon Palace would completely miss the chance to enter the exterminating Dragon Cave. However, from the side, it was enough to prove that Long Qin was full of confidence. Dragon Palace was also confident of victory. "Commander." Everyone in the military palace whispered, reminding Fong Qin not to be careless. "Okay." Fong Qin leaped onto the martial arts stage. He shrugged and said with a smile, "I saw very clearly that you defeated the purple stripe battle body in the previous battle. Your strength is very strong. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered in these years." Long Qin said in a deep voice, "You are worthy of my full strength. I hope you can do the same." Experts appreciated each other. "Sure." Fong Qin nodded. "Then let's begin." After speaking, Long Qin roared. The dragon roar shook the sky. His body was shrouded in a terrifying golden luster. In an instant, scales appeared on the surface of his skin. These were dragon scales. Extinction dragon technique. He used the extinction dragon technique as soon as he made his move. It was enough to see the importance Long Qin attached to Fong Qin. He had to do this. After all, Fong Qin's physical defense could directly confront the purple stripe battle body. He did not dare to be careless. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Above the martial arts stage, a golden dragon rushed towards him. "Is this the extinction dragon technique?" Fong Qin muttered to himself. Suddenly, the beheading spirit sword appeared in his hand. Then he used the invincible sword technique. The invincible sword technique is invincible. Fong Qin's figure flickered and turned into countless phantoms. Each phantom was waving a long sword. Dense sword light burst out from the long sword and filled the void. After a while, the sword shadows filled the sky. Condense. Following Fong Qin's roar, tens of thousands of sword shadows merged together, forming a 10,000-foot-long sword shadow. This 10,000-meter-long sword shadow slashed toward the golden dragon with unstoppable sword chi. "Get lost." The golden dragon spoke in human language. Its claws blasted towards the sword shadow, wanting to smash it. However, with a crack, its claws were penetrated by the sword shadow. Blood sprayed out. The golden dragon's body trembled and kept twisting. What? Everyone was shocked. The extinction dragon technique had already shocked them. They didn't expect that Long Qin, who transformed into a golden dragon, couldn't resist Fong Qin's attack? What sword technique is that? It's too strong. There is such a powerful sword technique in the world. Invincible sword chi. Everyone's heart trembled and their bodies trembled. Xiaoyaho, who was sitting on the bronze throne, also widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. He believed that Lin Chen's sword attainments were enough to rank in the top 10 in the origin world. It's incredible. Xiao Yaoho stroked his beard and sighed. Pucci, the golden dragon, roared to the sky, wanting to shatter the sword's shadow. However, he couldn't catch Fang Chen's trace at all. Instead, the sword shadow continued to penetrate his body. In the blink of an eye, the golden dragon was in a sorry state. Blood sprayed out, and his breath quickly dried up. Dong! Finally, when the last sword fell, the golden dragon dissipated and Long Chen's body appeared. He knelt on one knee on the ground, unable to support his body. His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. I lost? Chapter 36, 97. Long Chen, the genius of the younger generation, who was known as the pride of heaven. Even though he had the extinction dragon art and could transform into a giant golden dragon, it was still useless. The person standing in front of him was too strong. He was so strong that the younger generation felt suffocated. Long Chen's expression was a little lonely. Ever since he cultivated the extinction dragon art, he had never been defeated in the younger generation. But today, he was full of confidence in the battle, but he was easily crushed by his opponent. He felt a sense of loss, not because he lost the match, but because his extinction dragon technique was no longer so powerful, no longer so invincible. Long Chen glanced at Lin Chen and wanted to say something, but stopped. You lost. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said softly. In fact, if he was in the same position as Long Chen, he would have shown mercy and not made him lose his fighting spirit. But unfortunately, he was from the chaotic realm and would fight to the death with the source world. So, when he fought against Long Chen, he directly used his strongest attack. The military palace wins this round. With the housekeeper's announcement, the 9-palace grand competition was coming to an end. No one had expected that the military palace, which had been in internal strife for so long, could achieve such an excellent result. And most importantly, the military palace and the moon palace had entered the finals. These two palaces had been rivals for a long time. Yu Heng had always wanted to kill Fang Chen and did not hesitate to use Elder Xian as his trump card. Humph! Yu Heng snorted and cursed in his heart. Then he smiled eerily and his gaze fell on Fang Chen. Lin Chen. His voice was not too loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. It is a miracle that your military palace can enter the finals. His words were filled with mockery. However, even if you enter the finals, it will not help. The Moon Palace is determined to win this 9-palace grand competition. The 3 spots of the dragon-slaying cave belong to us. Obviously, Yu Heng had long regarded the spots of the dragon-slaying cave as belonging to the Moon Palace. Anyone who tried to stop him would be an enemy of the Moon Palace. If you lead the military palace to admit defeat and leave this place, our 2 palaces can continue to be friends. If the military palace has any difficulties in the future, the Moon Palace can lend a helping hand. He grinned, his voice carrying a hint of threat. Fang Chen shrugged and said indifferently, If you want the quota of the dragon-slaying cave, you have to defeat us with real strength. What's the point of talking? Or has the Lunar Palace always been like this? Yu Heng was instantly enraged. Lin Chen, don't be too proud. He said disdainfully, forget it. It's a waste to talk to an idiot like you. We'll see the results on the battlefield. Deputy Xiao Yao closed his eyes to rest and ignored him. The steward, on the other hand, coughed softly. Both parties will rest for half an hour before the finals of the competition of the 9 halls continue. Yu Heng ignored Lin Chen and went to the contestants' area. How is it? Are you confident? Don't worry, as long as Lin Chen dares to fight, I will definitely kill him. In the crowd, a man with a scar on his face licked his dry lips and said sinisterly. Yu Heng patted him on the shoulder, feeling slightly relieved. In fact, he was very relieved. Fortunately, he held back. Otherwise, he would have really fallen into the hands of the Lunar Palace. Lin Chen's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Not only did he defeat the purple-striped battle physique, but he also crushed the extinction dragon technique. This kind of potential was rare in the Source world. This made Yu Heng even more eager to get rid of him. He already felt a trace of threat. And this time, the focus was on the man with a scar. He was an assassin adopted by the Lu family many years ago. This time, the Lu family and the Lunar Palace had reached an agreement. The man with a scar sneaked in and wanted to take Lin Chen's life. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. All right, let the competition begin. The steward announced, the rules of the finals have been changed slightly. It's no longer a one-on-one battle, but a mixed battle. Yu Heng could not help but smile when he heard this. If it was a one-on-one battle, their side would not have a high chance of winning against Lin Chen. But if it was a mixed battle, they were not afraid at all. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. Yu Heng was secretly delighted. On the stage, both parties were ready. Lin Chen, the man with a scar, said coldly, I hope you can last until the end. Kill. The people from the Lunar Palace roared in anger. A terrifying aura swept across the heavens and earth. They suddenly attacked. 20 people attacked together and directly charged into the military palace. At this moment, the people from the military palace did not move. They were waiting for Lin Chen to give the order. Set up the formation. Fang Qin made a prompt decision. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the middle of the 19 people. At this moment, on the rostrum, the 8 palace masters were surprised. What is the military palace doing? Did they give up? How stupid. Do they think they can block the attack of the Lunar Palace with such a defense? Yu Heng laughed loudly. Lin Chen is a coward. At the crucial moment, he actually asked his subordinates to block the attack for him. How shameless. The 19 people from the military palace quickly separated and formed a circle. Fang Qin stood in the middle of the circle, seeing the people from the Lunar Palace rushing over. Layers of ripples appeared on the 19 people from the military palace. These ripples intertwined and formed an inescapable net. Then, the inescapable net resonated with Fang Chen's aura and instantly enveloped Fang Chen. The formation was gradually activated. On the bronze throne, Xiao Yaohe was surprised. A joint attack formation? He muttered to himself. His eyes lit up. He did not expect the military palace to have a joint attack formation. Hou Yi, Commander Lin Chen's performance is really outstanding. The housekeeper knew that Xiao Yaohe valued Lin Chen. He took this opportunity to please the Hou Yi. Xiao Yaohe nodded and continued to watch the competition. It's useless. The formation cannot block the attack of the Lunar Palace. Yu Heng also saw that the military palace was setting up a formation. How could they set up a formation in such a small space? Moreover, even if they set it up, it would not be able to block the fierce attacks of the Lunar Palace. Sigh, what a pity. I thought a miracle would happen. Who knew it would end up like this? The group of people discussed. They shook their heads and sighed. They did not think that the military palace could turn the situation around. If they had fought from the beginning, they might have had a chance. That's right. Their formation has not been fully activated yet, and the attacks of the 20 people from the Moon Palace have already merged together in the void. Once such a terrifying attack hits the formation that has not been fully activated, it will definitely shatter. It's over. Yu Heng smiled from ear to ear. He could kill Lin Chen and get first place in the 9 palace competition. Most importantly, he could get 3 spots to enter the cave of the annihilating dragon. You want to fight me? Chapter 3698. Under such circumstances, there was no reason for the Moon Palace to be defeated. 20 people attacked at the same time, and all their attacks merged together. Even the saints present felt their hearts palpitate. On the other hand, the 19 people from the military palace surrounded Lin Chen. They had most likely given up on resisting and were trying to use this method to save the commander. Thinking of this, everyone burst into laughter. The arrogant military palace showed their true colors in front of the tyrannical moon palace. They could not resist at all. Yu Heng's saliva flew everywhere, and he was extremely excited. He seemed to be thinking about who to choose to enter the dragon-slaying cave. Ha ha ha. Yu Heng was secretly delighted. On the stage, Fong Chen looked at everyone and asked, "Are you afraid?" The 19 people shook their heads. They were very confident in their commander, especially the joint attack formation. Once it was fully activated, they would definitely be able to defeat the Moon Palace. Die. With the scarred man in the lead, the 20 people from the Moon Palace followed, closely behind the powerful attacks, and closed in on the military palace. At this moment, a vast amount of energy surged from the 19 people from the military palace. These energies intertwined and then resonated with Fong Chen. Battle formation, form. Fong Chen shouted, and 2 piercing golden lights shot out from his eyes. Whoa! In an instant, the joint attack formation was successfully activated. Layers of light enveloped the 19 people. Dong! At this moment, the attacks of the Moon Palace people followed and crashed heavily onto the joint attack formation. Kaboom! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. The 19 people from the military palace did not move at all, and their expressions were normal. Layers of ripples appeared around them, and these ripples quickly neutralized the powerful attacks of the Moon Palace. The one at the front was the scarred man. His eyes were filled with hatred. He held a long sword in his hand, and he only wanted to cut off Lin Chen's head. Die for me! A mere formation could not stop him. Whoosh! He stomped his foot and spun his body. In an instant, his sword arrived at the weakest point of the joint attack formation and slashed out. In an instant, the sword spun and pierced towards the ripples with powerful energy. Crack! A crack appeared on the ripples, but they were still indestructible. Seeing this, the scarred man changed his tactic. He continuously swung his blade dozens of times, and each time he viciously slashed at the formation. Activate. Fong Chen calmly controlled the core of the formation and issued orders. As long as the 19 operated according to orders, they could easily block the Lunar Palace's attacks. Bang! Fong Chen directed the power of the combined attack formation towards the scarred man. The latter's body was sent flying like a cannonball. How is this possible? No one had expected things to turn out this way. The smile on Yu Heng's face stopped abruptly and was replaced by a gloomy and cold expression. He actually withstood it. At this moment, everyone saw the joint attack formation. Everyone in the martial arts practice field exclaimed in surprise. The military palace had come prepared. They had successfully set up a joint attack formation and successfully blocked the first wave of ferocious attacks from the Moon Palace. Moreover, they had even sent the scarred man flying. This scene was very shocking, as expected of the commander of the military palace. What a monstrous genius! I'm impressed. To be able to train such a genius at such a young age is truly not easy. It seems like the Marquis has his reasons for choosing Lin Chin as the commander of the military palace. A genius like him is most suitable for the battlefield. The plot twist caught the Moon Palace off guard. Damn it! The scarred man roared. With his blade in hand, the 20 people once again launched a frenzied attack. Kill! The scarred man charged at the front and swung his blade at one of the people. He wanted to use the fastest speed to break the joint attack formation, eliminate the military palace, and kill Lin Chin. Voila! However, what he did not expect was that his attack missed, his saber missed, and by the time he realized that something was wrong, his body had already been pulled into the joint attack formation by violent force. By the time he reacted, the joint attack formation had already closed. The other 19 people were blocked outside the formation. Seeing this, the scarred man's eyes lit up. He silently arrived beside Lin Chin, wanting to take his head. I was waiting for you. Fong Chen smiled devilishly and suddenly disappeared. The scarred man was extremely shocked. He looked around and could not find any trace of Fong Chen. Not good. He instinctively felt danger and jumped into the air. Rip! Just as he was standing, an icy sword light tore through the ground. You're quite alert, but it's useless. Within the joint attack formation, the scarred man's strength was greatly reduced and could not use his full strength. This also gave Fong Chen enough opportunity to suppress him. It could be seen that the scarred man was the leader of the Moon Palace. As long as he suppressed him, the motley crew of the Moon Palace would not be a threat. Invincible sword technique. Fong Chen took out the beheading spirit sword and controlled the joint attack formation to suppress the scarred man while using the invincible sword technique. Tens of thousands of sword lights intertwined and formed a powerful sword net, trying to lock onto the scarred man. Rumble. Outside the joint attack formation, the 19 people went crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot as they crazily attacked the joint attack formation. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the joint attack formation too much. Amazing! Someone in the martial arts field couldn't help but exclaim. The joint attack formation of 20 people is almost comparable to a 9th level saint. How can the Moon Palace fight against it? That's right. The moment the joint attack formation appeared, the Moon Palace was already at a disadvantage. Amazing! Everyone was talking about it. Yu Heng gritted his teeth. He didn't expect the military palace to do this. Right now, he could only pray that the scarred man could severely injure Lin Chen so that the combined attack formation would shake. Then they could work together from the inside and outside to destroy it. It's over. Xiao Yao Ho said slowly from the bronze throne in the air. The 20 people of the Moon Palace could not break the joint attack formation. The military palace was in an invincible position in this battle. This guy not only has great martial arts potential, but he's also very smart. Xiao Yao Ho praised. The Moon Palace is too arrogant. They don't take anyone seriously, the butler said. One should never be arrogant, or they would have to pay a heavy price. The Moon Palace was like this. When their last hope was extinguished, Yu Heng was in a daze. The scarred man was suppressed by Lin Chen. The 19 people outside seemed to have lost their backbone. They attacked chaotically and were full of loopholes. The military palace found an opportunity to suppress them. We won. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. The military palace had defeated the most popular candidate in this 9-palace tournament. Just as everyone was grinning from ear to ear, a sudden change occurred. Within the joint attack formation, the face of the suppressed scarred man wriggled, and in an instant his appearance changed. At the same time, an extremely terrifying power surged out from his body. Chapter 3699. At the crucial moment, the scarred man released the unique aura of the Lu family. Furthermore, he had unleashed his strongest secret technique with the intention of killing Lin Chen. The palace master of the 8th palace was the first to notice the abnormality. Damn it! Yu Heng's face was gloomy as he cursed in his heart. His mind was quickly thinking about how to disassociate himself from the scarred man. The secret technique of the Lu family? How is that possible? How can someone from the Moon Palace know the secret technique of the Lu family? Did someone from the Lu family sneak in? For a moment, there was a lot of discussion in the martial arts arena. Everyone was surprised. On the bronze throne, a cold snort could be heard. Then, Xiao Yao Ho attacked in anger. The Lu family has gone too far. A bright ray of light pierced through the array and blasted towards the scarred man. Die. The moment the scarred man revealed his identity, he had already given up on the idea of escaping. As long as he could kill Lin Chen, everything was worth it. Therefore, when Xiao Yao Ho attacked, he obviously sped up his attack. He wanted to fight with his life and kill Lin Chen before he died. Boom! In fact, his saber also hit Lin Chen's body. However, the latter activated his undefeatable Hell King body, and the terrifying armor blocked the saber. No. Seeing this, the scarred man felt despair and roared in anger. However, his body could no longer move. After being hit by Xiao Ho's ray of light, his life force quickly disappeared. In the end, his body exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Wang. The array also collapsed due to the strong impact. The 19 people staggered and were not injured. Only Lin Qin stood in the middle of the martial arts arena. He looked at Xiao Ho. If the latter knew that he was the murderer of Xiao Mu, what would he think? Yu Heng. The housekeeper was furious. He pointed at Yu Heng and questioned, "Why does someone from the Moon Palace know the secret technique of the Liu family?" The other palace masters also looked at Yu Heng with fear. Although the 9 palaces were not on good terms, it was limited to internal conflicts. When it came to external conflicts, they were still united. What they hated the most was betrayal. "Lord, I don't know anything about this." Yu Heng kneeled on the ground and said in a low voice, "The Vice Palace Master of the Moon Palace is in charge of selecting the 20 participants. Because I trust him, I didn't ask too much. Now I'm also very pained. I didn't expect that people from the Liu clan would sneak into the group." Yu Heng appeared to be very sorrowful. Fortunately, the members of the military palace did not meet with any mishap. Otherwise, Yu Heng, would be a sinner of the carefree manner. Duke Xiaoyao was silent, and so was the steward. "Vice Palace Master, I have treated you well. Why are you doing this to me?" Yu Heng stood up and arrived before the Vice Palace Master at lightning speed. There was a shocking murderous intent hidden in his pitch-black eyes. "You traitor! Today I'll clean up the house." As soon as he finished speaking, before the Vice Palace Master could react, Yu Heng's palm landed on the Vice Palace Master's head. Crack! Blood sprayed out, and the Vice Palace Master's head fell to the ground. He had died instantly. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be stunned. Yu, the butler, was furious. Yu Heng was obviously trying to silence him. "All right, this is the end of the matter." Duke Xiaoyao spoke. "The 9 palaces' grand competition has ended. The first place belongs to the military palace. The 3 slots of the dragon-slaying cave belong to the military palace." With that, Duke Xiaoyao left. Everyone congratulated the military palace. Of course, there were some who were jealous, especially Yu Heng. Looking at Lin Qin, who was surrounded by everyone, his murderous intent grew. I'll let you be proud for a while." After Yu Heng returned to the Moon Palace, he entered the secret territory and looked for Elder Yin. "You're too reckless." Elder Yin was a little unhappy. "I haven't recovered to my prime. If Duke Xiaoyao finds out, I won't be his opponent." "Elder Yin, I'll be careful next time," Yu Heng said. "Duke Xiaoyao won't find out, right?" At the same time, Lin Qin was also at Duke Xiaoyao's residence. "What do you think about today's matter?" Facing Duke Xiaoyao's question, Feng Qin said, "Duke, don't you already have a result?" Duke Xiaoyao grinned. "Not only do you have unparalleled potential, but you're also meticulous. You're a rare genius. At first, I only had suspicions, but after the 9 palace grand competition, I can confirm that the Moon Palace betrayed the Xiaoyao manor." Duke Xiaoyao's face gradually darkened. There was a hint of anger in his voice. "Do you still remember when you came out of the Devil's Pool and caused a huge commotion? No one else came. Only Yu Heng stood at the foot of the mountain and watched." Feng Qin nodded. "Since then, I've suspected that the Moon Palace was the one who took action in the Devil's Pool. However, I didn't believe that he had the strength to do so. Now, I know that he might have colluded with the Liu family." Duke Xiaoyao continued. "Yu Heng killed the Vice Palace Master in front of everyone and made him the scapegoat. There was no way he could hide this. Instead, it made Duke Xiaoyao even more certain that this was Yu Heng's doing. Everyone knows about the grudge between you and the Liu family. The Liu family will do everything they can to get rid of you. This is their best chance. However, they didn't expect Fang Chen's strength to be so strong. Unfortunately, they miscalculated. Duke Xiaoyao said, I will personally send you to the dragon-slaying cave to cultivate. You should quickly decide who the 3 spots belong to. In fact, Duke Xiaoyao was still worried about the demonic mountain Zun. I know. Fang Chen nodded. After the 9-palace grand competition, everyone was preparing. Yu Heng and Elder Yin had prepared many methods. As for the Liu family, after receiving the news, they were also preparing to face Duke Xiaoyao's anger. The only regret was that they lost a young disciple and still couldn't kill Lin Chen. As for the demonic mountain Zun, he once challenged Duke Xiaoyao through the air. Now he finally walked out of the secret territory. Carrying endless anger, he headed west and stepped into the territory of the Xiaoyao Manor. Lin Chen, I'm here. Wherever the demonic mountain Zun passed, demonic qi filled the sky and corpses were piled up. Once, I wanted to take you as my disciple. However, you didn't know how to be grateful and rejected me in front of everyone. I let bygones be bygones and didn't want to bother with you. However, you took advantage of my face and killed my disciple. The demonic mountain Zun's voice echoed in the void. Today, I'm here to fulfill my promise. I'll behead you as a sacrifice to my dead disciple. Everywhere he went, the demonic mountain Zun would start a massacre. He hated the carefree palace, and he hated all the people here. This was because his disciple would forever remain on this land. At the same time, Duke Xiaoyao also noticed the demonic mountain Zun's movements. He warned the demonic mountain Zun to stop killing. Otherwise, he would have to bear the consequences. Bear the consequences? Chapter 30, 700. Military Palace, Commander-in-Chief's Residence. The military palace that used to be extremely quiet was now bustling with people these days. The palace masters of the other 8 palaces came to visit personally because they were interested in the 3 slots in Lin Chen's hands. The matter of the dragon-slaying cave was of great importance. Even if they had some grudges, they still had to put aside their pride to come and beg Lin Chen, Commander-in-Chief. The personal guard said, The 8 palace commander-in-chief are waiting outside to see you. I'm not free. Fang Chen rejected directly. In fact, he already had a candidate for the 3 slots in the dragon-slaying cave. Other than himself, there were 2 other people who performed extremely well this time. As for the other 8 palaces, he didn't even consider it. He even wanted to laugh. Yue Heng had always been against him and even colluded with the Liu clan to kill him. But now he was putting aside his pride to beg him to give him a slot in the dragon-slaying cave. All right, I will reject all of them. Not long after, his personal bodyguard walked out. Everyone, the commander-in-chief is in seclusion and will not see anyone. If there is anything important, wait until the commander-in-chief comes out. Seeing this, everyone's face twitched. We have already given Lin Chen enough face by coming here personally. How dare he treat us like this? The person who spoke was from Yue Heng's faction. That's right. Does he think that just because he got first place in the 9-palace tournament, the military palace can compete with the other palaces? Yue Heng stood in front of everyone and said coldly, Our status is the same as Lin Chen's. What right does he have to make us wait here? Everyone, this is too much. The personal guard said, Who do you think you are? Yue Heng slapped the body of the personal guard and sent him flying. You. The personal guard got up and stared at the 8 palace masters angrily. This is a lesson. If you dare to make a fuss in front of me again, you can just kill yourself, Yue Heng said coldly. A ghostly laughter entered everyone's ears. Then, Fang Chen suddenly appeared and looked at everyone with a smile. You came to my palace, wanted to see me, and even hit my personal bodyguard? Fang Chen questioned the 8th palace lord. Is this your sincere request for an audience? He shook his head. He had long known that these people were up to no good. Sure enough, A mere rejection was enough to arouse their killing intent. Lin Chin, since you're here, let's get straight to the point. Yu Hung spread his hands and said, "We're here for the quota of the exterminating dragon cave." "I'm sorry, the quota for the cave of the slaying dragon seems to have nothing to do with you," Fong Chen said. "Although you obtained first place in the 9-Palace Grand Competition, you should know the reason behind it. If it weren't for a spy from the Liu clan infiltrating my Moon Palace, how could you have obtained first place?" Yu Hung said shamelessly, "I don't want to say anything more. These 3 quotas originally belonged to the Moon Palace, but since the military palace has obtained them, I only have one request. Give the Moon Palace a quota of the dragon-slaying cave unconditionally." He directly asked for a spot in the dragon-slaying cave. Moreover, it was an unconditional demand. This Yueheng was really arrogant and despotic. "All right, then I would also like to ask for something from Palace Master Yu Hung." Fong Chen was not angry. Instead, he said with a smile, "What is it?" Hearing Fong Chen's agreement, Yu Hung was overjoyed. No matter what, the value of the quota for the dragon-slaying cave was greater than anything else. As long as Fong Chen did not ask for it recklessly, he was willing to settle the matter peacefully. After all, if this matter was brought to Xiaoyaho, he would be in the wrong. "I would like to ask for the entire Moon Palace from Palace Master Yu Hung. What do you think?" Fong Chen said, "With Palace Master Yu Heng's talent, it's only a matter of time before you join the 4 major branches. In the future, you will definitely leave Xiaoyao Manor and head to a higher stage. At that time, the Moon Palace will have no leader. Why don't you give it to me in advance? I can reluctantly help you manage the Moon Palace." Boom! A terrifying energy gushed out from Yu Heng's body. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Lin Chin. "Are you playing with me?" he said coldly. A terrifying killing intent swept across the land. "Palace Master Yu Hung, how can you say that? I'm thinking for you." Fong Chen said calmly. "Humph." Yu Hung was furious and struck out with his palm. Crack! Fong Chen easily dispelled the attack and said coldly, "Palace Master Yu Hung, I hope you can see the reality. This is the military palace. If you dare to attack here, you will be declaring war against my Moon Palace. I will report this to the Marquis." Hearing this, Yu Heng's expression changed. In the end, he flung his sleeves and left fiercely. "Kid, just you wait. You won't be arrogant for long." Yu Hung originally wanted to use force to get a quota. However, Fong Chen mentioned Xiaoyaho and Yu Hung was a little wary. Moreover, he was also worried. The demonic mountain reverend was about to arrive. Lin Chen's death was already set in stone. When the time came, he would personally write a letter to snatch the 3 quotas for the general palace. He believed that with Elder Yen's help, entering the dragon-slaying cave would not be a problem. "Everyone, is there anything else?" After Yu Hung left, the others were obviously wary of Lin Chin. Commander Lin Chin, you worry too much. We are just here to visit you." Soon everyone left. "Lin Chin, come to me quickly." Suddenly, Fong Chen heard Xiaoyao's voice. Soon, Fong Chen came to the main hall. "We have investigated. Yu Hung betrayed Xiaoyao Manor. Not only did he collude with the Liu family, but he also has connections with Tianyuan Manor and Bright Lord Manor." Xiaoyao Manor was very angry when he spoke. Moreover, there is a veteran expert behind him. The one who attacked you at the Devil's Pool was that veteran expert. Xiaoyaho said, "However, I guess that he is severely injured and is hiding in the Moon Palace to recover." Fong Chen narrowed his eyes. It was indeed the Moon Palace. "The demonic mountain reverend is coming. My purpose of asking you to come is to lure the snake out of its hole," Xiaoyaho continued. "You have won the 9 Palaces Grand Competition and obtained the entry to the dragon-slaying cave. When the demonic mountain reverend attacks you, the Moon Palace will definitely not be able to hold back. As long as they attack, I will be able to seize the opportunity to find the mysterious expert hiding in the Moon Palace. The only problem now is if the plan to lure the snake out of its hole is successful, can you withstand the attack of the demonic mountain reverend while I suppress the mysterious expert in the Moon Palace? How long will it take? Fong Chen asked. 3 minutes is enough. 3 minutes was nothing to ordinary martial artists. However, for an expert like the demonic mountain reverend, it was enough to slaughter a city. It was difficult for Fong Chen to withstand the attack of the demonic mountain reverend for 3 minutes. I know that with your strength, it will be difficult for you to withstand it. I have already set up a formation around the military palace. With the help of the formation, you can explode with the power of a 9th-level saint for a short period of time. Hearing this, Fong Chen's expression softened a little. Although the plan to lure the snake out of its hole was to use him as bait. However, with the help of the formation, he could explode with the power of a 9th-level saint. It was not impossible for him to withstand the demonic mountain reverend. I can give it a try. Chapter 3701. According to the records, the cave of the slaying dragon might contain the powerful demon Devour Blood. This was something that Fong Chen was determined to get. Moreover, the cave of the slaying dragon was a legendary forbidden zone. Even Xiao Ho and the others did not dare to enter. What was hidden inside? No one knew for a long time. Fong Chen was curious about this. Of course, he had to look at the big picture. He shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving billions of lives in the chaos world. He could not mess around. After Fong Chen returned to the military palace, he went into seclusion. During this time, the demonic mountain reverend walked out from the massacre. Lin Chin, I'm here. The demonic mountain reverend's voice reverberated throughout the military palace. Dong, dong, dong. The military palace shook. Everyone was shocked. Is the demonic mountain reverend finally here? Thinking of this, everyone was terrified. Everyone's eyes were focused on the commander's residence. They wanted to see how the commander would deal with it. Will the commander accept the challenge? Some people were doubtful. No matter how strong the commander is, he won't be able to defeat the demonic mountain reverend. He's a super expert on the same level as Xiao Ho. He's too strong. Just his voice alone is enough to make us so shocked. If he takes action, I believe the entire military palace will be turned into nothingness. Many people were discussing amongst themselves. Some of the generals quickly gathered in front of the commander's residence. Don't worry, this is the territory of Xiaoyao Manor. Xiaoyao will not sit idly by. At the mention of Xiaoyao Ho, the restless hearts of the people gradually calmed down. I hope so. At the same time in the commander's residence, Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He's finally here? At this moment, a dazzling black light burst out from the demonic mountain reverend's hand. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the military palace. Wherever the black light passed, the void shattered. A terrifying aura swept across the land. Everyone felt that there was a heavy mountain above them, making it hard for them to breathe. Demonic mountain reverend, this is Xiaoyao Manor. All of a sudden, a void gate appeared in the endless void. Xiaoyao Ho stepped through the air and struck out with his palm, blocking the black light. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black light gradually dissipated under Xiaoyao Ho's palm. Wang. The two pinnacle experts faced off against each other. Powerful invisible forces collided in the void. Heavens! Everyone was shocked. Was a battle between unrivaled saints this powerful? Too strong. I've never seen such a powerful battle. To be able to witness a battle between invincible saints in this life, I can die without regrets. Ha ha ha, my palace is fine now. Someone shouted excitedly. With Xiaoyao Ho taking action, no matter how strong Zun Emoshan was, he could not destroy the military palace. Xiaoyao Ho, are you finally willing to show yourself? It was as if the demonic mountain venerate already knew that Xiaoyao was secretly watching. Demonic mountain reverend, There isn't much of a grudge between us. Xiao Ho sighed. Your disciple's death was his own doing. At our level, the death of a disciple is nothing. Humph! Demonic Mountain Paragon sneered. The death of his disciple was secondary. He felt greatly humiliated. Then why are you protecting Lin Qin? Xiao Ho answered seriously to the Demonic Mountain Venerate's question. I'm going to send him to the 4 major divisions. You should know what this means to me. When he heard about the 4 major divisions, the Demonic Mountain Venerate's expression changed. There was a cold light in his eyes. Xiao Ho continued. We've been stuck at the level of invincible saints for too long. We've always wanted to touch the threshold of supremacy. The supremacy of chaos was a legendary realm. Since ancient times, not many people had succeeded. Only the lofty and incomparably mysterious clan leader of the Devouring Fiend clan had suppressed everyone and become the strongest primal chaos supreme in history. If we don't step into the supremacy of chaos, we'll eventually become a pile of dirt. For us, cultivation is to pursue longevity and the pinnacle of martial strength. Xiao Ho pondered. Xiao Ho, you're always thinking about yourself. Have you ever thought about others? The Demonic Mountain Venerate said coldly, I'm about to enter the death stage. It wasn't easy for me to accept a disciple to pass on my legacy, but he was killed by the commander of the military palace. Do you think I should take revenge? Hearing this, Duke Xiaoyao's expression changed greatly. Immediately after, he laughed bitterly and sent a message to Lin Qin, telling him to prepare for battle. In the origin world, if an invincible saint wanted to touch the threshold of supremacy, other than their own comprehension, there was another extreme method, which was to enter the death stage. What was the death stage? If one came out alive from the forbidden zone of life, it would be a success. If one failed, one's life would be left there forever. The forbidden zone of life. It was a place that even a half-step supremacy of chaos wouldn't dare to step into. For an invincible saint, it was simply suicide. Since ancient times, no one had succeeded in entering the death stage. One could imagine how ruthless the Demonic Mountain Venerate was to make such a decision. One could also understand his anger towards the death of his disciple. I can understand you, but I can't let you kill Lin Qin. If Lin Qin was sent to the 4 major divisions, Xiao Ho would have a chance to obtain a transformation. Then let's fight. As the Demonic Mountain Venerate's voice fell, his black robe fluttered wildly. A monstrous demonic aura descended from the sky. The entire sky instantly darkened. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed. The terrifying power seemed to want to destroy the world. Unfettered 8 absolutes. Xiao Ho roared as he dodged. The ground trembled as he clenched his fists and punched out. Boom! 100,000 feet long fist shadow brought with it an unparalleled power as it struck the Demonic Mountain Venerate. Crack! All of a sudden, an invisible barrier appeared before the Demonic Mountain Lord, blocking the fist shadow that spanned 100,000 feet. After so many years, your strength hasn't improved much. The Demonic Mountain Venerate sneered. That was just a warm-up. Xiao Ho laughed. Fighting against an expert of the same cultivation realm had him pumped up. It's been a long time since I used my full strength. I wonder if those old fellas have forgotten about me. Xiao Ho muttered to himself. Boom! In the next moment, his unfettered 8 absolutes were fully unleashed as he clashed with the Demonic Mountain Venerate. At this moment, inside the Moon Palace's secret ground, Elder Yin was paying close attention. Elder Yin, they've already started fighting. Yu Hong said excitedly. His eyes shone with a golden light. This was an exceptional opportunity. He was just waiting for Elder Yin to make a move. Yes. Elder Yin nodded his head expressionlessly. The secret skill of the Demonic Mountain Venerate is really powerful. Elder Yin commented. Furthermore, it's a counter to the unfettered 8 absolutes of Xiao Ho. If Xiao Yaoho doesn't have any other tricks up his sleeve, the demonic mountain venerate will win this battle. I'll strike when both of them are severely injured. After watching the battle between the two, Elder Yin was filled with confidence. His eyes shone with a purple glow. It was as though he could already see the scene of Lin Chen being captured by him. Chapter 3702. Needless to say, Demonic Mountain Zun's Demon Dao secret skill had reached a very high standard. Arrows formed by black demon qi were constantly shooting out from his sleeves. Every arrow contained an extremely potent poison. This poison was known as the Saint Meteorite poison. As the name suggested, any sage would die if he was tainted by it. Swoosh! There were more and more arrows. In the end, they were densely packed and swept across the sky. On the other side, Xiao Yaoho was not careless. He used his strongest skill. After all, he was the master of a prefecture. The source world was extremely vast. Those who could become the master of a prefecture were basically the core of the demon-devouring clan. They were only slightly weaker than the 4 major branches. From their battle, it could be seen that the demon-devouring bloodline in Xiao Yaoho's body was much stronger than demonic Mountain Zun's. Moreover, he had a powerful secret skill. This secret skill came from the 4 major branches. Once he had unintentionally saved someone from the 4 major branches. That person returned the favor with this secret skill. Unfortunately, the connection between them was broken because of Xiao Yaoho's mistake. This was also why Xiao Yaoho could not wait to send his disciple into the 4 major branches. This was because he knew better than anyone what it meant to enter the 4 major branches. Get lost. Being forced back by demonic Mountain Zun's arrows, Xiao Yaoho was infuriated. He began to use his strongest secret skill to fight with demonic Mountain Zun. At this moment, Fang Chen was not idle either. He was secretly setting up a formation with the generals of the military palace according to the plan. Buzz. The formation base was constantly being built. In a short while it was completed. At this moment, the battle in the sky had also entered a white-hot stage. However, the mysterious expert from the Moon Palace had not made a move. Hence, Xiao Yaoho did not activate the formation. While fighting with demonic Mountain Zun, he was observing his surroundings. Boom! Caught off guard, he was forced back by demonic Mountain Zun. Xiao Yaoho, you are no match for me. Demonic Mountain Zun was confident. Although they were locked in battle, he believed that Xiao Yaoho would be defeated as long as he could stall for time. Humph! Xiao Yaoho sneered. He was not worried at all. Moon Palace, secret territory. Elder Yin, who had been paying attention to the intense battle, finally made his move. Get ready, I'm about to make my move. Elder Yin said in a deep voice. This was a matter of great importance. Failure was not an option. Elder Yin will definitely succeed. Yu Heng was confident. Wang. Old Yin sat cross-legged on the black altar. He used his own strength to cause the altar to vibrate. A moment later, a terrifying energy surged out from the altar. Under his control, this power fused into the void and silently arrived in front of the military palace. You finally can't hold back anymore. Seeing this, Deputy Xiao Yao forced the demonic Mountain Zun back with a punch. Then he stomped his foot, and the entire array was activated. Fang Chen was at the center of the array and controlled it instantly. Let's go! Almost in an instant, Xiao Yaoho caught hold of the power emanating from the altar. He pulled at the void with both hands, and the power that had merged into the void was immediately dispersed. Not good. In the Moon Palace's secret realm, Elder Yun coughed and spat out blood. His face was pale. Damn it! Elder Yun roared. But it was too late. Deputy Xiao Yao had arrived at the Moon Palace with a murderous aura. I didn't expect the Moon Palace to be hiding such an elite. Deputy Xiao Yao said coldly. At this moment, the demonic Mountain Zun did not chase after Deputy Xiao Yao. Instead, he allowed the array to attack him. He stared at Lin Chen coldly. Go to hell. Boom! The demonic Mountain Zune threw out a punch. But to everyone's surprise, when the fist shadow was about to reach Fang Qin, a huge vortex appeared in the center of the array and swallowed the fist shadow. This is the spirit-devouring array? The demonic Mountain Zune cried out. Damn it. He cursed under his breath and continued to attack the array. On the other side, a shocking battle broke out above the Moon Palace. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't Deputy Xiao Yao fighting with the demonic Mountain Zune? Why did he suddenly change his opponent? And what shocked them the most was, when did the Moon Palace have such an elite? Look, who's that? He's on par with Deputy Xiao Yao? Gosh, is that an ancient elite from the Moon Palace? No wonder Yu Heng was so arrogant. He had such a trump card. Is the Moon Palace rebelling? Suddenly there was a lot of noise. At the peak of the Moon Palace, Elder Yin was shrouded in black demonic aura. He stared at Deputy Xiao Yao and said, Deputy Xiao Yao, do you think you can defeat me like this? You are, Elder Yin? Deputy Xiao Yao's pupils shrank. He was shocked. You didn't die back then? Humph, Elder Yin snorted. My enemies are still alive. How could I die? As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Yin attacked. He opened his hands. Suddenly, countless skulls appeared in the black mist. These skulls carried endless resentment as they bared their fangs and claws at Deputy Xiao Yao. You, how many innocent people have you killed? Deputy Xiao Yao was furious. These were the people of the Xiao Yao Manor, yet they were devoured by Elder Yin. Damn it! He clenched his fists. He was furious. He had already sentenced Yu Heng to death in his heart. All palaces, listen up. The Moon Palace betrayed the Xiao Yao Manor. Their crime is unforgivable. All palaces, join forces and annihilate the Moon Palace. You can't even protect yourself. Why do you care about others? Elder Yin sneered. You want to stop the demonic Mountain Zune with that lousy array of yours? You must be dreaming. Elder Yin could tell at a glance that it was the spirit-devouring array. However, the person controlling it was too weak. He could only stop the demonic Mountain Zune for a while. Humph, it's enough to kill you. Deputy Xiao Yao was filled with endless anger as he fought with Elder Yin. Below, the people of the 8 palaces were closing in on the Moon Palace. Dong! Every time the demonic Mountain Zune attacked, the array would shake. Fan Chen, who was controlling the core of the array, felt like he was struck by lightning. He felt like his chest was being hammered. His throat moved, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, he was still holding on. Do you think you can trap me with this spirit-devouring array? The demonic Mountain Zune sneered. Deputy Xiao Yao can't even take care of himself. Don't count on him to save you. This spirit-devouring array won't last more than 3 minutes. When that time comes, I'd like to see what you'll do. Seeing the determination in Fang Chen's eyes, the demonic Mountain Zune continued. Do you feel despair? When you killed my disciple, did you think this day would come? Of course. With your shameless personality, it's normal for you to lower yourself and avenge your disciple, Fang Chen said. You. Chapter 3703. Back then, Old Mannion was famous, and everyone in the vast Origin world knew him. Of course, when it came to him, everyone's expression changed, because Old Mannion was evil by nature. Although he was also from the demon-devouring clan, he would do anything to achieve his goals. For his own interests, he would not hesitate to kill his own kind. Over time, Old Mannion became notorious and became a street rat that everyone hated. However, Old Mannion's strength had reached the peak of the invincible saint level, and it was even rumored that he had touched the threshold of the supremacy level. He was recognized as the most promising person in the Origin world to step into the chaotic supremacy level. After this rumor, his enemies could not hold back and joined forces to encircle and annihilate him. Old Mannion was extremely conceited, and he thought that the enemy alliance was just a bunch of weaklings that could not withstand a single blow. Therefore, he did not escape in advance, but waited in his residence. In the end, an unprecedented battle broke out. In that battle, there were heavy casualties and many invincible saints had fallen. There were even half-step chaotic supremacies who secretly took action. Only then did they kill Old Man Yin. In this battle, although Old Man Yin died, many forces also suffered heavy losses. After countless years, they had been recuperating. Now, Old Man Yin had recovered, and his strength was about to return to his previous peak. Therefore, Xiaoyaohe wanted to severely injure him at all costs. Die. Xiaoyaohe roared, clenching his fists and constantly swinging them. Every fist shadow was capable of causing the greatest amount of damage. Xiaoyaohe, it's useless. Old Man Yin sneered, calmly blocking Xiaoyaohe's attack. He did not need to be anxious at all. The one who should be anxious was Xiaoyaohe. Although Lin Qin could barely resist Demon Mountain's attack with the help of the Spirit-Devouring Array, it would not be long before the Spirit-Devouring Array would shatter. At that time, Xiaoyaohe would suffer a crushing defeat. You're courting death. Xiaoyaohe was in a frenzy, attacking like a madman. At the same time, Fang Chen, who was in the Spirit-Devouring Array, was in a desperate situation. Boom! 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The Spirit-Devouring Array was already unstable under Demon Mountain's constant attacks. Finally, under Demon Mountain's powerful attack, the Spirit-Devouring Array shattered. Crack! The moment the formation shattered, Fang Chen, who was controlling the core of the formation, suffered a backlash and was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. Die. Without the obstruction of the array formation, venerated Demon Mountain strength was completely restored. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Fang Chen. Under everyone's gaze, he grabbed Fang Chen. Whoosh! However, just as everyone thought that Fang Chen was definitely going to die, a resplendent ray of light shot out of the void. Caught off guard, the demonic Mountain Venerate's arm was struck by the resplendent light. He screamed miserably as his arm was cut off. Blood dripped from his wound. As for Fang Chen, he took this opportunity to quickly escape from his attack range. That is, the face of the demonic mountain lord was malevolent as he glared at the utmost treasure in the void. At this moment, the dazzling light of the supreme treasure gradually disappeared and was replaced by a ring. Damn it! Why is the sky connecting ring in your hands? The demonic mountain venerate was enraged as a tinge of fear appeared in his heart. Buzz! With a thought, the sky connecting ring returned to Xiaoyaohe's hand. Then he shook violently and raised the power of the sky connecting ring to the maximum before slamming it towards Elder Yin. Not good. Elder Yin also recognized the sky connecting ring. Without any hesitation, he fled. Boom! The sky connecting ring hit the void and tore it apart. Blood splattered everywhere. Elder Yin was hit by the sky connecting ring and was severely injured. In the end, he still managed to escape. Xiaoyaohe, this is not over. Elder Yin's angry roar could be heard from the void. Xiaoyaohe did not chase after Elder Yin. With the sky connecting ring in hand, he came before the demonic mountain venerate. You, the demonic mountain venerate, did not expect that the sky connecting ring, one of the 3 utmost chaos treasures of the origin world, would be in the hands of Xiaoyaohe. Something's not right. All of a sudden, the demonic mountain venerate realized that something was wrong. The sky connecting ring in the hands of Xiaoyaohe was not a true utmost chaos treasure. It was a pseudo-sky connecting ring. Pseudo-sky connecting ring? Xiaoyaohe nodded and said, that's right. This is a pseudo-sky connecting ring. Even so, it's more than enough to deal with you. Although he said that, in reality, Xiaoyaohe was not confident. His sky connecting ring was a pseudo-utmost chaos treasure. Its power was at most equivalent to a top-tier origin source sacred weapon. It was only because he was caught off guard that he managed to injure the demonic mountain venerate. Furthermore, every time the pseudo-sky connecting ring was activated, it consumed a lot of energy. After activating it twice in a row, it had already exhausted all of its energy. Fortunately, Elder Yin had been scared away. Otherwise, it would be difficult to clean up the mess. Humph! After recognizing the pseudo-sky connecting ring, the demonic mountain venerate regained his cold expression and said in disdain, "A mere pseudo-sky connecting ring dares to scare me. The demonic mountain venerate!" Furthermore, he raised his broken arm and exuded a cold aura as he said coldly, "You broke my arm. I'll destroy your entire Xiaoyao manor." As his voice fell, the demonic mountain venerate performed a forbidden secret technique. His body turned into a black mist and swept across the world. "You're courting death." Xiaoyao Ho forcefully activated the pseudo-sky connecting ring. However, the power that the demonic mountain venerate unleashed was too tyrannical. The pseudo-sky connecting ring couldn't withstand it at all. Crack! The pseudo-sky connecting ring was sent flying. Xiaoyao Ho's body was also forced back. "Let's go." In a hurry, Xiaoyao Ho pulled Fang Chen's body and leaped. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the top of the Devil's Pool. Immediately after, he stomped his feet and a formation appeared, blocking the black mist. All-seeing heaven and earth open. At this moment he couldn't care less. He could only forcefully open the cave of the dragon, slaying cave in advance, and send Fang Chen in. "Go in." Xiaoyao Ho roared and threw Fang Chen into the dark whirlpool. In the blink of an eye, the dark whirlpool disappeared. The Devil's Pool regained its calm, and the pseudo-sky connecting ring dimmed completely. That's... Seeing this, the demonic mountain venerate was even more furious. The pseudo-sky connecting ring is the key to opening the cave of the dragon-slaying cave? Thinking of this, the demonic mountain venerate licked his dry lips. His eyes were filled with a burning gaze. If he could snatch it, would it mean that he could open the cave of the dragon-slaying cave at will? "Give me the pseudo-sky connecting ring, and I can let bygones be bygones," the demonic mountain venerate said coldly. "Demonic mountain venerate, this is the Xiaoyao manor. You came to my territory and behaved atrociously. I haven't even questioned you, and now you're asking me for a treasure?" Xiaoyao Ho's eyes were cold. Fang Chen had been sent into the cave of the dragon-slaying cave, and his life was not in danger for the time being. In that case, he would be able to fight without any worries. "If you want to fight, then let's fight. I, Xiaoyao Ho, am not afraid of anything." Chapter 3704. Because of the fake sky ring, the demonic mountain Zun temporarily forgot about his revenge. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the fake sky ring. Hand over the fake sky ring. The demonic mountain Zun threatened, "If you don't want your people to die in my hands, then give it to me." Even if it was just a fake sky ring, it was still a treasure that everyone dreamed of. Once he got it, he could open the cave of the slain dragon. Then, not only could he send his disciples in there to train, he could also enter and explore the no man's land. The Forbidden Zone was extremely dangerous. Even the generals under the devouring demon clan's clan leader didn't dare to enter. If an invincible saint entered, 9 out of 10 would die. Therefore, since the beginning of time, very few invincible saints dared to enter. Of course, there were some. Those who had the courage to enter the Forbidden Zone didn't have much lifespan left. They felt that with their hard work, they wouldn't be able to reach the supreme level in their lifetime. Therefore, they wanted to try. In your dreams. Deputy Xiao Yao put away the fake sky ring and attacked right away. He fought against the demonic mountain Zun. In the dark and cold void, Fang Chen felt his body falling as if there was a bottomless abyss under his feet. What a powerful force! He only moved slightly, and he felt a cold energy coming from all around him. This energy could even suppress his invincible Hell King physique. The invincible Hell King body is a special body type that is extremely cold. I can't even block the corrosive power around me. Fong Qin looked at his arm. A small piece of skin was corroded. From this small wound, he could tell that the cave of the slaying dragon was not ordinary. When the fake sky ring opened the cave of the slaying dragon, it gave Fong Qin a layer of light that could effectively block the corrosive power around him. Roar! After an unknown amount of time, he was suddenly awakened by a furious roar. Fong Qin abruptly lowered his head and was shocked to discover that there was a huge python coiling around a stone platform below. The giant python let out a shocking roar. It opened its bloody mouth and flicked its tongue. Its eyes were fierce, as if it wanted to devour Fong Qin. Crack! Seeing that Fong Qin was about to fall, the giant python suddenly rushed forward, and its bloody mouth instantly appeared in front of Fong Qin. Seeing this, Fong Qin couldn't care less. He jumped, forcibly withstanding the attack of the corrosive power, and deviated his falling trajectory. His body fell directly onto the giant python's head. Roar! The giant python kept rolling, trying to shake off Fong Qin. However, after the initial panic, the latter gradually calmed down. "You want to eat me?" Fong Qin snorted coldly. He stomped his foot and directly stepped on the huge python's head. Crack! The giant python's head instantly exploded, losing its vitality. However, its body instinctively wrapped around Fong Qin. Scram! Fong Qin roared and struggled with all his might. Rumble! The stone platform exploded. Caught off guard, Fong Qin's body continued to fall. No, the more he fell, the more dizzy Fong Qin felt. He gradually lost consciousness. Time passed. The fierce battle between the demonic Mountain Zune and Xiaorao lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, the demonic Mountain Zune had a slight advantage and suppressed Xiaoyao Ho. However, at the critical moment, the people from the 4 major divisions came and scared the demonic Mountain Zune away. At this point, the shocking battle had come to an end. As for the Moon Palace, under Xiaoyao Ho's ruthless methods, the cleansing was completed quickly. Anyone who betrayed the Xiaoyao Manor was killed without mercy. Following Yueheng's tragic death at the hands of Xiaoyao Ho, the rebellion of the Moon Palace was completely over. After this shocking incident, the Moon Palace was completely paralyzed. During the strict investigation, evidence of the Moon Palace colluding with the Bright King residence and the Tianyue Manor was found. This discovery made Xiaoyao Ho furious. He ordered a strict investigation of the other 8 palaces. Besides that, Xiaoyao Ho paid close attention to the entrance of the cave of the slaying dragon. He also carried the pseudo-sky connecting ring with him. I wonder how that guy is doing. Xiaoyao Ho said to himself. According to the time, he should have landed in a safe area. The battle had ended. The military palace was desolate. The previous battle broke out in the sky above the military palace. So many buildings were in ruins. Now, there were many things waiting to be done. Many generals in the military palace were rebuilding. Master Ho, the head of the Lu family, is here to visit you. Suddenly, the butler sent a message. The Lu family? Xiaoyao Ho's eyes were sharp. The rebellion of the Moon Palace was definitely related to the Lu family. He was not ready to attack the Lu family, but the latter came to visit him first? Let him in. In the garden, Xiaoyao Ho sat on a stone bench. Not long after, a white-haired old man with a walking stick walked in with a smile. Master Ho, long time no see. How have you been? I came uninvited. Master Ho won't be angry, right? Xiaoyao Ho pointed at the stone bench opposite him and said, Have a seat. The head of the Lu family sat down and smiled, as expected of someone who walked out of the cave of the slaying dragon. It hasn't been long, but Master Ho has already reached such a level. Xiaoyao Ho's expression did not change in the face of the head of the Lu family's compliment. What's the matter? Seeing Xiaoyao Ho's attitude, the head of the Lu family smiled awkwardly and went straight to the point. Master Ho, I came here with only one purpose. I hope that Master Ho can give us a place in the cave of the slain dragon. Xiao Yao Ho raised his head and looked the head of the Lu family seriously. He did not understand. Who gave the Lu family the courage to ask him for a place in the cave of the slaying dragon? Yu Heng betrayed the Xiaoyao manor. Your disciples sneaked into the 9 Palaces competition and tried to kill Lin Qin. I haven't even held the Lu family responsible. How dare you ask me for a place in the cave of the slaying dragon? Xiao Yao Ho was angry. The head of the Lu family said, Master Ho, you have misunderstood my Lu family. Speaking of losses, my Lu family has suffered the most. One of the younger generation of my Lu family finally made a name for himself in the military palace, but he was killed by Lin Qin. After that, Lin Qin ambushed and killed many of the younger generation of my family. This is an irreconcilable enmity. As for the disciples of the Lu family sneaking into the 9 Palaces competition, you have wronged my Lu family. That person betrayed the Lu family long ago. His actions have nothing to do with my Lu family. As for Yu Heng, my Lu family has nothing to do with him. At this point, the head of the Lu family clasped his fists and said, If Master Ho is willing to give us a place in the cave of the slain dragon, my Lu family is willing to fully support the Xiaoyao manor against the Tianyuan manor and the Bright King manor. Xiao Yao Ho was about to refuse. The head of the Lu family grinned and took out a token from his chest. There were complicated patterns on the golden token, and the word Li was written on it. Master Ho, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I came here with sincerity. Everything can be discussed. He deliberately took out the token and waved it in front of Xiao Yao Ho. Seeing the token, Xiao Yao Ho fell silent. The Lu family was not worth mentioning in his eyes. However, he could not ignore the token. Chapter 3705. Xiao Yao Ho stared at Patriarch Lu. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the garden became abnormally tense. The housekeeper glanced at Xiao Yao Ho and then locked onto Patriarch Lu. As long as Xiao Yao Ho gave the order, he would immediately subdue Patriarch Lu. It seemed that Patriarch Lu was not anxious at all. Instead, he had a bright smile on his face. He played with the token in his hand, waiting for Xiao Yao Ho's decision. You're using the Li family's branch to pressure me? After a long time, Xiao Yao Ho spoke. In an instant, the atmosphere in the void froze. Patriarch Lu put away the token and said, Is this your decision? Then he got up and was about to leave. I don't see your sincerity. Hearing this, Patriarch Lu turned around and sat back on the stone bench with a grin. He knew Xiao Yao Ho had given in. He would most likely get the quota of the dragon-slaying cave. There were 3 quotas for the dragon-slaying cave in the competition of the 9 Palaces. Now, only Lin Qin had entered, so there were 2 quotas left. His Lu family was determined to get one of the quotas. So, Patriarch Lu did not hesitate to come to the city lord's mansion and took out the token of the Li family's branch to negotiate with Xiao Yao Ho. What do you want? Patriarch Lu went straight to the point. As long as my Lu family can satisfy you, we will do our best. Xiao Yao Ho said expressionlessly, Did your Lu family participate in the betrayal of the Moon Palace? Patriarch Lu nodded and said without hiding anything, When Yueheng found us, he used Lin Chen's life as the price in exchange for our support. However, we only sent a young warrior to support the Moon Palace in the competition of the 9 Palaces. We did not interfere in other matters. At this time, there was no need to pretend to be crazy. He just had to be honest. Although my Lu family has declined and came to the Xiaoyao mansion, we were once glorious. Lin Qin dared to kill my Lu family's disciple. How can we let him go? Humph. Xiao Yao Ho snorted. Patriarch Lu continued, This is not a big deal for the Xiaoyao mansion. The real betrayal of the Moon Palace is the collusion with the Tianyuan mansion and the Bright King mansion. We have known this for a long time, so we did not want to be entangled with Yueheng. Do you still remember the previous commander of the military palace who died on the battlefield? It was precisely because Yu Heng had secretly informed the other two manners that the whereabouts of the previous military palace commander had been leaked, causing him to be ambushed. True enough. Hearing this, Xiao Yao Ho's face darkened. My Lu clan only wants a spot in the cave of the annihilating dragon. As for the price, my Lu clan is willing to give up all our territories and properties. Hearing this, even Xiao Yao Ho looked at House Head Lu in surprise. The Li clan's branch has already agreed to accept our Lu clan. From now on, our Lu clan will all move into the territory of the Li clan's branch. Family head Lu shrugged. If Marquis is willing to give us a place in the dragon-slaying cave, in addition to the previous promise, I promise you in the name of Family Head Lu that our Lu family owes Carefree Mansion a favor. If you need anything, you can come to us at any time. Xiao Yaoho was weighing the pros and cons. He admitted that the Lu family's favor had moved him. The Lu family had climbed up the Li family's branch, and the whole family had moved, which meant in the future the Lu family would definitely rise again. Being on good terms with the Lu clan now was beneficial to Xiao Yaoho. Businessmen pursued profits, while those in power pursued power. In the current three-way war, the situation was unfavorable for Carefree Mansion. The favor of the Lu clan and the power of the Li clan's branch might be able to intimidate Tianyue Mansion and Wise King Mansion. I think Marquis has already made his decision. Family head Lu smiled. Xiao Yaoho nodded. We can give a place in the cave of the annihilating dragon to the Lu clan, but you have to make an oath. Don't worry. After a while, the two sides reached an agreement. Family head Lu made an oath on the spot, and Xiao Yaoho also agreed that when he chose the third disciple to enter the cave of the annihilating dragon, they would open the cave of the annihilating dragon together. Fang Qin had no idea what was happening outside. He felt like he had a very long dream. In the dream, he was chased by a giant python and ran into a battlefield. Smoke filled the air, and the huge battlefield was filled with corpses and blood. At a glance, there were piles of bones everywhere, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Fang Chen wanted to escape, but he felt like he was lost in the battlefield. No, he didn't know how long had passed, but he suddenly woke up. Where am I? He exclaimed, and soon stabilized and found himself in a dark space. There was no end to his surroundings, and he couldn't see anything. Where's the giant python? Fang Chen thought seriously. He vaguely remembered that his body had been falling, and then he fainted. Phew! He took a deep breath and checked his body. There was nothing wrong with it. He finally calmed down the shock in his heart. Is this the cave of the annihilating dragon? If he guessed correctly, he should be in the cave of the annihilating dragon. But he was very confused. The scene in front of him was completely different from what Xiao Yaoho had described. Could it be that I made a mistake in the process of falling? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The most important thing now was to figure out where this place was, and then start exploring. Roar! All of a sudden, an angry roar broke the silence in the darkness. Demon beast? Fang Chen exclaimed, and then quickly got up and rushed to the source of the sound. After a while, he saw a giant python fighting with a white ape in the forest. Rip! The giant python bit the white ape's arm, and the white ape roared to the sky. Then it endured the pain and held the giant python's mouth with both hands. Then it exerted force, and the giant python's mouth was torn apart by the white ape. Dong! Dong! The white ape didn't give the giant python a chance to breathe and punched the giant python's weak point again and again. At first, the giant python struggled wildly, but in the end, its body gradually became weak. Dong! After the last punch, the white ape confirmed that the giant python was completely dead and sat on the ground panting. Its arm was bleeding and it was poisoned. It's so strong. Fang Chen was shocked. Were all the demon beasts here so strong? Buzz! Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a terrifying force coming towards him. He subconsciously dodged. The white ape stared at him angrily. At this time, he realized that he had been discovered by the white ape. "Brother ape, I came here by mistake, and I mean you no harm," Fong Chin hurriedly explained. The white ape stopped attacking and spoke in human language. "You're not from the devouring demon clan." Fong Chin was stunned, and then stared at the white ape warily. "How did you get here?" Fong Chen was not from the devouring demon clan, but he could come here, which was enough to show how mysterious he was. The white ape strode to Fong Chen's side and stared at him with its gong-sized eyes. "I came in from the entrance of the Cave of the Slaying Dragon," Fong Chen said. Cave of the Slaying Dragon. Chapter 3706. White Ape's words shocked Fong Chen. Judging from White Ape's tone, the experts who joined forces to transform a certain area in the Forbidden Zone into the dragon-slaying cave seemed to want to slay a dragon? Slay a dragon? Fong Chen frowned and pondered. He was no stranger to the Dragon Clan at all. He started his cultivation journey from the ancient Sword Continent's divine Wind Nation. He had experienced countless ups and downs along the way, and had fought with the Dragon Clan several times. Of course, the real Dragon Clan was one of the most powerful clans in the universe. They were among the best of the best among all the races in the universe. However, if he remembered correctly, the Dragon Clan should exist in the chaotic realm, and it was impossible for them to exist in the Source realm. "You can actually come here?" White Ape no longer entangled in the matter of slaying a dragon and changed the topic, staring at Fong Chen. Fong Chen's thoughts were interrupted. He raised his head and looked at White Ape seriously. The latter's body was emitting an invisible power. This power made him feel both familiar and unfamiliar. Suddenly, he felt the sealed bloodline in his body vibrate. Then he turned pale with fright, because White Ape's eyes were as big as gongs as it stared at him. Then it grabbed him with its big claws. Suddenly, he felt the world spinning, and then he was lost. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't break free from White Ape's power. "Where is he taking me?" Fong Chen turned pale with fright. However, after some time, his head finally regained consciousness. Dong! He felt that he had hit a hard object, and then pain spread all over his body. He grimaced, and the invincible Pluto body automatically operated. A layer of gray halo shrouded him, reducing a large part of the impact force. This caused Fong Chen's pain to be reduced a lot. Seeing this scene, White Ape let out a soft cry and was even more curious about Fong Chen. Invincible Pluto body. White Ape's voice came into Fong Chen's ears. Immediately, Fong Chen's body trembled as he looked nervously at the White Ape. The undefeatable Infernal King physique was the ability of one of the 4 generals under Supreme Fu Jian's command, the Infernal King. Other than the living beings of the Chaos Realm, no one knew him. White Ape recognized him at a glance. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be, did the Nether King and the White Ape fight before? Or, White Ape was a high-level expert of the Devouring Devil Clan. A series of questions flashed through his mind. He instinctively dodged when he saw the White Ape's claws coming at him. White Ape's claw landed on Fong Chen's thigh, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. "Behave yourself," White Ape said sternly. Fong Chen simply sat on the ground, motionless. White Ape was too strong. There was no way he could escape. Furthermore, if the White Ape wanted to kill him, it would have done so long ago. "Where did you inherit the undefeatable Infernal King physique?" White Ape asked in a low voice. "Senior, since you know about the undefeatable Infernal King physique, how can you not know whose inheritance it is?" Fong Chen looked at White Ape, trying to find some clues from his eyes, but he was disappointed. There was no emotion in White Ape's eyes, or rather, his cultivation level was too low to see any fluctuations. "Is the Infernal King still alive?" As expected, White Ape knew the Infernal King. When he said those two words, he could hear the bitterness and sadness in his voice. Could it be? White Ape and the Infernal King are old friends. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately told the truth. The Infernal King has already fallen. Before he died, he passed the undefeatable Infernal King physique to me. In the end, you still couldn't escape? White Ape was disappointed and in a bad mood. Fong Chen mustered up his courage and asked, Senior, do you know the Infernal King? The air was filled with a sad atmosphere that gradually spread. After a long time, White Ape came back to his senses and said, My tribe is indebted to White Ape. If it weren't for him, my tribe would have been destroyed long ago. Fong Chen was taken aback when he heard this. The Infernal King saved White Ape's tribe? White Ape seemed to have seen Fong Chen's confusion. He sat cross-legged on the ground and said slowly. His eyes were empty as he sank into his sad memories. I sense the same aura as the Infernal King on your body. If I'm not wrong, you should be from the chaotic realm, right? Fong Chen nodded. Haha, back then, my tribe had the opportunity to move to the chaotic realm with the help of the Infernal King. Unfortunately, we were discovered midway, and a great war broke out. In the end, the Infernal King risked his life to escort my tribe to the life-forbidden zone, White Ape continued, who knew that the devouring demon clan didn't intend to give up and wanted to completely destroy my tribe. They had broken into the life-forbidden zone countless times, but failed in the end. After countless years, they finally gave up and began to work together to build the outermost area of the life-forbidden zone and turned it into the dragon-slaying cave. At this point, White Ape paused and looked at Fong Chen. The latter was shocked. What kind of tribe was White Ape's tribe? Why did the Infernal King lead them to the chaotic realm and even risked his life to escort them to the life-forbidden zone? One had to know. The origin world was created by the devouring demon clan. The heavenly Tao here was complete and the cultivation system was perfect. Most importantly, 2/3 of the life-forbidden zone's providence had been extracted, causing the providence of the origin world to increase tremendously. Therefore, the devouring demon clan here were extremely powerful. If one was targeted by the devouring demon clan, there was almost nowhere to hide except in the life-forbidden zone. You must be confused. Since the origin world was created by the devouring demon clan, why would there be a life-forbidden zone that even they don't dare to set foot in? White Ape asked. Fong Chen nodded subconsciously. He had thought about this before, but it involved the Chaos Controller. With his current realm, it was difficult for him to understand. Actually, creating a world is not as simple as you think. Moreover, the devouring demon clan's leader did not become the Chaos Controller back then. Therefore, although he created the origin world, it did not achieve the desired effect. White Ape explained, creating a world was like refining a metal ball. One could control the external structure of the metal ball and roughly control the internal structure through refining methods. However, there were certain nodes in the internal structure that one could not control. The origin world was like that. Under the operation of the Great Tao, any world created had to follow a law. To perfect the heavenly Tao, one had to reverse the operation of the Great Tao. This node would cause the Great Tao to become unstable and cause divine punishment to destroy certain nodes in the world. The life-forbidden zone they were in was caused by the divine punishment of the Great Tao. This was also why the devouring demon clan did not dare to set foot in this place, because the heavenly Tao could not interfere here. Once one entered, one would fall into all kinds of quagmires. Even an invincible saint would turn into a pile of dirt. Whoosh! Chapter 3707. The Great Tao's heavenly punishment had caused a forbidden zone to appear in a world. The so-called forbidden zone was because the heavenly Tao could not interfere. Therefore, countless changes would occur in it. Even invincible saints would not dare to set foot in it. Fong Chen's heart trembled. He finally understood. Why did the devouring demon clan not dare to set foot in the Forbidden Zone when they created this world? I see. Fong Qin sighed. White Ape glanced at Fong Qin and then continued. Do you think that the origin world is the devouring demon clan's base camp and that they are the only clan here? The other clans, such as the humans of the Chaos Realm, were basically slaves here. They had been forcibly suppressed by the devouring demon clan and then brought in. At least, that was the current situation Fong Qin saw. Of course, there were an extremely small number of peak experts from the Chaos Realm, such as the 4 generals under Supreme Fu Jian's command. They had come with a mission to save the Chaos Realm, so they were hiding in the origin world and waiting for an opportunity to act. However, Fong Qin could not think of any native clans in the origin world. Were there any other clans? Or rather, was the devouring demon clan willing to let other clans grow? White Ape shook his head. He knew what Fong Qin was thinking. Everyone thinks that the origin world was created by the devouring demon clan, and that the only clan here is the devouring demon clan. In fact, they are all wrong. Wrong? Fong Qin was stunned and then looked curiously at White Ape. His intuition told him that this was definitely a top secret that involved many ancient, almighty figures. It might even be related to the plan that the origin world had been plotting for many years. No one can surpass the chaos. Even if they become the legendary chaos controller, they can't surpass the chaos. Before heaven and earth were created, the world was in a hazy state of chaos. All living beings were in the chaos. The Chaos Great Tao was the ultimate Great Tao and could evolve into the Heavenly Tao. Anyone who created a world would be disturbed by the Chaos Great Tao, and a series of changes would occur. Then do you know where the clans of the Chaos Realm came from? White Ape suddenly asked. Fong Qin was taken aback. He had never thought of this question. He only knew that when one's strength reached a certain level, they could separate their internal universe and create living beings from it. However, this was only the lowest level of creation. For example, the creatures created by his Shura universe were of the lowest level. That's right. Where are the creatures of the Chaos Realm? Who created them? If this person was truly recognized as a creator, then how strong was this person? He immediately thought of Supremacy Fu Jian. However, he quickly shook his head and rejected this idea. After all, before Autarch Fu Jian became famous, the primal chaos realm had existed since ancient times. This question is a little profound. I'm afraid it's very difficult for you to understand it now. However, you only need to know that anyone who creates a world will be disturbed by the great Tao of primal chaos. As a result, primitive races will be created. White Ape said, primitive tribes? In other words, when the patriarch of the demon-devouring clan created the origin world, the great Tao of chaos interfered and sent down heavenly punishment, destroying this world and creating the primitive tribes. The devil-devouring race was not the only race in the origin world. While Fong Qin was shocked, he also came to a sudden realization. If that was the case, it could be explained. Why were there beings of other races in the Forbidden Zone? At this moment, the way he looked at White Ape became deep and solemn. Could White Ape be one of the primitive tribes of the origin world? White Ape pointed to the void and said, Do you know why the devil-devouring clan joined forces to transform the periphery of the Forbidden Zone into a sacred cultivation ground? He was referring to the cave of the annihilating dragon. To nurture the younger generation, Fong Qin said without hesitation. White Ape shook his head. This is just a pretense. Their real purpose is to explore the Forbidden Zone further and destroy the primitive tribes. This? Fong Qin was dumbfounded. The true purpose of the cave of the annihilating dragon is to slay dragons, White Ape sneered. Unfortunately, they are too naive. Slay dragons? Fong Qin muttered to himself. Could it be that the primitive tribes of the origin world were the dragon race? Senior, are you a member of the primitive tribes? Fong Qin asked. White Ape said directly, I'm not. Fong Chin was even more curious. If White Ape did not belong to the primitive tribes, why would he appear in the cave of the annihilating dragon? Then, what tribe did he belong to? A series of questions made Fong Chin even more curious. The devil-devouring clan built the cave of the annihilating dragon to slay dragons. Could the primitive tribes be the dragon race? Fong Chin asked. The dragon race was divided into many tribes, some strong and some weak. However, so far, the most powerful dragon race that Fong Chin had encountered was the golden, sacred dragon race. Although this race was powerful in the chaotic realm, it was not considered a top race. Such a race could not be a primitive tribe. According to Fong Chen's understanding, a race that could be called a primitive tribe must have the ability to destroy heaven and earth, or even a world. Such a race had heaven-defying abilities, but its members were often limited and very few. Obviously, the dragon race did not belong to this category. Their race, if including the branches, covered every corner of the chaotic realm. Dragon race. White Ape shook his head. Although the primitive tribes are related to the word dragon, it has nothing to do with the dragon race. You will understand when you see it. Obviously, White Ape was unwilling to talk about the primitive tribes. As for my tribe, it is a subsidiary tribe of the primitive tribes. My ancestor was born from heaven and earth. When he was on the verge of death, he was saved by the primitive tribes. Since then, our tribe has been thriving in the life-forbidden zone, guarding the primitive tribes. White Ape said, however, since the appearance of the cave of the annihilating dragon, I have been assigned here. Fong Chin was stunned. Since White Ape's tribe was a subsidiary tribe of the primitive tribes, why was he saved by the Nether King? When the devil-devouring clan attacked, where was the primitive tribes? Why did they want to move the entire tribe to the chaotic realm? Kid, don't think too much. The ability of the primitive tribes is not something you can imagine. As for why my tribe wants to move, it is the will of the primitive tribes. At this point, White Ape was unwilling to continue. Instead, he asked Fong Chin about the situation outside the life-forbidden zone. Fong Chin explained briefly. White Ape nodded. Fortunately, the devil-devouring clan is at a critical moment in his cultivation. Otherwise, the chaotic realm would have been long gone. Senior, Fong Chin called. Let's go. I will take you to a place. The cave of the annihilating dragon was a holy land for cultivation in the eyes of the devil-devouring clan. However, to White Ape, the cultivation environment here was too poor. Since he had met Fong Chin, who was the successor of the Nether King, he naturally wanted to take him to a better cultivation environment. Dong! All of a sudden, White Ape's mind shook as if he had received some information. Chapter 3708. Fong Chin had been thinking about why the primitive tribe wanted White Ape's entire tribe to move to the chaotic realm. Could it be, was the primitive tribe related to Supreme Master Fu Jian? Thinking of this, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely felt that Supreme Master Fu Jian was not really dead and most likely had a backup plan, but he had no way of knowing. Senior White Ape. Along the way, Fong Chin humbly asked for advice. Are there many people in your tribe? However, White Ape seemed unwilling to talk about this. He grabbed Fong Chen's body and moved forward quickly. After some time, the man and the ape finally landed. This is... Fong Chin looked up and was surprised to find in front of him was a canyon surrounded by dense forests. Behind the canyon, there was a towering mountain peak. At a glance, it was lush and green, with birds chirping and flowers blooming. If someone who was not familiar with this place came here, it would be impossible to associate this place with the infamous life-forbidden zone. This, Fong Chin was speechless. Was this the life-forbidden zone that caused everyone's expression to change when they talked about it? He couldn't help but be at a loss. This is a place where the tribe receives guests. You can cultivate here for a period of time. I will find some opponents for you to spar with and help you cultivate." After saying that, White Ape directly threw Fong Chen in front of a tent and told him that this tent was where he lived. Then, White Ape disappeared. Fong Chen tried hard to calm his heart and then began to look around seriously. Every time he came to an unfamiliar environment, the first thing he had to do was to check out the surrounding situation to ensure his safety. Whoosh! After checking for a long time, Fong Chen took a deep breath and a solemn expression appeared on his face. What a strong suppression! He could feel that the rules here seemed to be much stronger than those of the outside world. Most importantly, there was almost no interference from the heavenly Tao here. However, because of this, the space here was even more oppressive. It is indeed a sacred place for cultivation. Fong Chen grinned. No wonder after the cave of the slaying dragon was renovated, the demon-devouring clan would regularly allow some of their younger disciples to come in and cultivate. However, that was only the periphery of the life forbidden zone. It couldn't be compared to where Fong Chen was now. Whoosh! In the following days, he devoted himself to cultivation. This was the territory of the White Apes tribe, so he didn't have to worry about any danger. He also didn't have to worry about his cultivation being discovered by others. He could cultivate without any worries. Well, with a thought, Fong Chen's perfect bloodline, which had been sealed in his body for a long time, suddenly erupted. A terrifying power swept through the world, erupting with a deafening sound. At the same time, he held the Spirit Slayer sword in his hand and performed the heaven-slashing alchemy technique. This was the Paragon sword technique, and it seemed to have been inherited from Paragon Fujian. This was also one of Fong Chen's trump cards from his past life. Unfortunately, he did not dare to casually use it in the origin world. Whoosh! He stood up abruptly, and one sword light after another burst out from the Spirit Slayer sword. In an instant, the dense sword light crisscrossed in the void. Meanwhile, in the depths of the canyon, at the foot of the mountain, the White Ape was talking to the young disciples of several tribes. Do you see that? The White Ape pointed at Fong Chen, who was cultivating in the air. Grandpa White, you didn't call us here to be his sparring partners, did you? The disciples asked. This person is the successor of the Nether King. He came to the origin world with a heavy responsibility. Our tribe is indebted to the Nether King, so we have to help him. The White Ape said earnestly, his foundation is very solid, but he lacks actual combat experience. If you have nothing to do, spar with him. Upon hearing the words Nether King, the expressions of the White Apes instantly became serious, and then they nodded heavily. Grandpa White, don't worry. We won't let you down. One of the tribesmen promised. Grandpa White, he's too weak. Do we need to suppress our cultivation when we fight with him? Another person asked. The White Ape shook his head. Just do your best. It's fine as long as he's still alive. Okay. The tribesmen's eyes lit up, and they rubbed their palms together. In their tribe, they were often bullied by powerful tribesmen. Now, they could finally bully others. Let's go and welcome our honored guest. The tribesmen happily walked toward Fong Chen. Swoosh! A sword broke through the sky, and the sword light swept across heaven and earth. Fong Chen held the Spirit Slayer sword in his hand and suddenly opened his eyes. Whoosh! He took a deep breath, and a big smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, he was still very strong when he let go of everything and attacked with all his strength. However, there's still a gap between me and the strength of an invincible sage, Fong Chen muttered to himself. Mainly, after his rebirth, his realm was limited. Therefore, even with the supreme technique in hand, it was difficult for him to display its full power. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, there was a round of applause. Fong Chen turned his head and saw a few White Apes looking at him with smiles on their faces. Brother, as expected of Grandpa White's honored guest, your swordsmanship is superb. We admire you. We were sent by Grandpa White to spar with you and supervise your cultivation. My name is White One, And these two are White 2 and White 3. White 1 said, "In the following time, we will spar with you continuously, and we will not hold back. We will not stop until your cultivation has improved to a level that satisfies us." Fang Chen was stunned, but soon understood the white ape's good intentions. "Thank you very much." Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked them. "Well, let's not talk nonsense. Your realm is too low now. Let White 3 spar with you." After a while, White 3 and Fang Chen fought fiercely. Bang! As soon as they started fighting, Fang Chen was at a disadvantage. He was caught off guard and was slapped away by White 3. "Is that all you've got?" White 3 said coldly. At the same time, he exerted all his strength and pressed forward. Heaven's slashing alchemy. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and displayed the supreme sword art. He fought with White 3 again. Buzz! In the void, the sharp sword light crisscrossed. For a moment, the two were locked in a fierce battle. "This guy has good potential," White 2 said. "Yeah, it's his first time fighting with White 3, and he can fight so fiercely. It's really rare. If I'm not wrong, his swordsmanship is very strong. It's higher than the top secret skill of our tribe," White 1 said in a deep voice. White 2's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the supreme skill? Only the supreme skill could make White 1 pay so much attention to it. White 3 nodded. "Yes, it's the supreme skill. I really want to see how strong the supreme skill is." While they were talking, the battle had already ended. In the end, Fang Chen was defeated. He was suppressed by White 3 and smashed to the ground. "Kid, let's stop here today. Carefully understand the battle just now," White 3 said. Fang Chen nodded gratefully. Chapter 3709. Time flew by. After Fang Chen entered the life forbidden zone, he had been fighting with the 3 white apes. One had to admit that their clan's divine ability was very powerful. Even Fang Chen, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, found it difficult to resist. Every time he fought, he would be beaten black and blue by White 3, but the gains he gained were also incomparably huge. "Come on." "Bye," San shouted as he sent Fang Chen flying with a punch. Fang Chen got up and activated the invincible Pluto King body, continuing to fight. Bang! 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 He fell down countless times and stood up countless times. Fang Chen had a spirit of never giving up. Not far away, White 1 and White 2 were watching the two fight with interest. "This guy is very tenacious and has a high comprehension ability," White 2 commented. These days, they had been watching the battle between White 3 and Fang Chen. From the beginning, Fang Chen was unable to fight back, but now he could fight hundreds of rounds with White 3. His attainments in the Sword Dao have reached a very terrifying level. Perhaps he will be able to reach the ultimate Sword Dao in the future. White 1 said in a deep voice. Moreover, his bloodline is very powerful. It should be a peerless bloodline. It could be imagined that before long, Fang Chen would be able to defeat White 3. White 3 will be defeated in 3 months at most, White 1 said with a smile. This was his prediction. White 2 shook his head. "I feel that this guy's growth is too fast. It's comparable to the peerless genius of our clan that only appears once in 100 million years." White 2 believed that Fang Chen could defeat White 3 in a month. "Bet." White 1 narrowed his eyes and smiled. "What bet?" White 2 agreed. "How about the sweet you got from Grandpa, White, last time?" White 2 suddenly realized that White 1 had gone through so many twists and turns just to get his sweet due. He pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, I agree. But if you lose, you have to take out the 1,000 Feet book." "Deal." White 1 gloated. Bang! Fang Chen lay on the ground, screaming miserably. This time he lasted 400 moves before he was defeated. Comprehend well. With that, White 3 left. In the following days, Fang Chen's training suddenly became extremely intense. White 3 would come to find him to exchange pointers almost every day, and every time he would be beaten black and blue. Finally, on a certain day half a month later, Fang Chen and Bai San fought fiercely for over 1,000 rounds before losing. During this time, Fang Chen almost defeated Bai San. This scene attracted the attention of Bai Yi and Bai Er. "Just watch, I will definitely win." Don't be fooled by Bai Er's usual stupidity, but at the crucial moment he was very astute. In front of the tent, Fang Chen sat cross-legged, his mind filled with the terrifying aura of Sword Dao. His skin was also covered with the Nether King's armor. After this period of tempering, his use of the invincible Pluto King physique had reached an extremely high level. After such a long time of accumulation, my foundation has been solid, and I have successively comprehended 3 types of origin. It's time for a breakthrough. On a certain day, after Fang Chen was defeated, he fell into an epiphany and began to break through to the Saint Realm. In the distance, White One and the others were a little surprised when they saw the scene. "This guy is breaking through to the 7th Order Saint Realm?" White 3 was speechless. "Ha ha ha, once he steps into the 7th Order Saint Realm, White 3 will definitely lose." Bai Er was very excited. White 1 pondered. Boom! After a long while, in front of the tent, there was a deafening explosion, and a terrifying airflow rushed into the sky. Fang Chen stood between heaven and earth, exuding a terrifying aura. Above his head, the 3 types of origin, water, fire, and gold, intertwined and seemed to show signs of merging. As expected, Fang Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. "The fusion of origins is an extremely difficult process," said Yi Futian. In his previous life, he had tried to merge 2 types of origin. Now, when he had just broken through, he tried to merge 3 completely different types of origin. Without thinking, he knew that he had failed. However, it was not that he did not gain anything. At least, he was more convinced that the 3 types of origin could be merged as long as they met certain conditions. Swoosh! Fang Chen restrained his aura, and his realm had stabilized. 7th Order Saint Realm. After reincarnating, he had finally stepped into the Saint Realm again. Ha! He heard hearty laughter and raised his head to look. 3 white apes were slowly walking over. "You really surprised us, kid," Bai Er said with a smile. White 3 was full of fighting spirit. "Let's have a fight." Sure. Fang Chen also wanted to know what kind of changes would happen to his strength after breaking through to the Saint Realm. Ape movement technique. White 3 immediately unleashed his strongest secret technique. In an instant, his body turned into 9 phantoms. Every phantom was extremely real, making it hard for others to distinguish his true body. Rip! The 9 shadows attacked Fang Chen fiercely at the same time. Heaven slashing alchemy technique. Fang Chen did not hesitate either. He executed his 9 heavens supreme technique. The origin of gold burst out and poured into the Spirit Slayer sword, raising the power of the heaven slashing alchemy technique by a level. Puchi! The sword light was bright and dazzling. The sharp sword chi pierced through the 9 shadows. Crack! One after another, the figures scattered in all directions. When the sword light came to the last shadow, White 3 revealed his original body and hurriedly blocked it. Boom! The origin of gold rushed into his body and crazily destroyed his internal organs. His body staggered and fell to the ground. "I lost, ha ha ha." Bai Er jumped up excitedly. White 3 lost, which meant that he had won the bet with White 1. "Give me the 1,000 feet book." Bai Er stretched out his hand. White 1 helplessly took out a book from his arms and threw it to Bai Er. Bai Er put it away and ran to Fang Chen's side. He said with a smile, "Brother, you have helped me a lot this time. Soon, I will be merciful when I spar with you." Interesting. White 1 took a deep look at Fang Chen and turned to leave. By Air got up from the ground, smiled bitterly, and said, "Congratulations! I have to thank you for your guidance during this time." Fong Qin thanked him apologetically. Although he had 2 lifetimes of cultivation experience without White 3, it would take some time to break through to the 7th Order Saint Realm. "You are the most talented warrior I have ever seen, and your growth speed is beyond our imagination." By Air said, "I hope that one day in the future, I will be able to see you reach the top." Fong Qin nodded. "I will." White Ape knew that Fong Qin only took a month to defeat By Air, and was very happy. This guy, White Ape shook his head. As expected of the successor of Pluto, he is really powerful. In fact, he also saw that the swordsmanship Fong Qin used was the legendary Supreme Technique. Moreover, he also knew that there was once a sword Tao Supreme in the Chaos Realm. Chapter 3710. Defeating Bai San was a milestone for Fong Qin. After his reincarnation, he once again stepped into the Saint Realm. However, this time was very different from his previous life. After all, this was the origin world, where the heavenly Tao was perfect and the 5 origins were extremely powerful. It was many times stronger than the chaotic realm. It was no exaggeration. In the same realm, the warriors of the origin world could easily defeat the warriors of the chaotic realm. This was caused by the different cultivation environments. Fong Qin, once again, stepped into the 7th level Saint Realm. His 3 origins had also been comprehended to a very high level. He had also perfected the heaven-slashing alchemy, and was only 1 step away from the transcendent realm. He even felt that he had vaguely touched the unreachable threshold of the supreme realm. Of course, it was just a feeling. If it was so easy to touch it, there would not be so many almighties who were stuck at the invincible Saint Realm and could not break through for the rest of their lives. Whoosh! Fong Qin took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind. As expected of a subsidiary tribe of a primitive tribe, it's really powerful. Fong Qin sighed. The tribe that could survive in the Forbidden Zone could not be judged by ordinary people. Among the 3 brothers, Bai San was the weakest, but in the battle with Fong Qin, he was more skillful and clever in the use of power. Even some of his moves were unheard of by Fong Qin. Of course, the reason why he could break through to the Saint Realm so easily had a lot to do with Bai San. How is it? Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded in his ear. Fong Qin turned his head and saw that it was White Ape who had brought him here. Senior White Ape. Fong Qin was very grateful to White Ape. "You defeated Bai San and stepped into the 7th level Saint Realm, but I found that your actual combat experience is not enough. You need to hone yourself." At this point, White Ape pointed in the distance and said, "Not long ago, the cave of the dragon slaying dragon opened again. It seems that 2 demon devourers came in. As expected, they should be the younger generation who are honing themselves in the cave." Fong Chen's heart stirred. In the 9 Palaces tournament, the military palace won first place and obtained 3 spots. However, because of the demonic mountain venerate's powerful attack, Xiaoyaoho forcibly opened the dragon-slaying cave at the critical moment and hurriedly sent him in. There were still 2 spots left. Presumably, the 2 devouring demon tribe members had used the 2 quotas to enter. He just didn't know who they were. "Senior, what do you mean?" Fong Chen asked. "You're a living being from the Chaos Realm. You have a grudge against the devouring demon clan. You can take this opportunity to increase your combat experience." White Ape smiled and said, "I will send you to the dragon-slaying cave. As for how to proceed, that is up to you." After all, they were acquaintances when sparring with Third Bai and the others. They couldn't possibly kill them. However, it would be different if he were to fight against the devouring demon tribe in the dragon-slaying cave. Either you die or I live. This kind of life and death situation could stimulate Fong Chen's hidden strength. "Thank you, Senior." Fong Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. The next moment, he felt his head turn white. Then he felt that he had entered a space crack. When he opened his eyes, he was already in the dragon-slaying cave. So fast! Fang Qin was shocked. He looked around and realized that this was the place where he had met White Ape. After so long, there were still traces of a fight on the ground. Whoosh! With a thought, Fang Qin gently waved his hand. Immediately, an illusionary map appeared in front of him. This was the map of the dragon-slaying cave that Xiaoyaohou had given him. According to Xiaoyaohou, the red dots on the map are the more dangerous places. The blue dots are the best places to cultivate. Fang Qin muttered to himself. There were a total of 9 red dots and 9 blue dots on the map. However, his eyes fell on the black in the center of the map. Here, he vaguely remembered that Xiaoyaohou's expression was very serious when he mentioned this black. According to him, the black that was the core of the dragon-slaying cave and seemed to be suppressing a peerless demon. Xiaoyaohou had been warning him not to get close to the black. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. A peerless demon? Fang Qin thought. At the same time, on a flat ground somewhere in the dragon-slaying cave, 2 men were walking side by side. Lu Hong, I didn't expect the Lu family to give you a spot. The man in armor was one of the more outstanding descendants of Xiaoyaohou. After some competition, he got the most precious spot. The Lu family's spot was given to Lu Hong. Now that the Lu family is cooperating with Xiaoyao Manor, I hope that we can work together in the dragon-slaying cave, Lu Hong said. Although the dragon-slaying cave had been transformed into a holy place for cultivation, it did not mean that there was no danger. Okay. The man in armor grinned and took out the map. After a while, he determined their location. Our location is here. There is a blue dot 100 miles away. Let's go and take a look. Okay. Lu Hong nodded. After a while, the 2 arrived at the blue dot. They saw there was a blue altar in the wasteland in front of them. Above the altar, there was a vast power dissipating. That's origin energy. Seeing this, Lu Hong and the man in armor were completely stunned. It is indeed a holy place for cultivation. The 2 figures flashed and directly jumped onto the blue altar. Rumble! The rich origin energy madly drilled into their bodies. They were ecstatic. In another place, Fang Qin looked for the 2 aimlessly and happened to pass by the red dot marked on the map. Roar! The roar of a beast was heard. He looked around and saw a black beast tide. Beast tide. Fang Qin was stunned. He spread out his divine sense and found that the leader of the beast tide was a 7th level Saint Beast. Let's give it a try. Fang Qin, who was about to leave, was suddenly full of fighting spirit. Swoosh! He slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, the void was torn apart and the earth trembled. Crack! The demonic beasts at the front were instantly killed. Roar! This move completely angered the beast tide. They madly rushed toward Fang Qin. Kill! Fang Qin tiptoed, and the invincible Pluto king body erupted. With infinite power, he rushed into the beast tide. Pucci! Wherever the spirit slayer sword passed, the beasts fell into a pool of blood. The 7th level beast in the lead had cold eyes and spoke in human language. This person is too strong. Set up the formation. As its voice fell, the vast beast tide dispersed and stood in all directions. The tide-like power soared into the sky, forming countless light pillars and finally intertwined. Buzz! The formation was instantly formed. Boy, how dare you come near our territory? You are dead. The 7th level beast spoke in human language and said coldly, Is that so? Chapter 37:11. The vast power of the demon clan intertwined and formed a strange formation. Why was it strange? Because this formation was arranged with the power of 100 million demon clans as the core of the formation. At least in this aspect, no creature could arrange it except for the demon clan. Fang Qin also found something more special about this formation. It had no foundation, and the entire formation was completely supported by the core of the formation. The most important thing was, the leader of the beasts, the 7th level saint, used its vast power as the core of the formation. As long as it didn't die, the formation would always exist. There is actually such a strange formation. Fong Qin couldn't help but exclaim. As everyone knew, formations were very complicated. Unless one was extremely talented, one could cultivate it. However, the arrangement of every formation was based on the intertwining of the foundation. If the formation was compared to a house, then the foundation of the formation was the foundation of the house. Only with a strong foundation could the house stand. However, the formation in front of him had no foundation, which also meant that only by killing the 7th level beasts and shattering the core of the formation could the formation collapse. Phew! Fong Qin took a deep breath, and a scorching light appeared in his dark eyes. He stomped his feet, full of fighting spirit. After stepping into the 7th level Saint Realm, he didn't use his full strength. Although he had fought with White 3, it was after all the younger generation of the White Ape clan. Fong Qin couldn't kill it. Let's use your formation to test my strongest power. Fong Qin growled, and the Spirit Slayer's sword in his hand spun violently. The next moment, the crazy power in his body was injected into the Spirit Slayer's sword. Boom! The Spirit Slayer soared and instantly turned into a giant sword, suspended above Fong Qin's head, releasing a shocking aura of sword principle. Let's encircle and annihilate together. The leader of the beasts roared. While controlling the formation, it led many beasts to attack Fong Qin. Rumble! The deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fong Qin discovered that this array formation could restrain a cultivator's speed. Originally, he could have used his speed to freely shuttle through the beast tide without being attacked. However, with the suppression of the array formation, he was unable to do so. He changed his mind and performed an invincible sword technique. Whoosh! The perfect bloodline in his body burst forth with frightening might. In just an instant, the power of the invincible sword technique increased tenfold. Invincible sword technique. With Fong Qin's low shout, the beheading spirit sword drew a circle with him as the center. Around the circle, sword chi soared into the sky. Puchi! The body of the beheading spirit sword vibrated with an invincible sword chi. As long as it touched the body of the beheading spirit sword, the beheading spirit sword would instantly cut the beheading spirit sword. Ah! Miserable shrieks came out from the mouths of the demonic beasts. Their eyes were filled with endless fear as they frantically fled. Damn it! The leader of the demonic beasts was enraged. He controlled the array with all his might and attacked Fong Qin in a frenzy. It was a pity. In terms of formations, Fong Qin was no weaker than it. Even though this spell formation was exclusive to the demon race, it couldn't completely restrain Fong Qin. Break! The beheading spirit sword rotated in a circle and broke the formation of the demonic beasts. Crack! With one sword, nearly 20 demonic beasts were killed. This scene made all the demonic beasts tremble. Immediately after, Fong Qin didn't give them any chance to breathe and performed the heaven-slaying alchemy technique. As soon as the supreme technique was performed, the world changed color. The sharp sword chi contained an invincible sword intent and penetrated the entire array. The array shook and countless demonic beasts died tragically in the hands of Fong Qin. Puchi, the leader of the demonic beasts, desperately resisted, but in the end it was still hit by the sword light and one of its arms was cut off. In an instant, the power shook and the demonic beast's array shook. No, it roared angrily but to no avail. Fong Qin's strength was so strong that it made them despair. It looked at the bloody ground with fear. Let's go. Almost without any hesitation, the leader of the demonic beasts fled with the remaining demonic beasts. Crack! At this moment, the array shattered. On the battlefield, sword chi filled the air. Fang Qin put away the Spirit Slayer sword and looked into the distance. At this time, the remaining demonic beasts had already fled to the place marked by the red. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Fang Qin remembered the sentence. After all, this was the dragon-slaying cave, a forbidden zone for life. Anything could happen here. And the place where those demonic beasts fled was marked by the red dot on the map, which meant that it was extremely dangerous. For Fang Qin, they were just stepping stones. There was no need to chase them to the end. His real purpose in coming to the dragon-slaying cave was to kill the other 2 demon devourers who had entered the dragon-slaying cave. With my current strength, if I activate the perfect bloodline and perform the heaven-slaying alchemy technique, I can easily kill a 7th level saint. Fang Qin muttered to himself. He was quite satisfied with his own strength. After all, this was the source world, where the foundation of the warriors was very solid. In the same realm, they could completely beat the chaotic realm. All of this was because the heavenly Tao was incomplete. He could easily kill those of the same realm. If he was in the chaotic realm, he would at least be comparable to a 9th level saint. The road needed to be taken step by step. At least, now he had the preliminary ability to protect himself. The forbidden zone for life was an opportunity for him. If he could improve his strength again, the day he got out would be the day he completed the task. However, after listening to White Ape's explanation, he increasingly felt that some almighties hadn't truly died. Instead, they were secretly playing a huge game of chess, and he was just a slightly important chess piece on the chessboard. No matter what, as long as I can save the lives of the many living beings in the chaotic realm, save my family and friends, I, Fang Qin, will not shirk my duty. Even if the road ahead pointed to disaster, he had to continue moving forward, because he was a part of the chaotic realm. Whoosh! After slightly adjusting his state of mind, Fang Qin tidied up the demonic beasts' corpses on the ground, cut off some limbs that were useful to him, and then left the place. The red dot roar. The beast's roar was deafening. The one-armed demonic beast leader looked at the few demonic beasts behind him, and his heart was filled with monstrous anger. Damn living beings! How dare you slaughter my clan? It was very angry and very unwilling to accept this. This grudge must be avenged. The demonic beast leader said angrily. Immediately it took a step forward and entered the deepest part of the red dot. Here there was a towering mountain peak. It came to the foot of the mountain, knelt on both knees, and said sincerely, "Our clan is in a difficult period. Please come out of the mountain and save our clan." Buzz. As soon as its voice fell, a violent sandstorm suddenly emerged on the mountain peak. Immediately after, a frightening power spread out. Ancestor. Seeing this, the demonic beast leader shouted excitedly. As long as the ancestor came out of the mountain, he would definitely be able to wash away the shame. Dong, dong, dong. The earth shook and the mountain was surrounded by a violent sandstorm. A shocking sound echoed in the void. Chapter 37:12. A blue marker on the map. It was a picturesque place with towering trees. In the deepest part of the mountain range, there was an altar. This seemingly dilapidated altar had actually been damaged during the peak battle back then. After several days of searching, Lu Hong and the armored man finally arrived here. What a rich origin aura! Lu Hong took a step forward and came to the dilapidated altar, frantically absorbing the origin power. The armored man was also pleasantly surprised. I really didn't expect that there would be such an opportunity in the cave of the Slaying Dragon. They had just arrived at the cave of the Slaying Dragon and found such a good place. No wonder everyone was fighting to enter the cave of the Slaying Dragon to cultivate. As long as we cultivate here, it won't take long for us to break through. Lu Hong was extremely excited. At this time, he had completely put down his covetousness of the armored man and devoted himself to cultivation. Yes, this is an opportunity. As long as we cultivate well, we can explore the unknown areas of the cave of the Slain Dragon. I accidentally learned that back then. Xiaoyaohu of my clan accidentally entered the unknown area of the cave of the slain dragon and cultivated a supreme secret technique. As soon as these words came out, Lu Hong was even more shocked. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and cultivate. The two sat cross-legged on the dilapidated altar and frantically absorbed the origin power. In the origin world, the heavenly Tao was perfect and the origin aura was rich. The spatial structure here was much stronger than in the chaotic realm. Of course, all of this was because the demon-devouring clan's patriarch had used his absolute strength to extract 2/3 of the chaotic realm's providence. This also directly led to the gradual decline of the chaotic realm while the origin world became more and more perfect. In the origin world, comprehending the 5 origins was very fast and much easier than in the chaotic realm. Some outstanding geniuses could comprehend 3 origins at the same time. However, there were relatively few who could comprehend 4 at the same time. As for 5, they were extremely rare. Lu Hong and the Armored Man had comprehended 3 origins, respectively, but due to their limited potential, they had not comprehended 3 origins to the perfect realm. At this moment, they seized the opportunity and cultivated quickly. Time passed. Fong Qin kept searching according to the map. Needless to say, after the 2 entered, they would definitely not wander around casually. Instead, they would first search for the blue-marked points to cultivate. Fong Qin would search every blue-marked point. In the end, after a month of going around in circles, Fong Qin found some traces. Up ahead is the last blue marker. Fong Qin muttered to himself. Although there were many blue dots that were very suitable for him to cultivate, he was not in a hurry. He would kill the 2 of them first, and then cultivate them one by one. What a rich source energy! As soon as he entered the mountain range, Fong Qin felt a vast amount of origin energy rushing towards him. Whoa! On the surface of his skin, 3 different types of energy intertwined to form an invisible armor that blocked the incoming origin energy. At this moment, Fong Qin saw the broken altar in the depths of the mountain range and the 2 people on it. When he saw Lu Hong, he was also stunned. Why is there someone from the Lu clan here? During the 9 Palace Grand Competition, some of the Lu clan's people were hidden among the Lunar Palace's participants. After this matter was exposed, the Moon Palace was labeled as a traitor, and the Lu family became a thorn in Xiaoyaohu's side. Both sides were like fire and water. Why would a disciple of the Lu clan enter the dragon-slaying cave? Fong Qin's gaze fell on the Armored Man, a descendant of the Shao clan. On the Armored Man's neck there was a golden dragon rune, which was the symbol of the Shao clan. Moreover, it was the symbol of a direct descendant of the Shao clan. In other words, the Armored Man was a descendant of Xiaoyaohu's clan. This made Fong Qin even more surprised. What is going on? He racked his brains but could not figure it out. In the end, he just shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Anyway, both of them had to die. Whether it was the Lu clan or the Xiaoyao manor, they were all branches of the devouring demon clan, and they were all enemies of the chaos realm. Phew! Fong Qin took a deep breath, adjusted his state, took out the Spirit Slayer's sword, hid in the void, and quickly approached the broken altar. When he got close to the altar, the origin energy on the altar suddenly shook. Lu Hong and the Armored Man suddenly woke up and looked at each other. What's going on? Just now, the source energy suddenly shook. Is there something wrong with the altar? Deep thoughts flashed in their eyes. Immediately, they closed their eyes and continued to cultivate. Rip! At this moment, the void was torn apart, and an incredible sword light appeared out of nowhere, slashing towards the 2 on the broken altar. It's really you. The 2 opened their eyes suddenly, as if they were prepared, and attacked at lightning speed. Crack! Under the combined attacks of the 2, the sword light shattered with a loud bang, and Fong Qin's figure was gradually revealed. Lin Qin, Lu Hong's eyes flashed with cold killing intent as he said coldly, "Humph, I suspected it was you just now, and I was right." The armored man said coldly, "Lin Chin, everything you have was given to you by the clan leader. Now, in the dragon-slaying cave, you want to kill me?" Obviously, the armored man was very unhappy with Lin Chen's actions. Since when did the Xiaoyao Manor and the Lu clan work together? Fong Chen asked. "Idiot." Lu Hong sneered. "In this world, there are no eternal enemies. As long as there are enough benefits, anyone can become friends. Lin Chin, the Lu clan, is now the VIP of the Xiaoyao Manor. Lu Hong's dragon-slaying cave slot was given to him by the Marquis himself. The three of us belong to the same camp, and in the dragon-slaying cave we should work together." The armored man said in a deep voice, "I can let bygones be bygones for attacking Lu Hong, but I hope you won't continue to be stubborn." There was a hint of threat in his voice. "Let bygones be bygones?" Fong Chin sneered. "Who are you to let bygones be bygones?" In the outside world, Fong Chin did not dare to use his trump card, so he kept a low profile. But this was the dragon-slaying cave. He could activate his perfect bloodline and perform the heaven-slashing alchemy skill without hesitation. Killing the Devouring Demon Clan was equivalent to weakening the Devouring Demon Clan, and he could obtain the Devouring Demon Clan's blood. Why not do it? "Lin Chin, don't be arrogant. Do you think I'm afraid of you in the dragon-slaying cave?" Lu Hong said. Fong Chin squinted his eyes and smiled without saying a word. The armored man felt that he had lost face after being scolded by a military commander. "Lin Chin, I hope you can pay attention to your identity. I am the direct descendant of Marquis Xiaoyao. The entire Xiaoyao Manor is the territory of the Xiao clan, and you are just a servant of the Xiao clan." "Servant?" Fong Chin shook his head. "From the beginning to the end, I have never been a servant of the Xiao clan. I am the nightmare of the Xiao clan. The Chaos Realm and the Source Realm had long been enemies." Chapter 37:13. Lin Chin. The armored man was unhappy and said in a deep voice, "Our Xiao family and Lu family have put aside our previous grudges and reached a consensus. This time, brother Lu Hong, getting a spot in the dragon-slaying cave is a clear sign. You killed Lu Mu in the military palace and then killed the younger generation of Lu family in Secret Mountain. Lu family can put aside these grudges and hope you can look at the big picture." Lu Hong glared at Fong Chin ferociously. He wished he could tear Fong Chin into pieces. But now, with the armored man present, even if he was filled with anger, he couldn't do anything to Lin Chin. Or else, once they fell out, the armored man might join forces with Lin Chin. After all, Lin Chin was from Xiaoyao House and was the commander of the military palace. He was the number 1 in the 9-palace competition and was the most valued member of the younger generation. So, no matter what, he couldn't gamble and didn't dare to gamble. The opportunity to enter the dragon-slaying cave was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to seize this opportunity and cultivate hard. Only by increasing his strength could he survive in the game of Almighties and use his absolute strength to turn the situation around. Lu family placed all their hopes on him. He was the hope for Lu family to rise again and also an important figure for Lu family to regain the favor of the 4 branches. Whoosh! Lu Hong took a deep breath and hid the killing intent in his eyes. He grinned and said, "That's right. Brother Xiao is right. No matter what grudges our Lu family had with Xiaoyao Palace, it's all written off. We're now on the same side. As for what you did to my Lu family, I can also represent the Lu family and forgive you." Speaking of which, Lu Hong continued to speak in a condescending tone. "This time the opening of the dragon-slaying cave is not only for the 3 of us. The other houses also have spots. So we have to unite to fight against the enemies." Dragon-slaying cave. It was the joint effort of the 4 branches of the Source World's top experts. Under their command, Each house had a corresponding spot. Xiao Yao House had 3 spots, and so did the other houses. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. People from the other houses have also entered. When the armored man saw Fang Chen's reaction, he sneered in his heart. No matter how strong a genius was, he still had to lower his head in front of the Xiao clan. That's right. According to the information given to us by the clan leader, the geniuses of the other prefectures are also entering the dragon-slaying cave one after another. So, once they meet, they will definitely fight to the death. One more person means one more strength. Fang Chen remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. With the 2 of us here, you'll be fine as long as you follow behind us. The armored man smiled. We can't waste any more time here. We have to seize every second to cultivate. With that, he and Lu Hong jumped onto the altar. The essence aura here is very thick. It is very suitable for comprehending essence. The 2 of us will comprehend here first. You stand guard nearby. Once anyone comes near, kill them without mercy. The 2 of them sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. Fang Chen stared blankly for a moment before the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister and terrifying smile. Was he trying to intimidate him? He could understand the armored man's actions. As a direct descendant of Xiao Ho, he was extremely talented, and all the resources should have been tilted towards him. However, his appearance had disrupted his plan and caused him to be neglected. In the outside world, with Xiao Ho around, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. However, this was the dragon-slaying cave, and he could do whatever he wanted. Of course, understanding was one thing, but it did not affect Fang Chen's decision to come here. Swoosh! The Spirit Slayer's sword slashed towards the void. In an instant, extremely terrifying sword chi intertwined and fell from the sky with infinite sword intent. Crack! The 2 of them who were cultivating sensed the sword chi swooping down and tried to block it. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The 2 of them were furious. After dispersing the sword chi, they looked at Fang Chen ferociously. Lin Chen, what are you doing? The armored man roared angrily. Kid, the Lu family is magnanimous and forgives you, but you sneak attacked me. Lu Hong said coldly. Fang Chen shrugged. You want me to protect the 2 of you? Are you worthy? His words were filled with endless dominance. At the same time, the invincible Pluto King body on the surface of his skin was instantly activated and covered in armor. Around his body, sword chi and murderous intent filled the air. You, the armored man, stood up. Lin Chen, you've gone too far. Do you know how much of a loss this will bring to you? Fang Chen sneered and said disdainfully, I've said it before. I'm not the servant of the Xiao family, but your nightmare. As his voice fell, Fang Chen did not waste any more time and directly displayed the invincible sword technique. Swoosh! The Spirit Slayer's sword continued to be waved, and terrifying sword chi spread out. The perfect bloodline in his body was also activated crazily, rapidly increasing the power of the invincible sword technique. You're courting death. Seeing that Fang Chen dared to make the first move, the armored man and Lu Hong were furious. The 2 of them looked at each other, then leaped and attacked together, surrounding Fang Chen. Die! Lu Hong slashed out, wanting to cut off Fang Chen's head. On the other side, the armored man attacked Fang Chen's lower body. He attacked from above and below, wanting to make Fang Chen lose his sense of propriety. It's useless. In the life forbidden zone, after Fang Chen stepped into the 7th Order Saint realm, he had not really used his full strength. Facing 2 prey, he did not hesitate to attack with all his strength. Buzz! The invincible Pluto King body's defense allowed Fang Chen to not worry about the attacks of the 2. At the same time, the invincible sword technique penetrated the defense of the 2. At this time, the 2 of them finally felt that something was wrong. Seventh Order Saint? The two of them exclaimed. They did not expect Lin Chin to break through first. Go. Feeling the terrifying pressure coming, they did not want to continue fighting and fled. However, you can't leave. The heaven-slaying alchemy was displayed, and two incredible sword chi pierced through heaven and earth. Pucci! In an instant, the two of them were pierced through. No, the two of them screamed in horror, but it was to no avail. Fong Qin crushed them with his absolute strength, leaving them with no way to fight back. I can't accept this. Pucci! The sword chi flashed, and the two heads fell to the ground. Hiss! The perfect bloodline was running wildly. Fong Qin opened his big hands and sucked the demon, swallowing blood from the two of them. In the blink of an eye, the two corpses became dry corpses. At this time, Fong Qin was quickly refining the demon swallowing blood, and finally smelting the impurities, leaving behind the essence of the demon swallowing blood and then absorbing it. Whoosh! After absorbing the blood of the two, Fong Qin clearly felt that the perfect bloodline had evolved again. As expected, Fong Qin grinned. The higher the purity of the demon swallowing blood, the more helpful it was for the evolution of the perfect bloodline. Swoosh! Chapter 3714. Buzz! Fong Qin set up a formation to seal this place. Then he sat cross-legged on the broken altar. He could feel that the broken altar could gather the origin energy between heaven and earth. This was a rare opportunity for him. Comprehending the origin energy here would be twice the result with half the effort. Of course, he had learned a secret from Lu Hong and the armored man. That was martial artists from other prefectures might also enter the cave of the slain dragon. This way his enemies would increase. However, his cultivation did not want to be destroyed by others. Therefore, he had to set up a formation to isolate this place. I will kill them after I comprehend the fourth origin energy. A cold light flashed in Fong Chen's eyes. The reason why the chaotic realm had become like this was all because of the demon-devouring race. There was a monstrous hatred between them that would not end until one of them was dead. Therefore, every demon-devouring race was his enemy. He shouldered a heavy responsibility and could not be soft-hearted. Buzz! 3 types of origin energy appeared above Fong Chen's head. The origin energy of gold was fierce and sharp, giving off the feeling of a sword suppressing the world. The origin energy of water was soft and illusory. The origin energy of fire was hot and fierce. The 3 origins were 3 completely different types of power. They repelled each other and floated above his head. At this moment, Fong Qin closed his eyes. He spread his hands, and the perfect bloodline surged wildly. Soon there was a hissing sound. The origin energy in the surrounding void kept drilling into Fong Chen's body. 6 hours later, the surface of his skin was covered by a layer of earthy yellow aura. This was the power of the origin energy of Earth. At the beginning of the chaotic realm, Yin and Yang were separated and evolved into the origins of the 5 elements. They were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 origins constructed a complete space. None of them could be missing. On the path of martial arts, comprehending the origins had become the ultimate goal of people. However, the origins were completely different and repelled each other. It was very difficult for a person to comprehend multiple origins at the same time, unless it was some monstrous genius. Having 3 origins was already considered a monstrous genius. If one could have 4 origins, then one's potential could be said to be the strongest since ancient times. And now, Fong Chen was comprehending the 4th origin. Before he reincarnated, he had also comprehended 3 types of origins. However, at that time he thought that he had already reached a bottleneck and it would be very difficult for him to make further progress. However, now that he was in the Forbidden Zone, he suddenly had the feeling that comprehending 5 essences at the same time wasn't like looking at the moon in the water. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The origin of Earth was thick and hard. If he could comprehend it, It would greatly increase his defense. Once activated, it would form a powerful armor that could ignore the enemy's attacks. The long process of comprehension was a little boring. However, Fang Qin didn't know that danger was gradually approaching. The demonic beast clan that he had once slaughtered was now searching for him all over the world. It was said that their clan had asked their ancestor to come out and give the order to kill him. In addition, there were two other figures rapidly approaching Fang Qin's blue marker. "Brother Hong, there's a blue not far ahead," a young lady said with a smile. Hong Yuan nodded and looked at the young lady softly. "Sister Lien." Suddenly, Hong Yuan reached out and held the young lady's fair hand. Although the latter wanted to dodge, she felt very sweet in her heart. Hong Yuan was the most outstanding genius of their generation. Every woman had a vain heart, and she was no exception. She had admired Hong Yuan for a long time. "Brother Hong." The young lady lowered her head. Hong Yuan took the young lady into his arms and gently stroked her hair. He said softly, "Sister Lien, I've pursued you for so long. You know my heart." "Brother Hong." The young lady's hair covered her face. Soon after, there was a melodious and ear-piercing sound. Whoosh! After a long time, the young lady hurriedly got up and tidied her clothes. With a blush on her face, she lowered her head and played with her fingers. "Sister Lien." A satisfied smile appeared on Hong Yuan's face. "From now on, I will not let you down. I believe in Brother Hong." The young lady nodded heavily. Crack! However, at this moment, a crisp sound suddenly came from afar. Hong Yuan's expression changed abruptly. His eyes were like torches as he looked coldly into the distance. "Brother Hong," the young lady was a little anxious. They had just done such a shameful thing. If it was seen by others, wouldn't they be a laughing stock? Moreover, she was not married yet. If she did that, she would definitely be despised. Therefore, she was very anxious. "Sister Lien, don't worry." Hong Yuan walked forward step by step and searched carefully, but he did not find anything. He suddenly blasted out a palm. In an instant, the palm print carried an incomparably powerful force and bombarded the void in front of him. Crack! The palm print collided with the formation, resulting in an explosion. Ripples spread out from the collision at a rapid pace. "Formation!" Hong Yuan frowned. The blue-marked spot was sealed by a formation, which meant that there must be someone cultivating inside. "No matter who you are, you must die for ruining my mood." There was a competitive relationship between the major prefectures. Before entering the dragon-slaying cave, the high-level experts had secretly instructed that if they encountered the younger generation of the other prefectures, as long as they were not on good terms with them, they would kill them without mercy. Where there were people, there would be underworld. And where there were underworld, there would definitely be fighting. Even though they all belonged to the demon-devouring clan, they would not be united. At this moment, Hong Yuan had the intention to kill. He turned his head and glanced at the young lady. She was obviously very angry about this. She was a goddess of the younger generation. In front of the world, she had to maintain the demeanor of a goddess. If others knew that she had done such a dirty thing with a man, her reputation would be ruined. "Humph!" Hong Yuan snorted coldly and walked to the front of the formation. "Sister Lien, don't worry. Once I break the formation, I will kill this person." He comforted her. The young lady nodded. Boom! Boom! Hong Yuan channeled his power and threw out dozens of punches in succession. Each punch contained an extremely powerful force. The deafening sound resounded through the sky. The void formation shook and finally revealed its true appearance under the powerful attack. The formation crisscrossed and completely sealed the blue-marked spot. Hong Yuan frowned. He attacked with all his might, but he could not break the formation. In fact, there were no cracks in the formation. "I'd like to see how long you can resist." Then Hong Yuan continued to attack, but it was still to no avail. In the end, he turned his head and looked at the young lady. Sister Lien, this formation is very strange. Let's work together. The young lady stepped forward and joined forces with Hong Yuan to attack the formation. At this moment, on the broken altar, Fong Chen slowly opened his eyes. Someone is here. He could feel that the array was shaking. Chapter 37:15. Sister Lien, this formation is a little strange. After attacking for a long time, the formation did not shatter. This also made Hong Yuan's face become completely solemn. There were many mansions under the 4 branches, and there were many talents in every generation. In this generation, Hong Yuan believed that his strength was not weaker than martial artists of the same age. However, in front of the person he loved, he performed so badly. He was a little embarrassed. However, the young woman also knew the power of this formation. Therefore, she shook her head and said, Brother Hong, do you think this formation could have been created by some ancient expert? The young woman's words suddenly woke Hong Yuan up. Yes, why didn't you think of it? Who said that this formation must have been created by the younger generation. From what he knew, among the younger generation, no one could set up such a formation. It must be so. Hong Yuan grinned. Perhaps there was a big secret hidden here. Perhaps there was a relic left behind by an expert who did not want others to get it easily, so he left behind a formation to protect it. Thinking of this, Hong Yuan's heart burned even more. A formation that even he couldn't break, it must have a great background, and the ruins inside made him drool. Sister Lien, let's continue to attack, Hong Yuan said. Hong Yuan said, we were the first to discover this blue marker. We must break the formation before anyone else finds it. After all, every mansion had a detailed map of the dragon-slaying cave, and this place happened to be a blue-marked point. As long as time passed, many people would find this place. Although Hong Yuan was not afraid of anyone, he did not want to be too troublesome. After all, if the other younger generation joined forces at that time, it would cause too much trouble for him. Rumble. The 2 of them joined forces and continued to attack the formation. However, this time, out of their expectations, a crack actually appeared in the formation. Ha ha ha, the formation is broken! Hong Yuan shouted excitedly. Crack! The crack spread and the formation gradually collapsed. Humph, I told you. As long as I, Hong Yuan, am serious, no formation can stop me, Hong Yuan said in a deep voice as he recovered his confidence. Brother Hong is the best, the young woman praised. The formation collapsed, and the broken altar was imprinted in front of them. However, what surprised Hong Yuan was that there was actually a young man sitting on the broken altar. Who is he? Hong Yuan's heart trembled slightly as he sized up Fong Chen. He wanted to see just who this person was. You're disturbing my cultivation. Fong Chen stood up and looked at Hong Yuan and the young woman. Who are you? Hong Yuan asked in a deep voice. This is the blue-marked point, which is also the safe point in the cave of dragon slaying. Anyone can come here. What right do you have to occupy it? He could feel that Fong Chen's aura was not very strong. This eliminated the possibility that he was an ancient expert. In that case, there was only one possibility. He was a member of the younger generation of some prefecture. Fong Chen sneered and struck out with his palm without warning. Boom! The palm technique was sharp and carried a powerful force. When Hong Yuan saw this, he leaped and dodged in an instant. However, the young lady behind him was not as lucky as him. Pucci! The young woman's body slammed heavily onto the ground. Her arm was severely injured and blood spurted out. Brother Hong! The young woman screamed as pain spread all over her body. Although she came from the same prefecture as Hong Yuan and was also a goddess-like figure in the territory of this prefecture, her true strength was not very strong. She had always been protected by Hong Yuan. This time, Fong Chen's sudden attack caught the young woman off guard. Sister Lien. Hong Yuan helped the young woman up and glared at Fong Chen. You're courting death. He tapped the young woman's arm a few times to control her acupuncture points and reduce her pain. Then he took out a healing pill and fed it to the young woman. Hiss! The effect of the pill spread, and soon the young woman returned to normal. Sister Lien, wait for me here. Hong Yuan got up and rushed in front of Fang Qin with a big stride. Boy, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Hong Yuan said fiercely, She's my woman. If you dare to hurt her, you'll be my enemy. Today, you'll definitely die. No one can save you. After that, Hong Yuan launched an attack. His whole body was covered in armor. He clenched his fist and punched out. Body refining martial artist? Fang Qin saw this and gently shook his head. Then, with a thought, he displayed the invincible Pluto King body. Buzz! Extremely cold qi covered Fang Qin's entire body. He did not move at all, allowing Hong Yuan's fist to land on his body. Crack! When Hong Yuan's fist came into contact with his body, a sudden change occurred. A terrifying, extremely cold qi instantly wrapped around Hong Yuan's fist. At this time, Hong Yuan also realized that something was wrong. He desperately urged his strength, trying to dispel the cold qi on his fist. However, the cold qi was too strong. In the blink of an eye, it corroded his fist. A miserable scream came out from Hong Yuan's mouth. He staggered back and cut off one of his arms to save his life. Brother Hong. In the distance, the young woman screamed. However, Hong Yuan's cold eyes stared at Fang Qin. Who are you? Which mansion are you from? He could not understand why the latter's physical strength was so strong. He had never seen such a creepy and terrifying special physique. Carefree mansion, Fang Qin said. Impossible. Hong Yuan shook his head violently. He did not believe what Fang Qin said. Carefree Mansion is located at the border of the origin world. Its martial arts civilization is backward. It is impossible for a genius like you to appear. Obviously, Hong Yuan was very clear about the situation in the origin world. Carefree Mansion was in a weak position among the many mansions. Hong Yuan had never thought that the younger generation of the Carefree Mansion would be able to compete with him. Fang Qin shrugged. Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't mean anything to me. His gaze was like lightning as it locked onto the two of them. Originally, I planned to wait until I've comprehended the Earth origin before going to play with the geniuses of the other prefectures. However, since you've disturbed my cultivation and attacked my formation, I can only let you die prematurely. You, Hong Yuan sneered. Humph, isn't your special physique powerful? Do you really think you are invincible? In fact, Hong Yuan also had the intention to retreat. I, Hong Yuan, am the strongest among the younger generation of Heaven Extinguishing Mansion. If I attack with my full strength, you will definitely die. Hong Yuan sneered. But today, Sister Lien is injured. I am not in the mood to continue fighting, so I don't want to take your life. When Sister Lien recovers, it will be your death. At this moment, Hong Yuan was still threatening Fang Qin. The two of you should stay here forever, Fang Qin said coldly. At the same time, he struck out with his palm. Bang! 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 Hong Yuan hurriedly blocked it. At the same time, he leaped up, picked up the young woman, and fled into the void. Trying to escape? Chapter 37:16. There were only 2 spots for Heaven Ju Mansion to enter the dragon-slaying cave this time. For them, quality was more important than quantity. Hong Yuan was the strongest among the younger generation of Heaven Ju Mansion. He would definitely be an existence that could suppress an era in the future, and he was already valued by the 4 major branches. As long as he got out of the dragon-slaying cave alive, he would be able to join the 4 major branches to cultivate. Although the young woman's strength was slightly weaker, Hong Yuan fought for her and got the 2nd spot. The two entered the dragon-slaying cave, wanting to create a big career together. However, it had only been a few days, but they encountered a crisis. Get lost. In the void, Hong Yuan hugged the young woman and shouted. He used all his strength to slap behind him, blocking Fang Chen's attack. At the same time, he also used his strongest movement technique and quickly shuttled through the void to escape. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Then he turned around abruptly and was shocked to find that in the void, a sword light swooped down. So strong! He felt his heart palpitate. His aura had been locked by the sword light, and there was no way to escape. Damn it! Hong Yuan secretly cursed. Suddenly, he saw the young woman in his arms. He gritted his teeth and said to the young woman, "Sister Lien, I will avenge you." As soon as these words came out, the young woman turned pale with fright. She guessed something and hurriedly said, "Brother Hong, don't." Unfortunately, it was too late. Hong Yuan was ruthless and merciless. When the sword light slashed down, he directly threw the young woman in his arms away and fled as fast as he could. Hong Yuan. In the void, the young woman's desperate voice echoed. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. In the next instant, the void was sliced apart by the sword light. The young lady was already injured. Facing such a swift and violent attack, she was unable to dodge and was directly killed by the sword. She would never forget that the man who gave her everything was so despicable. Crack! The young woman died on the spot. Wherever the sword light passed, the void collapsed. Buzz! Unfortunately, because of the young woman's obstruction, Hong Yuan had the opportunity to escape. What a vicious and merciless person! Fang Chen's eyes shone with a cold light. In his life, he hated this kind of person the most. In order to escape, he did not hesitate to give up the life of his beloved. This kind of behavior was worse than a beast. Humph, I will kill you. Fang Chen snorted coldly. As long as Hong Yuan was still in the dragon-slaying cave, he would kill him with his own hands one day. Whoosh! The sword chi in the void gradually dissipated, and peace returned to the world. Only the mutilated corpse of the young woman proved that a great battle had taken place here. Voila! Fang Chen waved his hand, and the array formation was set up again. He continued to comprehend the Earth origin. Sha sha sha! In a mountain range 10,000 miles away. With a bang, Hong Yuan's body fell to the ground. His aura was weak, and his body was covered in blood. Fang Chen's last sword strike, although he used the young woman's body to block it and bought himself time to escape, he was still injured by the sword light. Fortunately, he had already escaped. He took a deep breath and tried to calm the anger in his heart. At the same time, he found a secret place and began to heal. Brat, I will not let you go, Hong Yuan said coldly. He had suffered too great a loss in this battle. The young woman was dead, and his original plan was disrupted. Even if he returned to the heaven-extinguishing manner, it would be impossible to get the support of the young woman's family. Damn it! When he reached this point, he felt a burst of anger. Roar! The roar of the beast spread throughout the mountain range. Hong Yuan immediately became alert and completely concealed his aura. However, he was still discovered by the beasts. Kill! The beasts opened their bloody mouths, wanting to devour Hong Yuan. The latter resisted with his injuries. There is no good person in the outside world. The leader of the demonic beasts spoke in human language. Why do you want to kill me? Hong Yuan asked in a deep voice. Answer me a question, or I will immediately devour you. The leader of the beasts asked coldly, Have you seen a man with a sword? A man with a sword? Hong Yuan was puzzled, but he soon thought of Fang Chen. He quickly nodded. He could feel that the beast seemed to be very hostile to the man with a sword. I fought with him before and was injured by his sneak attack, so I hid here to heal. Hearing this, the leader of the beast's eyes lit up and continued to ask, Where is he? Bring us there. But Hong Yuan stammered. Don't worry if you really bring us to him. From now on, you will be a distinguished guest of my clan. No one will dare to hurt you in the dragon extinguishing cave. Hearing this, Hong Yuan was secretly delighted. If he could get the protection of the beasts, the geniuses of the other mansions would die in his hands. At that time, he would monopolize all the opportunities in the dragon extinguishing cave. Okay, I will bring you there now. After saying that, he quickly swallowed a few healing pills, and his complexion recovered a little. That person is from the Carefree Manor. He is good at swordsmanship and is extremely strong. Not long ago, he was cultivating in a blue area and set up a formation. Junior sister and I joined forces, but we couldn't break the formation. Hong Yuan said he is very evil. Just because we attacked the formation, he killed junior sister and seriously injured me. Fortunately, I escaped in time, otherwise he darkened Fang Chen's image and deliberately twisted the truth. At the same time, he also learned from the leader of the beasts that Fang Chen had killed many beasts in the beast tide, which angered the beasts. No matter how strong he is, he will definitely die. The leader of the beasts snorted coldly. My clan's ancestor has recovered and personally ordered us to search for him. Once we find his trace, my clan's ancestor will come personally. How dare you kill my clan's people? How dare you? The leader of the beasts was furious. Hearing this, Hong Yuan was secretly happy and gloating at the same time. Damn you, this time, let's see how you escape. Of course, he also did not hesitate to get involved with the beasts at all costs. The blue area marked the broken altar. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and was meditating. Earth, thick, hard, he muttered to himself. His whole body was shrouded in an earthy yellow aura. At the same time, he could clearly feel the vibrations of the earth. Every time the earth vibrated, it would resonate with him, and the earthy yellow aura around him would change. The origin of earth was closely related to the earth. If he wanted to meditate, he had to start from the earth. Thick, hard. These two words had been echoing in Fang Chen's mind. Above his head, the three origin forces gradually shrank, making space for the earthy yellow aura. Hiss!